The lightning came down in a column wide enough to swallow a galaxy, and I stood in the middle of it with my arms up and let it hit me. That was the deal. That was always the deal. You want to stop being a person and start being a law. You go stand at the edge of the universe. You let the sky try to kill you. And if you are still standing when it runs out of ideas, congratulations, you are an emperor. The sky had a lot of ideas. Thunder poured into the void and turned whole star systems into gravel. The great laws of the universe lay down flat and screamed. And out of the deepest part of the tribulation, where the light was so white it had gone black, the phantoms came walking. 9 of them first. Celestial beings from an age nobody alive could name, tall as constellations, each one a memory the universe had kept specifically to throw at people like me. Then a man carrying a 5-colored blade. Then something with an ancient bronze mirror where its head should have been. I want to be clear that at no point did I have a plan. I roared and went in. I have replayed that hour many times, and I still cannot tell you what most of it looked like. I remember hitting the one with the mirror hard enough that my knuckles came apart and grew back mid-swing. I remember the 5-colored blade going through my shoulder and out my back, and me deciding, on the spot, that a hole is just a place where I used to be. I remember red. Mine, mostly. There was a lot of it, hanging in the vacuum in long ropes. Every time I moved, I swam through my own blood. One by one, they came apart, and then it was just me and the lightning had been going for hours, and I was so far past tired that tired had become a place I remembered fondly. So I did the only thing left. I opened my mouth and I ate it. All of it. The entire tribulation. Every bolt the sky had been saving. It went down like swallowing a river of molten glass, and it put my body back together on the way through, bone by bone. And when the light finally cleared, I was standing at the rim of creation, with steam coming off my skin and no sky left to fight. Below me, across 9 heavens and 10 earths, on every world that had a mouth, people were screaming one word. Xuanjun. My name, wrapped in a title. Kids who had never seen a star up close were saying it. Old men who had spent 400 years failing to break a single realm were saying it. Some of my own generation, people who had started cultivating before me, who had been decades ahead of me once, were standing on rooftops crying while they said it. I sat down on the edge of the universe and pulled essence in until my hands stopped shaking, and I thought, well, all right, that's done. That was 100 years ago. 100 years later, I was sitting cross-legged in the dark, working on a problem, when 6 chimes went off inside my skull. Ding! Welcome to chat group. Ding! You have automatically become a group administrator. Ding! Welcome to the chat group for those who are inexplicably cultivating immortality. Ding! Welcome to chat group, you mage who just wants to retire. Ding! Welcome walking bone broth to the chat group. Ding! Welcome to the chat group. This is not the nickname I wanted. I opened my eyes. I want you to understand what happened next, because it is the single most humiliating 30 seconds of my life, and I have been publicly called a stray hound by an immortal. I threw my divine sense out in every direction at once, swept the Big Dipper, went past it into the wider cosmos, tore through several star regions, checked under everything. I woke up 2 Forbidden Zone Supremes doing it. That is a bit like ringing every doorbell on a street at 4 in the morning. They came up out of their holes furious, saw it was me, and went back down without a word. Nothing. No source, no caster, no trap. So I stopped being polite and used the Heavenly Heart imprint, the thing I paid for with that lightning, the thing that lets me put a hand on the universe and feel every rule in it, and I pressed down on all of existence at once and asked it what had just spoken to me. The universe said nothing. The imprint did not even twitch, and I sat there in the dark, the strongest thing alive in 9 heavens and 10 earths, and I heard myself say it out loud like an idiot. Is this my cheat code? Because I knew what that sound was. I had heard that exact notification tone in another life, on a phone, in a country that does not exist here, in a body that died. 700 years ago, I stopped being a man on Earth and started being a man in this world. 700 years of clawing. 700 years of doing it the stupid way, the slow way, the way where you bleed for every single realm. 100 years ago, I ate the sky, and now the golden finger showed up. Even if you have a cheat code, I said to nobody. Isn't this a bit too late? Here's the part where I tell you the panel opened, and I have to admit something embarrassing about myself, which is that my first reaction was not awe, it was recognition, because the thing hanging in the air in front of me was a group chat, not a metaphor, not a mystic array, a group chat, member list down the side, text field at the bottom, the exact visual language of an app I use to check on the toilet. Big Penguin has apparently expanded into other worlds, 5 of us, all showing online, nobody talking. And I looked at that silence and thought, I am the emperor of this universe. I am the oldest and strongest thing in this box by an order of magnitude. It is therefore my duty to break the ice. So I did. And that is when I found out I had a screen name, Unsovereign with a restless heart. I had not chosen it. Nobody had asked me. The system had looked at me, 100 years an emperor, a walking piece of cosmic law, a man who once ate a tribulation because he was too tired to dodge, and gone. Yes, this fellow seems restless. You're the one who's restless. Your whole family is restless. Then the others started talking, and my day got significantly stranger. Walking bone broth. Seriously? Why am I encountering these weird things again? Wasn't it all over already? Am I just a mage who wants to retire? A product of the interconnected multiverse? I haven't seen me on any timeline. Strange. This isn't the nickname I wanted. Turns out there really is a cheat code. Novelists are all hidden masters after all. And then, cultivating immortality for no reason. This humble Taoist Wudong Chen Wu greets fellow Taoists. I sat up because I knew that name. Not the way you know a colleague, the way you know a bedtime story. On Wudong Mountain, on the edge of a cliff, an old man was looking at a glowing rectangle and trying to keep his composure. Honestly, respect. In his world, he was already the ceiling. Nobody left could fight him to a draw, let alone reach into his head and put text in it. I don't even need to say it aloud, he said. Just thinking makes it appear on this chat group? Then he noticed the little @ symbol next to his name and asked, with genuine scholarly interest, how one performs that technique. 1400 years of martial arts, and the man's first real obstacle was learning to tag people. I went straight for the name change function because I was not going to spend eternity as An Sovereign with a restless heart, and while I was in there, the rest of them introduced themselves, and I want you to appreciate the roster the universe had just handed me. Chen Wu, Wudong, actual, historical, invented Tai Chi Chen Wu, Eldrin, Archmage Prime, Marvel, holder of the Time Stone. Screen name, I'm just a mage who wants to retire, which, when I read it, told me exactly where in her story she was, because she had not retired, and in the version I remembered, she never got to. Kenji Hayato, Kenji, Ultraman Tiga. He said everything was over, which meant Gadanathoa was dead, which meant the Holy War had ended, which meant I was talking to a man who had already given up his light once. And Zhou Liang, bald young monk. Screen name, Walking Bone Broth, given to him by the system, which had also declined to consult anybody. Protagonist of a story called First Life Supreme, which in my previous life I had read the way you read something at 2 in the morning, telling yourself it's the last chapter. If it was really that Zhao Liang, then sitting in that chat with us was a boy who would one day be called Prime Celestial Sage, source of all Tao, one of the beings on the other shore. Right now, he was a teenager whose family had shaved his head against his will, and who wanted very badly to quit being a monk. Zhao Liang, at Li Wei. Then who is this restless emperor? I looked at that message for a long moment and had to physically restrain the urge to reach through the panel. Li Wei, little Zhao, don't you know a lot? How come you don't know who I am? Zhao Liang, not at all. I only know a little. Zhao Liang, there are quite a few worlds that have great emperors. I wonder who exactly the Grand Sovereign is. Li Wei, my name is Li Wei. I'm from Covering the Sky. I just became an emperor. Title's Xuan Jun. I don't know anyone here, so I won't bother hiding it. There was a pause. In a Zen temple somewhere, a very small bald person was doing the math. Zhou Liang, Your Grace, please let me hang on to your leg hair. Your Grace, save me. Li Wei, indifference.jpg. I want to be honest about why I told them the truth immediately. It was not nobility. It was that I had spent 700 years being the only person in the universe who knew that the universe was a book, and I was very, very tired of it. So I laid it all out. Told Kenji that in my old world there had been a show with his face on it and his name on it, and that the version of him on the screen had gone to Mars. Told Chen Wu that I'd read novels with him in them. Told them all, carefully, because this is the part that breaks people, that they were not fictional, that the books were records, not scripts, that their worlds were real and their dead were really dead, and nothing about them was less true for having been written down somewhere else. Then I said the other part. Li Wei, I died in my original world. For reasons I still do not know, I woke up here. For 700 years I have been certain this world is real, so don't worry about yourselves. Eldrin took it best, which figures. She had walked through so many timelines that you are one of many was a Tuesday for her. Zhou Liang took it worst, and also fastest, because he immediately worked out the implication. Zhou Liang, so everyone here is someone whose story got written down. Zhou Liang, at Li Wei, Your Grace, what about me? Same situation? Li Wei, yeah, I've read about your world. You're the protagonist. Zhou Liang, great. It seems I'm destined to roam the martial world freely, accompanied by romance and beauty. I did not have the heart. I really didn't. Romance. Sure, kid. Then I found the group's actual function, and things stopped being funny for a little while. You can upload a work. If it lines up closely enough with somebody's real life, the group compiles it into what it calls a fate dungeon, a walkthrough of that person's original destiny, past, and future. I want you to sit with that. Not a prophecy, not a vague reading, a recording. I uploaded Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber for Chen Wu, and Doctor Strange for Eldrin, and Ultraman Tiga for Kenji, and the system let each of them and only each of them walk into their own. Which, incidentally, is the only reason I did it. If those dungeons had been public, I wouldn't have been handing out gifts, I'd have been handing out weapons. Then I got to Zhou Liang's, and the system said something it had not said for anyone else. System notification. The memory copy meets the standard and has been converted. The system has automatically cut and pasted it. Cut. Something in that boy's future was edited out before it was allowed to be shown to him. And there is exactly one category of thing in his world with the authority to be redacted by a system that can casually read across universes. Li Wei, at Zhou Liang. Little Joe, before you watch this, ask the group whether it can protect your memories. I'm worried something gets into your head. Zhou Liang. Your Grace, this is just an ordinary martial arts world. There's no need for such a grand spectacle, Your Grace. You're scaring me. Li Wei. Before I got here, I thought covering the sky was just an ordinary world where you could become an immortal. Zhou Liang. He went in anyway. They all did. And while they were inside, I sat in the dark next to a panel I did not understand, in a universe I had already conquered, and I realized that for the first time in 7 centuries, there were 4 other people who knew what I was. They came back out changed, in the way people always come out of that kind of room. Chen Wu had watched his own life and thanked me like a man discharging a debt. If you ever need me, ask. Then he asked, being sharp, why there wasn't a book about me if there were books about them. Li Wei, the era that got written down is more than 100,000 years after me. I'm not in it. There's nothing to upload. On Wudong, an old man who had never in his life needed to sit down sat down. 100,000 years. His entire recorded civilization was a few thousand, so instead of explaining, I just sent them a clip of the tribulation. The whole 100-year-old memory, straight into the group, the phantoms and the blood and the moment I swallowed the sky. The group went very quiet. Chen Wu, only today do I understand how vast the world is, and that there are figures like the Grand Sovereign. Before, I was ignorant and narrow. Perfected Chen, don't do that. It's not you, it's the ceiling you were born under. Put you in my world and you'd be a saint or an ancestor. So I'll be facing dark giants from now on? By the way, the Sovereign's divine might. The Sovereign's divine might. Marvel, ladies and gentlemen. A cinematic universe through and through. And then Zhou Liang, who had been silent longer than anyone. At Li Wei, Your Grace, what should I do? He had seen it, all of it. He'd watched himself climb, watched himself get strong, watched himself get everything he was currently daydreaming about, and watched the shape of the hand that was moving him do it. Step by step by step, arranged. Right up to the end, where he becomes one of the great powers of the afterlife. A good ending, objectively, a good ending. Some things you don't get to judge by the ending. You saw all of it? What did the group cut? It cut out the techniques. Then you already know I can't do anything about it right now. There are people in my world who would have gone to their knees hearing that sentence. The celestial sovereign, invincible above and below, admitting there is a thing he cannot do. Chen Wu, even the sovereign is powerless? Little Joe, what happened to you? Kenji Hayato, how did the topic suddenly get so sophisticated? Li Wei, Little Joe's world is special. Chen Wu, how special? Li Wei, the rare kind. Let me ask you 3 something first. What do you think of my power? Eldrin, I have been to countless timelines and dimensions. I have never seen a creature that could fight the sovereign. Kenji Hayato, even as Tiga, I'm no match for you. Chen Wu, immortals and gods cannot compare. Li Wei, you lot were not like this when you joined. Li Wei, in Little Joe's world, someone like me wouldn't even register as a strong person. Not in its best era. Li Wei, the top beings there hold the myriad worlds as toys. If something displeases them, they overturn all of it and start again, and let everything evolve the way they'd prefer. I told them to go look for themselves. Zhou Liang opened his dungeon to everybody. The cut version, the safe version, the version with the worst parts already scissored out by a system that was trying to protect him. I went in first because I had spent a whole previous life reading descriptions of that kind of power, and I wanted, just once, to stand near it. I came out and typed 4 words. Despair, hopeless, waiting to die, goodbye. Despair, hopeless, waiting to die, goodbye. Despair, hopeless, waiting to die, goodbye. What a powerful, illusory world. You won't even save righteous and loyal Little Joe, Kenji tried. Kenji, who is genuinely the kindest of us and comes from a country where problems get solved in 24 minutes, said, Little Joe, if you just follow your original destiny, you can change everything at the end. The regrets can be made as though they never happened. You were so strong by then. I shook my head at the screen. He couldn't see it, and it wasn't for him anyway. You cannot make a thing as though it never happened. You can only be strong enough afterward that nobody can do it to you twice. Those are different sentences, and only one of them is available. For now, we take it one step at a time. And if there's really no other way, if I really have to walk the original road, then fine. I'll just have to become the prime celestial sage. Now, before this goes any further, I need to close a door because I can hear you thinking it, and if I let you think it for another minute, you will spend this entire story tapping the glass. You are thinking, he's got a chat group full of gods. Why doesn't he just ask? Believe me, I checked. Nobody's body crosses. Not mine, not theirs. What crosses is a strand of divine sense, a piece of your attention wearing a coat. The group hides your memories going in and hides your existence coming out. That is not a courtesy. That is the entire load-bearing wall. The first time I walked into somebody else's world uninvited, that world noticed. It kept the receipt wait for thousands of years. Then it presented me with the bill at a very inconvenient moment. But we'll get there. And the last reason is the one nobody believes when I say it. If I solve it for them, they don't get stronger. And if they don't get stronger, then in about 1,000,000 years, when the thing at the bottom of everything comes up the stairs, I will be the only person in 14 worlds who can fight it. That is not nobility. That is staffing. The first thing this group of world-shaking powers did, once the existential horror wore off, was start handing each other things for free. Zhou Liang found the red envelope function and immediately mailed everyone the Arhat Fist, a basic temple punching form, to an emperor. I accepted it because it was free. Chen Wu saw that and quietly uploaded essentially all of Wudong. Mindset, pure yang limitless, Tai Chi sword. 1,400 years of one of the great schools of his world, handed over to 4 strangers with no conditions, with a note. I don't know if this helps anyone, but take it if you need it. Then he added something that told me exactly how sharp the old man was. Chen Wu, little Zhou, if you want to practice the ancient Taoist arts, ask the group to cover for you first, because Zhou Liang is being watched. Every hour of his life is being read by something that arranged that life. A boy at the Qi accumulation stage who suddenly starts throwing techniques he has no possible way to have obtained is not a prodigy, he's a flag. Eldrin uploaded the complete arcane path. Mage apprentice to Archmage Prime, the whole ladder. Kenji apologized for having no cultivation methods at all, which, my brother, you are a giant of light, do not apologize. And I sat there watching a stack of free gifts pile up in front of me and started to feel something I had not felt in centuries, which was mild social shame. So I uploaded the Xuanjun scripture, my own path, the one I wrote myself after the Tribulation, the summary of everything I am, and 40,000 jin of divine source split 4 ways as cultivation fuel. Not out of generosity, 10,000 jin each is nothing to me. I can condense divine source out of empty air, but if I'd sent them what it was actually worth, I'd have dropped a mountain of it on Wudong and flattened Wudong. Xuanjun scripture, my own method. Download it, practice it, all of you, except Zhou Liang, because for him, my art style is not merely traceable, it is a signed confession. Then the boy announced he had morning classes and logged off, and I logged off too, and I sat alone on an ancient star in the Big Dipper with 4 martial arts manuals in my head that were worth precisely nothing to me, and I was happy. I want to explain that because it's the whole reason any of this happened. An emperor is invincible, and an emperor is alone. Those are not 2 facts, that's one fact said twice. Everybody sees the first half. Nobody counts how many emperors in recorded history died with anyone in the room. I had been in that world 700 years. I had outlived every person I met in my first 100. And in my previous life, I had read about a man who did all of this before me and did it better, who went further than I will ever go, and who ended up so far above everything that he had nothing left to talk to. The Baron Sovereign. The one they still whisper about. He gave up his own children for it. The thing that man missed at the end of all his power, after the heavens and the myriad realms, was a fat kid who used to steal beast milk and demand to be carried home. I did not want that ending. And now there were 4 idiots in my head who did not care that I was an emperor, who called me a hound and posted reaction images at me, and I could joke with them and none of them flinched. Human senses have returned. That was the golden finger. Not power. I had power. 700 years too late, the universe finally sent me people. I went into seclusion for 300 years to chew on what I'd learned, and I came out of it faster than I had any right to. 400 years an emperor, and I had most of the heavenly hard imprint. Most emperors need 2,000 or 3,000 years for that, and then they spend the rest of their lives wandering around the edges of it until they quietly die. Because I'd been comparing. Covering the sky cultivates the self. You make your body a law, and you shove it through everything. And if something stops you, that only means you are not strong enough yet. The first life method goes at it sideways. It handles the rules themselves. It handles time. Everything can be manipulated, and eventually everything can be brought home to you. 2 ladders leaning on the same wall. Nobody in my world had ever seen the other ladder. I had a copy of it in my head because a teenage monk gave it to me for free. I came out of that seclusion, and a very old man was flying toward me across the starfield, slowly, the way you fly when you have to think about it. Greetings, Your Grace. His face was a map of creases. There was decay coming off him in a thin gray haze, the specific smell of a saint whose numbers have run out. You're going to die soon, Elder Song, I said. He grinned at me with most of his teeth missing. 6,000 years, and I lived to see the current emperor rise. This life has been worthwhile. I did the arithmetic and found it insulting. I was 1,000 years old. My first life alone runs 10,000, and there is a medicine that can buy a second one. I can give you a first life, I said. Say the word. That is not a figure of speech. When I say a thing like that, it happens. He shook his head. I've asked you for help too many times already. I still have my pride. Undying divine medicine is for ancient emperors. Keep it. 6,000 years old and worried about being a bother. I don't have long, he said. Next time you come out of seclusion, I won't be here. I've got no great regrets. Just the grandson. Built a small power base over there. He runs it. He wasn't looking at me while he said it. So I'd like to trouble you. After I'm gone, If any of my enemies come looking for him, keep him alive. That's all. Nothing else. Then, because he was Elder Song, and if nobody comes, then pretend I was never here today. Whether my line prospers or dies is none of your business. Let nature take its course. I looked at him for a while. I promise you, I said, your line will not perish while I am emperor, either of my lifetimes. He turned and flew off. He was already a long way out when his voice came back to me across the vacuum, and the old bastard had timed it that way on purpose. The sovereign is indeed very majestic. Then, you're still that same adorable boy who used to stagger around the city drunk, bump into an old man, and even blind drunk knew to help him up right away. Don't you think so? Li Wei. Not your grace. Not Juan Jun. Li Wei. I stood there in the dark and did not answer him, because there wasn't an answer. Nothing about me had changed. Only the title had. And in covering the sky, unless somebody knew you before, the title is the only thing anyone is ever talking to. I logged back into the group. Li Wei. Ahem. The sovereign has arrived. At Zhou Liang, kneel to welcome him, understand? 300 years for me, 1 month for them. Time between the worlds is a mess, and always has been. Sometimes Chen Wu loses a day, while Zhou Liang loses 5. Sometimes the reverse. Nobody has ever explained it, and I have stopped asking. In that month, 4 people had learned to use reaction images. Chen Wu, the Sovereign's Majesty.jpg, Eldrin, the Sovereign's Majesty.jpg, Kenji Hayato, the Majesty of the Sovereign.jpg. They had cut it out of the Tribulation footage, the exact frame of my face at the moment I decided to eat the sky. A 1400-year ancient Taoist immortal had learned to make memes, and the first thing he made was me. I rewarded them. I sent the secret character Zhe from the 9 Secrets, the one that cultivates a life force so obstinate it makes you very difficult to finish killing. And then Eldrin said the thing that broke my brain a little. Eldrin, the Grand Sovereign's Xuanjun scripture. I have cultivated it to the peak of great power, and am now facing the Tao-severing heavenly gate. Li Wei, hacking? Chen Wu, hacking? Kenji Hayato, Kakibi? Eldrin, I travel between timelines. I also seal time into a loop. My actual cultivation time has been close to 100 years. 100 subjective years inside a time loop, hammering on a scripture written by an emperor of a different universe, in a body deliberately held down at half-saint so as not to break her own world, and she'd only just started. Li Wei, envious.jpg, Li Wei, don't repeat a grade. Then Zhou Liang arrived, cheerfully accused her of flattering me, discovered there were red envelopes, and stopped listening. Chen Wu, little Zhou, why so late today? Zhou Liang, got pulled into the 6 paths of reincarnation, just came off the hidden royal castle mission. He says it like it's a shift. That's the part I need you to hold on to. To him, right now, being dragged into a lethal death game by an unknowable power is a scheduling issue. He clocks in, he does the killing, he comes home, he checks his phone. Chen Wu, being the only adult present, how are you explaining where your new martial arts came from? Zhou Liang, I put them in a cloth bag and got my junior brother to drop it outside my door. Then I picked it up. Li Wei, Chen Wu, Eldrin, Kenji Hayato, isn't this a bit crude? Zhou Liang, look, the group covers for me. Whatever story I invent, if the thing behind me actually decides to check, it falls apart anyway. Zhou Liang, so if I just find it lying there, that might genuinely work better. Li Wei, great foolishness appears as wisdom. Zhou Liang, your grace, I can tell that's an insult. And that was the shape of it for a while. A dying old saint's grandson under my protection. 4 voices in my head. 130,000 points in a shop I hadn't figured out yet. Then Eldrin said, Eldrin, everyone, wait a moment. Eldrin, I've found something here. Eldrin, I think it's a book about the Grand Sovereign's story. Li Wei, Zhou Liang, Shifu, upload it quickly. She uploaded it. The title was Outstanding Individuals. The system chewed on it, said it met the standard, and built it into a fate dungeon that only I was allowed to enter. Somewhere in the Marvel universe, on a shelf, in a language that should not have been able to know anything about me, was a record of the life I was supposed to have had. I went in with a question mark on my face. I came out with nothing on my face at all. Zhou Liang, how was it, your grace? Exciting? Li Wei, quite exciting. The ending was a bit. Then I opened it to all of them because it was easier than saying it. Here is what's in it. The Li Wei in that recording has my exact background. Same small faction, nobody important. Same starting scripture, the Wheel C chapter, which you can buy on any street in the Eastern Wilderness. Same body. Innate Tao embryo, both of us. Everything up to the day I arrived is identical. The difference is that on that day, in that version, nobody arrived. No dead man woke up behind those eyes. The talent stayed ordinary good. It never became whatever obscene thing it became in me. He still did well. He went to the Holy Land and became its strongest young master. He fought the royal bodies of his generation, all of them, and he won. He walked out onto the ancient starry sky road, and he spent centuries out there making a name, and the name was good. The fight for the Emperor's road got worse the way it always does. The bones of the finest young people of an entire universe paved those ancient roads, and a lot of them made it. A whole crop of quasi-emperors, all at once. Everyone alive thought the same thing. This is it. This generation produces an emperor. Then the dark turmoil came. No warning. The Forbidden Zone Supremes came up out of the ground to harvest the great medicines of the world, and the great medicines of the world include people. There was no emperor. That is the entire sentence. No emperor in that universe. The strongest thing anyone had was a handful of freshly minted quasi-emperors, and a quasi-emperor in front of a supreme is not an opponent, it's a portion. The recording is very calm about it. It pans across star fields going red. It has time for everybody's small last stands. And Li Wei, the one who was supposed to be me, went to an ancient star that had life on it and stood in front of that life, because that is apparently what this face does. He could not catch the finger, not block, not survive, could not catch it. One supreme extended one finger. The man who had beaten every royal body of his generation ended. The star behind him ended, and the recording moved on because he was not the point. He was one of the myriad aspects of the universe under the dark turmoil. He was texture. Chen Wu. Even seeing it with my own eyes, I cannot believe there are things that eat living people. This world is truly tragic. Fortunately, the Grand Sovereign crossed over, and everything changed. Your Grace, you died horribly, killed by one finger. Are you cursing at me? I made the joke. Of course I made the joke. Here is what I did not type into the chat. I have spent 700 years being told I'm a monster of talent, learn anything at a glance, break any realm with a shove. I was so frightened of it early on that I deliberately held myself back for centuries, because a thing that grows that fast usually has a bill attached. And I had always assumed, quietly, the way you assume the floor is there, that the talent was mine, that some part of it was me. It isn't. It came with the transmigration. Strip it out and you get him. And he was good. He was genuinely good. He beat everyone in his generation, and it bought him the privilege of being killed by a finger while failing to save a single planet. That is the man I would have been. That is the ceiling of the actual me. But Your Grace, after you crossed over, did the dark turmoil not happen? In the original timeline, when the turmoil erupted, I had already become emperor. Your Grace, why are you so fast? Do you have some other cheat? You all know I'm an innate Tao embryo. After I crossed over, the talent and the comprehension went off a cliff upward. Ancient scriptures, divine arts, one look and I have them. I attained before the life forbidden zone could react. So there was nobody to be reborn into a dark turmoil for. And I'll tell you why it erupted so suddenly in the original. It wasn't desperation. It wasn't some supreme running out of life. He just woke up. There was no emperor in the world, and he felt like it. The group went quiet on that one. Not a plan, not a war. Something rolled over, opened its eyes, saw that the universe was unsupervised and full of moving food, and decided to have breakfast. If I ever get to the Grand Sovereign's world, I am wiping out the forbidden zones. Every extra day those things exist is a disaster. Grand Sovereign, I'll collect more here. I hope it helps you onto the red dust immortal road sooner. It is hateful that the ancient Taoist is so weak. Your Grace, you must try your best to live. 4 people from 4 universes, none of whom could survive 1 second in mine, promising to help. I'll remember all of it, don't worry. And then the system spoke. System notification. All group members have changed their own fate lines. Chat group begins upgrade. System notification. Upgrade complete. Features updated. System notification. All administrators contributed to the upgrade and are hereby awarded a special reward. System notification. The group store is now open. System notification. New members will be added randomly in the future. That was the condition. Not strength, not points, not service. See your own fate and then have it stop being true. 5 of us had walked into a room, watched the ending we were issued, and walked out with a different one. That, apparently, is what this thing runs on. I opened my reward. System notification. World shackle removed. System notification. Due to your outstanding contributions and significant assistance to group members, your chat group privileges have been enhanced. System notification. Your innate Tao embryo has grown. Your Tao affinity has increased. Covering the sky is in its age of Dharma decline, a dying universe with a ceiling nailed into it. The only way to become an immortal here is the red dust road. Live your life in Rees, 9 times. A method so brutal that in all of recorded history, the number of people who finished it is small enough to count on your hands. You cannot simply cultivate into a true immortal here. The world does not permit it. That is not a difficulty rating. That is a wall. The shackle came off and I felt the wall stop being there. I looked around and information that had not existed for me a second earlier was sitting in plain view. I reached for the direction of true immortality, and it did not push back. And beyond that, further out, no ceiling either. Countless years from now, when whatever is out there comes down to break the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it is going to find that this small, dying universe grew a celestial sovereign out of its own dirt. I laughed until the sound of it reached across the starfield. Then I went and looked at my own innate Tao embryo, and found it had been upgraded to a version that improves an emperor. Not a mortal, an emperor. The thing was buffing me at a level it should not have been able to reach. That was the moment the cheat code actually worked. Not the chat window, not the memes, that. Which means by my own rules, I am now allowed to be smug about it, and I intend to be. On Wudong, a Taiji diagram nobody could see went up into the sky, and every living thing within 100 miles felt something pressed down on them and had no idea why. Chen Wu opened his life spring. His world had been suppressing him hardest of all of us, and it stopped. In Kenji's world, he merged with the primordial light. The Kenji talking to us was now no different from Tiga at full strength, and he'd folded the entire technological knowledge of a dead ancient civilization into it on the way through. Scientist, cheatmaker, Kenji. Eldrin got the shackle off and a stone to do with time. None of us knew what that meant yet. She did. And Zhou Liang, I got that too, but I didn't get stronger, crying.jpg. Li Wei, trash? Li Wei, you're still a bit short of your world's limit. Which is the funniest sentence I have ever typed, because his world's limit is the other shore, and the reason the shackle did nothing for him is that the ceiling he is standing under is so far above his head that removing it changed the lighting and nothing else. Zhou Liang, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Say that to me again in 200 years, Your Grace. I did the maths on that and stopped laughing. 200 years. In 200 years, on his clock, he is going to be somewhere near the shore. Li Wei, we've both got the surname Li. We were probably family before we crossed over. Li Wei, 200 years from now we'll be family again. Why make things hard for each other? Kenji Hayato, does the sovereign mean we are not family now and only will be in 200 years? Li Wei, no I didn't, don't talk nonsense. The shop opened and immediately became a flea market. Zhou Liang listed the Arhat fist and got 50 points and announced it to everyone like he'd struck oil. Then he listed the golden bell cover, first 3 layers, then a blade form. Then he went shopping with the proceeds. I listed the Xuanjun scripture and the 9 secrets, Shifu, fighting, soldier, all of them, and a few other things. Li Wei, 130,000 points, give or take. Zhou Liang, you big spender. Chen Wu, you big hound. Eldrin, the rich hound. Kenji Hayato, big spender. Li Wei, you're too kind. I bought 4 corpses off Eldrin. Demon gods from the latitudes between dimensions. Things her world grows in the dark. An entirely foreign system, and not a weak one, and worth a great deal to a man who was starting to suspect that his own universe was one small room in a very large house. Then Chen Wu's son came home. Chen Quishan, missing 10 years, presumed dead, back with a wife the martial world would want to kill, and a small boy called Wu Ji. In the version written down, that homecoming is where the tragedy begins. 5 sects converge on Wudong, demanding to know where Guang Ren is, and Quishan and his wife die on their own mountain in front of everybody, and the boy grows up around that hole. Chen Wu had read the ending, so he did the boring, sensible, devastating thing. He moved first. He had already gone and erased the Vajra sect, quietly, before any of it. He had already cured Yu Daiyan's shattered spine with black jade ointment, so that the crippled disciple who spends the whole story in a bed was up and walking. By the time the sects arrived, the mountain wasn't a target. It was a mountain with a 1400-year-old immortal standing on it who had recently opened his life spring. I'll get to that party. It's worth it. Something touched the river of time. I felt it the way you feel someone looking at the back of your head in an empty room. Somebody was upstream of me, far upstream, thousands of centuries, and they were looking back down the current, and they had found me. I looked up. He was standing in the water, if you can call it water, a young man. He had a bearing I recognized on sight because I'd seen it in a book, in a life that ended. The Grand Sovereign, Xiao Tian. Endless. The one who is supposed to come long after me, the one whose name half the universe uses as a synonym for the ceiling. He looked at me across 100,000 years, and he did not seem surprised to find me there. Then he said 5 words. Grand Sovereign, live well. And the current closed. I stood in the dark for a long time after that, running the sentence through every filter I had. Live well, not be careful, not beware. Live well is what you say to someone when you already know how it goes. I went to Yao Qi after that because I wanted to look at something that wasn't a problem. Fairy Qingyu, Yao Qi's finest, a woman with a face people write bad poetry about and the temperament of a locked door. We had tea. I flirted. She was excellent at it, which is worse. Will you walk the immortal path with me? I asked her. She said no. She said it kindly, which is the version that stays with you. She had her own road, and it was not mine, and she was not going to spend 1,000 years being a footnote in the biography of an emperor. I wanted on record that I took this well. I wanted on record because there is a bald monk in another universe who has been describing me as the single emperor for a very long time, and I would like the historical account to reflect that I was fine. We bought the live stream function for 10,000 points, and civilization ended. You have to understand what that did to us. Before, we were 5 text boxes. After, I could open a window, and 4 people from 4 universes could stand inside my eyes and watch my world go past. So I gave them the tour. The Jiang clan first, where Wang Haoran lives, a man who was, in an earlier chapter of my life, my rival, in the specific sense that he tried very hard and I existed. Then the Ji clan, where Lin Ruoxing lives, who is called Jade Tigress by everyone including me, and who laughs like a bandit and has never once been intimidated by my title. Then the restricted zones, from a safe distance. Then the edge of the universe, where the light runs out. Chen Wu watched galaxies wheel past and said nothing for a very long time. Xiao Junjie, but I'm ahead of myself. He wasn't here yet. Chen Wu turned 100, and 5 sects came up his mountain to ruin his birthday. They wanted Guang Ren. They wanted the dragon-slaying saber. They came in numbers, with the specific ugly confidence of men who have decided that an old man's grief is a negotiating position. Shaolin came in first and groveled, having noticed that an entire allied sect had recently gone missing and drawn the correct conclusion. Kunlun had not. Kunlun sent a man who ran his mouth. Chen Wu threw him a kilometer straight up, not at anything, up, and then let him come back down, and caught him a hand's width off the flagstones, and set him on his feet, and did not say one word about it. Then he swept his sleeve, and every sect on that mountain went off it. Not killed, removed. 100 of the most dangerous people in that world, taken off a mountain like crumbs off a table, by a smiling ancient Taoist who 3 months earlier had asked me how the @ symbol works. And at his own birthday, an old man who had read the recording of how his family was supposed to die stood in the courtyard with his son alive, his daughter-in-law alive, his crippled disciple standing on his own 2 legs, and a grandson who was going to grow up ordinary and loved. That is what the golden finger is for. Nobody in the group had to say it. Then the group added 5 people at once, and the room got a lot louder and considerably sadder. Gao Shen, Battle Through the Heavens. A soul in a ring, the alchemist sage, betrayed by his own disciple and burned down to almost nothing, currently squatting inside a piece of jewelry, waiting for a boy to pick it up. Yun Sha, Du Luo. Currently a young woman, later the most hated figure on her continent, Zhao Junji, Dragon Raja, Modern Earth. A fat, poor, permanently exhausted high schooler with a 9-hour sleep requirement and no discernible qualities. Liu Feng, Chinese ghost story, demon hunter, enormous beard, enormous sword, drinks. Hua Jin, sword and fairy, a general with a spear guarding a gate, and the first thing the system does to a new member is hand them their own life and let them walk through it. I have watched a lot of people come out of that room by now, and there are only about 4 reactions, and I can usually call it in advance. Zhao Junji came out and could not speak. I'd read his book. I knew what was in there, so I knew he had just watched, from the outside, in order, at the correct speed. Every person who dies for him, every time he's told he's worthless by people who turn out to be right about the small things and catastrophically wrong about the large ones, and a girl with a rubber duck on her head, in a locked room, dying while she calls out a name that isn't even his real one, because a fake name was the only thing he'd been able to give her. Yun Sha came out worse. I'm not going to walk you through hers. It is the single most miserable file in that group, and the group contains a man who is being farmed by his own creator. She saw what was done to her, and by whom, and she saw the shape she gets bent into by it, and she saw the name the world settles on for her afterward, which is not victim. She was furious for a long time. She told us later that for a while she genuinely intended to kill all of them. Then she stopped. I asked Xiao Junjie for a drop of blood. He gave it to me without asking why, which tells you everything about the state he was in. I'm going to change it, not comfort, a work order. I took that drop of blood to the eternal starfield and spent a while on it. His problem is simple to state and impossible to solve from the inside. The bloodline is there, all of it. The full inheritance, the real thing, one of the great lines of his world, and it is sealed, and the channel between him and it is closed, and everything he is supposed to be is sitting behind a door he does not have a hand for. I have a hand for it. I broke the seal and opened the channel, and I did it carefully because a boy is a small container and I was pouring in a sea. He woke up with gold in his eyes. 101 words of power. In his world, people fight wars over 3. He had 101, and among them were the 2 that make the rest look decorative. Sovereign and Oracle. Xiao Junji, Your Majesty. Xiao Junji, Your Majesty, what did you do? Xiao Junji, my eyes are gold. Li Wei, go back to sleep, you have school. Gao Xian sent me the flame mantra as a thank you gift, and I sat down with it and started building something. I have to explain this part because everything that happens next runs on it. My method is covering the sky. It makes your body a law. The first life method handles rules from the outside. Chen Wu's world is qi, Eldrin's is arcane structure. Gao Xian's is flame, and flame in that world is not an element, it's a category of thing that eats other things and becomes them. Nobody in the history of my universe has ever had all of these on one desk at the same time. So I started drawing something new, a furnace. My own furnace, made out of me, that takes another cultivator's Tao, their path, their laws, the actual structure of what they are, and burns it as fuel. I called it the Tao fire furnace. It was not finished. I want to be extremely clear that it was not finished because of what happened 4 minutes later. Chat group, space-time anomaly detected in your world. I went out to the edge to look at it and found 2 things. The first was a distortion in space-time, the same species as the tunnel that had opened over Xiao Junji's moon, but bigger and on my side of the wall. The second was a stone with something gestating inside it, a great perfection Holy Spirit. One of those creatures the universe occasionally grows on its own, out of rock and time, that comes out of the shell already able to fight emperors. While I was examining it, a quasi-emperor named Chang Kong of the Light Clan arrived and informed me that the stone was his. I would like to give you his side of the argument, but I crushed him before he finished, and took his clan's imperial weapon, and I have not thought about him since. Then the shell cracked, and the Holy Spirit came out swinging. I beat it one-handed while narrating to the group because Kenji had asked what a Holy Spirit was, and a demonstration is worth 1,000 words. Then I pinned it under the Tao jade plate, my own Tao made into an object, the closest thing I have to a signature, and left it there, alive, because you never throw away a battery. Remember that. It matters in about 6 minutes. And then the distortion finished opening, and 4 people walked out of it. They were starved. That's the first thing. Not thin, starved in the way a fire is starved, a thing that has been sealed somewhere with nothing to consume. They had been out in the boundary sea for 10,000 years, in the dark between worlds, eating nothing. Kungu, Anxuan, Yu Chong, Wu Yu, 4 supremes from beyond the domain, and when they came through the hole, they looked at my universe the way you look at a set table. They explained it to me politely. That's the part I still think about. They were not cruel about it. They told me that this universe was in its age of Dharma decline, that it was dying anyway, that everything in it was going to be nothing in a few million years regardless, and that they intended to consume it, and that I was welcome to be the one who handed it over. No. And then it was 4-on-1, and for about the first half of it I was winning. I want that on the record too, because of how the rest of it goes. I was winning. 4 supremes from outside, and the celestial sovereign of this dying little universe was ahead on points and enjoying himself. Then they stopped fighting me like 4 people and started fighting me like a formation. And then they brought out the cauldron. I felt what it was before I saw it. There is a specific quality to an artifact that was made by something above your entire category, a kind of pressure that isn't force, it's rank. The immortal cauldron, a quasi-immortal king's weapon, in the hands of 4 supremes who had spent 10,000 hungry years learning to work as one machine. The formation locked. The cauldron came down. I got pierced through. Then I got exploded. Not a metaphor. My body came apart across a section of the frontier, and the pieces were on fire, and the pieces were also trying to crawl back together, and the formation was arranged specifically to prevent that. 400 years an emperor, undefeated, 8 a tribulation. And I lay in pieces at the edge of my own universe with 4 starving things walking toward me, and understood, with total clarity, that I was about to be food. Exactly like the man in the recording, exactly like the version of me who could not catch the finger. So I turned into the furnace, the unfinished one, the thing I had been sketching for 4 minutes. It worked exactly as well as you'd expect. It caught their Tao, it started to burn, and then it cracked. Because I had built it out of a theory and a good mood. But it bought me 1 second, and in that second, I reached for the space-time origin, the thing I'd pulled out of the tunnel over Xiao Junji's moon, and been carrying around like a coin in a pocket. And I did something no one in my universe has ever done in the middle of a fight. I left, not fled, left, sideways, out of the world entirely. 4 supremes, mid-swing, with their formation locked and their cauldron falling, and the man they were killing simply was not there anymore. I arrived inside a ring, a small, warm, dark space, the inside of a piece of jewelry, and sitting in it was a soul-form old man who had until very recently been the greatest alchemist of his continent and was now a passenger. Gao Xian. And he was watching Ultraman Tiga. He had the episode up. He was 3 seasons in. There were notes. Gao Xian. This isn't what it looks like. Li Wei. You're a saint of medicine. Gao Xian. I'm researching. Kenji Hayato. Elder Gao, which arc are you on? Gao Xian. Gao Xian. The one with the pyramid. Kenji Hayato. Oh, that's a good one. That gag has now been running for 50,000 years and it has never once stopped being funny. Here's the thing about the space-time origin trick. It costs almost no time on the other side. I was in Battle Through the Heavens for 2.5 years. Back home, the cauldron had not finished falling. So let me tell you what I did with those years, and then we'll go back and finish that sentence. Gao Shen had a problem. Gao Shen had a boy. Lin Mu, 15. Prodigy at 11, and then his cultivation went backwards for 3 years, in public, in a clan that measures worth in exactly 1 unit. And on the day I got there, his fiancée came to the family estate to annul the engagement in front of everyone, and told him to work hard, and left. He gave a speech. He was standing on nothing. He had nothing, and he told an entire hall that 30 years east of the river is 30 years west of the river, and asked them not to look down on the young and poor. Then he walked out of his own clan. Then he fell off a cliff. Gao Xian caught him, which was always the plan. Then he ran the con he was always going to run. 3 scrolls, the golden bell, the Dongxuan, the flame mantra, offered like a merchant, so the boy wouldn't feel bought. Lin Mu took the deal and got an old monster in a ring for a teacher. I stayed for the whole thing, and while I was there, I did something petty and enormously useful, which was learn alchemy. 6 months. 1st grade to 9th. Gao Xian watched me do it and had to go and sit down. I felt bad about it, so I paid. I gave him a Do-D skeleton, the frame of one of the highest beings his world has ever produced. I gave him an emperor-grade pill. I gave him the blood essence of a Do-D beast, a body. I gave the ghost a body. Gao Xian, Grand Sovereign, Gao Xian. I don't know what to say. Li Wei, say you'll stop watching Tiga at work. Gao Xian, I can't do that. A year in, Lin Mu tested as a fighter again, and Gao Xian gave him the flame mantra and the Xuanhuang flame, and I stood in the corner and watched the technique go to work. And that's when I got it. Because the flame mantra doesn't just burn, it evolves. It takes in a flame that is not itself, and it does not merely consume it, it becomes more by having eaten it. The structure of the thing is a ladder made out of other people's fire. I had been trying to build a furnace that eats a Dao. I had been building the door and the fuel line, and I had been missing the part where the fire changes shape. I said goodbye to Gao Xian, left him a gift, and stepped back through. 1 instant later, at the edge of my universe, the cauldron was still falling. I want you to see this from their side. 4 Supremes, 10,000 years hungry, mid-execution. The target has been in pieces for 1 heartbeat. They are already past the fight and thinking about the meal, and the pieces come together, and the thing that stands up is not what they exploded. The Tao fire furnace opened. It took hold of the Tao of 4 supreme beings, the actual laws of them, the path each one had spent an era building, and it fed. And under my Tao jade plate, where I had left it pinned the entire time, the great perfection Holy Spirit went dry. Every drop of that thing's life, the whole obscene reserve the universe had spent centuries packing into a rock, went up the pipe. It died there without ever getting a second sentence in the story. I told you it mattered. You never throw away a battery. I completed my transformation in the middle of the fight, using them as the fuel. Then I killed An Xuan with 1 hand, then Yu Qiong, then Wu Yu. Kun Gu I took last, and slowly, because he was the one who'd done the arithmetic out loud about how my universe was going to be nothing anyway. 4 Supremes from beyond the domain. All 4 of them at the frontier, in the dark, with nobody watching but 8 people in a chat window. Zhou Liang, I'm going to need a minute. Xiao Junjie, is he okay? Is he okay? Chen Wu, he was in pieces. Eldrin, he was in pieces, and he went and learned alchemy. Then, because I was now in an entirely different weight class and I had a list, I went and started on the Forbidden Zones. The life Forbidden Zones are where my universe keeps its shame. Ancient emperors who reached the end of their spans and refused to die, who cut their own vitality down to a thread and crawled into holes to wait for the road to immortality, and who come out at intervals to harvest the great medicines of the world. The great medicines of the world include people. You have seen the recording. I went to 5 of them and made an offer that surprised everyone, including me. Run and live, not mercy. Bandwidth. 5 took it. Then I went to the Divine Ruins, which did not, and I annihilated it. The zone and all 4 of its supremes, not sealed, erased. There had been a forbidden zone at that location for longer than most races in my universe have had writing, and then there was nothing there, and the star charts had to be redrawn. That was the first one. The universe noticed. I interrogated the cauldron afterward because artifacts that old have spirits, and spirits talk. Its old master was a quasi-immortal king. It told me how he died, and the answer changed my entire understanding of where I live. He died as collateral damage, not in a duel. He was standing near something. The Baron Sovereign had invaded that realm, alone, one man walking into another world by himself, and a quasi-immortal king caught the edge of it and stopped existing. And when I pressed the cauldron for the current state of the boundary sea, the ocean of worlds outside my universe, where those 4 came from, the answer was worse. It's still, it's quiet, it's dead. Something happened out there. Something happened out there, and my universe is a sealed room inside it. And I only know that because 4 starving men fell through a crack in the wall. I asked chat group what the space-time origin actually is. Chat group did not answer. It has never answered. That thing has told me my level and my privileges and the name of everyone's cat. And there is exactly one question it goes silent on, and I have been noting that down for 50,000 years. I went to Xiao Junjie's graduation to relax. That is not a joke. That is a genuine account of my decision-making. I had just killed 4 Supremes and erased a forbidden zone, and learned that my universe is a locked room, so I put on a suit and drove a red Ferrari to a high school party on modern Earth. I played a handler from a mysterious organization. I was extremely good at it. I leaned on the car and told him, in a low voice, that they were all watching him. Castle College lost its mind. Dietrich, Lena, Principal Moreau, the entire apparatus of the most paranoid institution on that planet, ran the unidentified man against every database they had and got back a blank page, and then watched him eat a canapé. Then I went to his aunt's house and cooked dinner. I want to keep this bit. There is a chapter in the middle of all this where the celestial sovereign of 9 heavens and 10 earths is in a small kitchen in a small apartment making dinner for a fat teenager and his aunt, and the aunt keeps apologizing for the size of the table. Then I looked out the window, and Odin was watching the building. Xiao Chang is Xiao Junjie's little brother, in the sense that he is a devil who lives in Xiao Junjie's head and has been running his life like a hedge fund. I reached into empty air and took him out by the scruff. He went very still. He is, in his own world, a final boss. Then I took both of them to Odin's Highway, a stretch of dimension where the Dragon King of that world keeps his affairs, and I handed Xiao Junjie a weapon. I told him it was an imperial weapon. I told him it was sealed for his safety. He believed me, which was lovely. Then I made him do it himself. He burned Word of Power, Sovereign, and he killed the 8-legged horse, and he stood there in the wreckage of an 8-legged horse with his hands shaking and his eyes gold, and he looked at the weapon in his hands with the specific expression of a young man who has just found out what he is. Then the weapon snapped. It was a stick. I had made it out of nothing on the way over. It had done precisely one job, which was to be in his hand while he found out he didn't need it. Xiao Junjie, big brother, save me! He said that out loud, in front of Odin. I pinned Odin under one pong and did not kill him, because that is Xiao Junjie's rival, and you do not eat someone else's homework. I took the Spear of Destiny on the way out as a service charge. Then the second tunnel opened over that world's moon, and I stopped enjoying myself. What was behind it was not a world, it was a condition. Gray fog, forever, and in it a pair of eyes that were not looking at us in any sense that involves interest. Cold, rational, and mad at the same time, which is a combination I had no shelf for. It sighed. One time, not at us, and Xiao Junjie came apart. Mouths opened along his arms. Tentacles came through his shirt. He was screaming with more than one voice, and some of the voices were not making words, and this was from proximity to a sigh. I burned it out of him with one imperial law, and it took me more effort than the Holy Spirit had. Meanwhile, in another universe entirely, Zhou Liang, who had been watching the stream, got yanked. Something took him out of his own body and put him in the River of Destiny. He told me afterward, in a private message, in a very flat voice, he saw an octopus. Something enormous, sitting above everything, with fishing lines running down out of it into a dead wasteland world. Patient. Working. And it started to turn one eye toward him. He got out. He does not know how. I worked out what it was and then had to decide whether to tell him, and I did tell him because he is not a child and being lied to by the only person who knows is worse. That thing is his. It's the one that made him. The primordial. The hand at the top of the 6 paths that has been arranging his entire life. And it is not a metaphor, and it is not a faction. It is a creature, and it fishes. Li Wei, don't ever say the name out loud. Zhou Liang, understood. Zhou Liang, your grace. Zhou Liang, how strong do I have to get? Li Wei, yes. I came home to find the universe holding a funeral for me. While I was away, the Heavenly Heart imprint had nearly collapsed. It is bonded to me. It broadcasts my condition to the world whether I like it or not, and I had spent a while being in pieces, and then a while being somewhere else, and the reading everybody in 9 heavens and 10 earths had been getting the entire time was, the celestial sovereign is dying. There were vigils. There were people who had spent 1,000 years hating me, lighting incense. I came back and the entire cosmos had to publicly recalibrate. And this has now happened enough times that when my imprint dips, ancient beings in sealed places simply say, he's traveling again, and go back to sleep. Then I sat down and built the divine kingdom, 1,000 years of accumulated faith, the light that comes off people when they say your name and mean it, plus the eyeball of source matter that chat group had pulled out of the gray fog and handed me like a prize from a claw machine. The celestial sovereign's divine kingdom, a world of my own, hung off the side of the real one. 4th transformation, on the back of building it. Then I went to see the ruthless grand sovereign, and this is where the story stops being about power for a minute. The desolate ancient forbidden land holds one person. She attained the Tao in a way that horrified an entire era, and then the era erased her, so thoroughly that most of my universe thinks she's a legend used to frighten quasi-emperors. She lives alone in a bronze palace, and she does not speak unless she has something to say, which is roughly once a century. I brought tea. I talked at her about immortality. I told her the thing almost nobody in that universe knows, which is that 6 mortals have made it. 6, in all of recorded history, out of a species that has been trying since before there was a word for trying. She asked me about reincarnation. I want to be careful here. She has a brother. He died a long time ago, before she was anything, when she was a girl in a village and the world took him. Everything she has done since, every horror the histories accuse her of, the whole cold machine of her ascent, is downstream of a door she is trying to get back through. She asked me whether reincarnation is real. I don't believe in it. Then, because she was still looking at me. But I believe people can build one. She was quiet for a while after that. Then she said thank you, which I later learned she had not said to anyone in 9,000 years. And as I was leaving, she said one more thing in the same flat voice, and it took me a decade to understand it was a warning. Your longevity method is more demonic than the devouring heaven demon art. It eats the world. I went to Kenji's world in a good mood and arrived in the middle of an invasion, 1,000 monsters. Then Dark Zagi and Hyper Zeton and Edelgar, the tier of thing that ends a franchise. Kenji fought them with Tai Chi. I need you to appreciate that. He learned it from Chen Wu in a group chat, and he was using it in a giant of light's body on a kaiju the size of a mountain range, and it was working. And when it stopped working, he burned the secret character all and multiplied himself by 10, and it worked again. Then I got bored and swept the Dao Jade plate across the sky, and all 3 Dark Unjust stopped existing in one pass. Then I toured the Ultra Multiverse for a while, harvesting light and darkness in equal measure, because both are useful and I am not fussy. And then Camilla turned up, and Lena was also there, and there was a conversation that I did not participate in, involving a woman from Kenji's ancient past and a woman from his present, both of whom had strong opinions. I made an excuse and left the dimension. Xiao Junjie, coward. Li Wei, I have fought 4 Supremes. Xiao Junjie, coward. I went to Doluo to run an errand. That is genuinely all it was. Yun Sha needed a 9th soul ring, the last rung of her world's ladder, which requires killing a spirit beast of 100,000 years, of which there are perhaps a handful left, all of them in one forest, all of them older than her civilization. It's a 2-day job for me. I was going to fetch it and go home. I did not fetch it. I took her for a walk instead. We started at a market at dawn, because I wanted to see the place at street level before I decided anything about it. Her world runs on martial souls. Everybody gets one at 6 years old. It might be a hammer, it might be a snake. It might be a blade of grass, and whatever comes out of you at 6 is the entire remaining argument about your life. The amount of soul power you can hold is decided by it. If the number is 0, you are what that continent politely calls a mundane person and impolitely calls trash. There is no appeal. There is no second test. It is over at 6. We watched a boy, maybe 17, a low-ranked soul shifu, nothing, a nobody by the standards of the people who matter, take a stall apart because the woman running it had not moved fast enough. She had 2 children with her. She apologized to him. She kept apologizing while he broke her things, in the specific rhythm of someone who has learned that the apologizing is the part that ends it soonest. Nobody in that market lifted their head, not because they were cowards, because it was weather. Yun Sha watched it with no expression at all, and I remembered that she has a martial soul that ranks near the top of that world, and that it did not save her from anything, and that whatever they did to her, they did to someone who was strong. The system eats the weak and it also eats the strong. It just eats them differently. We walked all day. I made her show me sunrises and rivers and a bad tavern. I asked a great many stupid questions. And by the time we reached the Stardow Great Forest, I had stopped thinking about the errand. So I built a hut, by hand. I want that specified. I cut the wood myself with my own hands, and I bound the thatch myself, and I got it wrong twice and had to redo the roof, and I was sweating in the actual physical sense for the first time in something like 800 years. Yun Sha stood there and watched a man who had erased a forbidden zone from history struggle with a bundle of reeds. I could have made it appear. Obviously, I could have made it appear. But I was about to stand in front of people and tell them that what you build with your own hands is worth something, and I was not going to do that from inside a palace I blinked into being. When it was done, I sat down in front of it and said, every morning, right here, anyone who wants to hear it. Then I taught them the shrouding the heavens path, body as a seed, the whole thing from the sea of suffering upward. The method my universe took 2 million years and 100 billion corpses to work out, and I put it in language a farmer could hold. I said, your martial soul is not your ceiling. Your martial soul is not your worth. There is a road under your feet that starts in your own body, and it does not check what came out of you when you were 6. I said, anyone can cultivate. Anyone. The boy with the grass, the girl with the paper, the woman in the market with 2 children and no soul power at all. I said the thing I had come there to say, and I said it in a thatched hut in a forest with maybe 40 people sitting on the ground in front of me. Everyone can become a dragon. Somewhere in the back of that crowd was a soul king named Tang Luo, who had wandered in out of curiosity. He listened for about 11 minutes. Then he got up very quietly and left, and then he ran. He was not running because he was frightened of me. He had no idea what I was. He was running because he had just done the arithmetic that everyone in that hut was too poor to do. If it is true that anyone can cultivate, then every wall on that continent falls at once. Every academy, every noble house, Spirit Hall itself. The entire pyramid stands on one single assumption, which is that most people are born finished. I had just spent 11 minutes explaining, patiently to farmers, how to take that assumption apart. Spirit Hall declared me a demon inside a week. I have been called a lot of things, and that one is at least accurate about the scale. Their reasoning was theologically sound. A being of unknown origin appears from nowhere, cannot be identified, teaches a heretical path that requires no martial soul, and is therefore corrupting the natural order at the root. They were right. That was exactly what I was doing. They came with everything. More than 30 titled Do Luo, the top of that world, the names children learn, plus what looked like every organized soul shifu on the continent, and they surrounded the Star Do Great Forest. And then they could not get in. They walked in and came out the other side. They flew over and arrived where they started. The forest folded them back out, politely, every time, and it kept doing it, and after 3 days of it, the greatest experts on that continent had to stand at the tree line and admit they could not enter a wood. So they did the other thing. They ringed it. They set a blockade on every road and every path, and they published the terms. And the terms were that anyone found going in would be beheaded on the road. Not arrested, beheaded, for walking toward a hut where a man was giving away a way to be more than you were born as, for free, every morning. That is when I stopped thinking of that continent's rulers as an institution and started thinking of them as a diagnosis. Now I have to tell you about the 2 children, and I am going to do it properly because they are the reason the rest of this happened. Hago was a peasant's son. His martial soul was grass. Not a plant with teeth, not a vine, not a whip, grass. And on top of that, his soul power measured at 0, which meant that even the grass was decorative. He grew up as the village's designated example, not bullied in any dramatic way, just used, quietly, as the thing you point at when you want to tell your own son to work harder. His father called him trash, not in anger, in conversation, to other adults, in front of him. Hua Ling was a mayor's daughter, which means she had the opposite problem and it landed in the same place. Her martial soul was toilet paper. I am not making a joke. That's the role. That is what came out of a noble daughter at 6 years old in front of her whole house. Her father did not throw her out. Her brother did not stop speaking to her. That would have been cleaner. Instead, they loved her the way you love a corpse. Carefully, sadly, from a distance, in the past tense, while she was standing right there in the room, being 9 years old. Both of them heard the same rumor at roughly the same time. A man in the forest says anyone can cultivate, says the martial soul doesn't decide. Both of them ran. The blockade caught the girl first. Soldiers on a road, a child with a bag, no protection and no name they were afraid of. They took what she had, and then it became very clear that taking what she had was not where they intended to stop. Hago was in the trees, 0 soul power, grass. 10 years of being told exactly what he was worth by people with more data than him. He came out of the trees anyway and got a blade on the ropes and cut her loose, and the 2 of them ran into the dark. Her brother ran them down. Hua Jinfeng, real talent, real training, actually strong, and by the standards of that world entirely justified in dragging his little sister home by the collar. He caught them at the tree line and he had them, and she turned around and told him, not begged, told, that she was not the thing they had all decided she was when she was 6. That she had never once been that they had held a funeral for her and then made her attend it every day for years, and she was going to go and find out what she actually was, and he could kill her on this road, or he could move. He stood there for a while. Then he moved. Live well, Hua Ling. That is the last thing he says to her for a long time, and he says it to a 9-year-old with toilet paper for a martial soul, walking into a forest that 30 titled Doluo could not enter, because she had decided to. I preached the same scripture 9 times over 2 years, the same one, word for word, every morning, in the same hut. The crowd came, and the crowd thinned, and the crowd went. Not out of disrespect, because it is the same scripture, and they had heard it, and they had lives. And because the road out was patrolled by men with orders, and because faith is easy on the first morning and expensive on the 400th. By the 9th telling, there were 3 people in front of me, Yunsha, Hago, Hua Ling. A woman the world would later call the greatest monster of her age, and 2 children with the 2 worst martial souls I have ever personally seen. And on the 9th telling, I went past the end. Everything up to dragon transformation is what I had been repeating. On that morning, I kept going. I started laying out what is above it, the parts of the road that, in my universe, are known to maybe a dozen living beings, and I did it in a hut to 3 people, out loud, and the world answered. The sky went black over the Star-Doe Great Forest, and a tribulation cloud assembled that had no business existing on that continent, because that continent has no tribulations. It had to invent one. I looked up at it and laughed, and split it with the sound. Then the 5 god kings came down. Not gods of that world's pantheon, older and simpler than that. Those were the rules of the place given bodies so they could come and have a word with me. The actual load-bearing laws of Doluo, walking. I put all 5 of them down with one fist. Then they reformed, which I expected, because you cannot punch a rule to death. And then they did the thing I did not expect. They asked me questions, one at a time, calmly. The great Tao asking the heart, which is a thing I had read about in my old life and never thought I would be on the wrong end of. The first one said, "You preach to beasts." Because I did. There were spirit beasts in that forest listening, and in Doluo a spirit beast is a resource with a countdown on it, and humans farm them for rings. I said, they have thoughts, they have grief, and they have young, and if the road works for a thing that thinks, then it works for a thing that thinks. Draw the line somewhere else if you like, but do it out loud, and be prepared to say where. The God King shattered. The second said, "You will cause a bloodbath. The order you are dismantling is the only reason this continent is not at war with itself." I said, "It is at war with itself. You have simply agreed to only count the casualties on one side. Ask the woman in the market, ask the girl on the road 2 weeks ago." That one shattered. The third said, "Your path also has talent gaps. You will not make them equal. You will make a new ladder and call it fair." That one was the good question, and I did not have a clean answer, so I gave it the honest one. I said, "Yes, my road also rewards talent. Someone will always climb faster. What my road does not do is decide at 6 years old and then never look again. A ladder where the rungs are hard is not the same thing as a wall with a door in it. I am not offering equality. I am offering an appeal. It shattered. The fourth said, "Evil men will use this." I said, "Yes, they will. Evil men currently use the system you are defending, and they use it better, because your system hands them the weak, pre-sorted, and labeled. Give me a rule that only good people can lift, and I will take it." There isn't one. There has never been one. That has never once been a reason not to open a door. It shattered. The fifth one waited, and then it said the thing that actually had teeth. "You are stealing the Tao. This is not your world. You are taking a road that belongs to another universe and forcing it into this one, and you will change what this place is forever. And nobody here asked you to." And I thought about the market, and about a 9-year-old on a road at night, and about the fact that nobody here could ask because the entire vocabulary required to ask had been removed from them at the age of 6. I said, "No, I'm not stealing it, I'm planting it." And then, because that was not enough, and I knew it was not enough, I paid for it. Here's what happened next, and I still do not fully understand the mechanism, only the bill. A phantom appeared in the sky over Do Luo. Not one of theirs, not one of mine either, not really. A man in the sky over a world he had no connection to, standing there for about 3 seconds. The Baron Celestial Sovereign, the one who invaded a realm alone and killed a quasi-immortal king as a side effect. The one who has been gone from my universe so long he is a rumor inside a legend. He looked down at a thatched hut on a continent he had never heard of, and he nodded at me. Then he was gone. Then the ruthless Grand Sovereign, sitting alone in a bronze palace in the desolate ancient forbidden land in an entirely different universe, sent a spark. Then a forbidden zone supreme sent light. Then another. Then the ones I had let run. Then ones I had never spoken to. And then the buried human emperors of covering the sky sent light. Men and women dead for hundreds of thousands of years, whose corpses lie on my earth, whose names are engraved on things, one after another, across the boundary between worlds, to a forest on a continent none of them will ever see. Every one of them had spent their entire existence inside a world that decides what you are, and then never rechecks. They knew exactly what I was doing. And then I dissolved my own innate Tao embryo, the thing I was born with, the upgraded one, the version the system had improved for me, the single most valuable object in my possession, the actual root of my cultivation. I took it apart and I put it in the ground. I gave up cultivation to plant a seed in someone else's world. The merit came down like rain. That world poured everything it had into me, and it was not close to what it cost. And I did not do it for the merit. And if I had done it for the merit, I would have been declined. In the hut, 2 children with the 2 worst martial souls on the continent opened their sea of suffering, grass, and toilet paper. Step 1 of a road that ends at the top of my universe. Heigo got there first by about 4 seconds, and he laughed so hard he fell over. Then I handed the whole thing to Yun Sha and went into seclusion, because it was hers now, and because I had nothing left to give it. What she did with it is the reason her name is what it is today. She came out of the Stardow Great Forest riding a carriage drawn by 9 dragons, which was not subtle and was not meant to be. The blockade was still there. 2 years of it, 30+ titled Do Luo and an army, still standing on the roads, still beheading people for walking the wrong direction. She stopped in front of them and asked one question. "You dare block my way?" Some of them charged. There is no account of that part because there was nobody left on that section of road to write one. Then she went to Spirit Hall. Bai Long was mid-sermon when she arrived. He was explaining doctrine. She swatted him out of the air on her way past, in front of his congregation, the way you deal with an insect in a room you are walking through. Then Bai Yun came out, the high priest, the strongest man on that continent by common agreement, an angel god descendant, the ceiling of Do Luo. She put a palm print down on Spirit Hall that was miles across. The building, the order, the hierarchy, the entire institution that had declared me a demon and put a blockade on a forest, flattened in an afternoon by a woman they had spent her whole life underestimating. And then she did not take the throne. She founded something instead, and she named it after my universe, and its charter is 1 sentence long. Anyone may cultivate my master's Tao, soul Shifu, or trash. Anyone. The heaven-covering cult. I have watched a lot of worlds change hands. That one changed shape. Within a year, there was a boy with a useless martial soul putting great soul masters on their backs, and the fact that this was possible spread faster than any army could have. Venomous Do Luo, a man with a body count and a reputation and no reason on earth to bend, knelt outside the heaven-covering cult's gate for 3 days and then converted. Not because he was beaten, because he was old, and he had spent his whole life inside a system that had told him what he was at 6, and somebody had finally opened a door, and he wanted to see what was on the other side before he died. The hierarchy did not fall all at once. Hierarchies never do. It cracked, and then it kept cracking, and the cracks all ran in the same direction. And in a hut in a forest, the roof I built badly and had to redo twice was still standing. I came home to covering the sky 400 years later with no Tao embryo and a plan to fish. The embryo grew back incidentally. That's the joke I didn't get to make at the time. I tore out the root of my own cultivation and gave it to another universe, and my body, which has never once respected the rules, simply grew a new one while I wasn't looking, and the new one was better. 5th transformation on the way through. Then I went hunting in the chaos immortal land, the ruins left over from the chaotic ancient era, the age before mine, the one that ended so hard that we only know it existed because of the wreckage. And I found something I had not expected to find in a graveyard. A fragment of the virtual god realm. That was the spiritual world of the previous era. A place a whole civilization of cultivators could enter with their minds, argue in, learn in, fight in, teach in. A shared room the size of a universe. It had been the beating heart of an age, and what was left of it was a shard you could hold in one hand. I looked at that shard for a very long time. Because I had built a divine kingdom out of 1,000 years of faith and an eyeball, and I had been using it as a nice house. And there is a version of it that isn't a house. Before that, though, I had a piece of housekeeping, and it involved building a fake heaven. There is a thing in my universe called the road to immortality. It opens rarely. It is the entire reason the Forbidden Zone Supremes gutted themselves and crawled into holes to wait. And it is the single most desirable event that can occur, and every ancient monster in existence has one ear permanently open for it. So I built one. A purple bridge across the void. A celestial gate. Descending light. Music. I borrowed a bell for the sound. I had dancing maidens, because if you are going to fake the gate of heaven and you skip the dancing maidens, you are not committed. Then I sat down behind it and waited. And the thing that took the bait was the undying sovereign. Let me describe what came out of the dark, because an ancient emperor undersells it. He is millions of years old. He has lived 5 lifetimes, not 500 years, 5 whole lives, each one a full imperial span, restarted. He is the oldest continuous intelligence in my universe, and he has spent essentially all of it doing one thing. He hunts dying emperors. That is his occupation. He waits for a great emperor to reach the end of their span, and he arrives at the exact hour when they are too weak to refuse, and he takes what they spent an era building. He has been doing this since the primordial era. He is the reason a lot of the great names in our histories have no recorded death. He came across my fake bridge in a state of enormous good cheer, and I beat him with insulting ease. I need to be honest about how much I enjoyed this because it was a lot. This is a schemer, a specialist, a creature that has never once in millions of years walked into a fight it had not already won, and he had walked into mine, and about 4 exchanges in his face changed in a way that I imagine has not happened since the primordial era. Top 3 of all time, I told him cheerfully while working. He asked what I meant. I said, "You're welcome to be top 3. Of all time." That's a compliment. And out in the dark, several quasi-emperors watching from a great distance did the arithmetic and had to go and lie down. Because if the Undying Sovereign is top 3 of all time, and he is currently being handled like laundry, then the entity doing the handling is on a list with 2 names on it. Before the end, he told me something worth having. The Great Perfection Holy Spirit in the stone. The one I had pinned and drained during the fight with the 4 Supremes. He threw it. He'd grown it and aimed it at me years earlier as a probe. He wanted to see what the new emperor could do before he came calling. So the battery that kept me alive at the frontier was a gift from the man now standing in front of me. And I told him so, and I watched him understand it, and then I killed him. I took the 5-colored heavenly blade off his body, which, if you were paying attention at the very beginning of all this, you will recognize. Because 100 years earlier, inside my own tribulation, one of the phantoms the sky threw at me had been a man carrying a 5-colored blade. I had beaten the ghost of him before I ever met him. Then I went back to the shard of the virtual god realm, and I went upstream. I reversed the river of time. Not looked at it, went up it, toward the source, which is a thing that, even in my universe, is considered less an achievement than a symptom. I got a long way. And then I ran into a battle. Not the aftermath of one. The battle, still happening upstream of my entire era, between beings so far above me that I could not resolve their shapes, celestial kings, at war, in the current of time itself. I did not last a full second. I got thrown out of the river like a man ejected from a bar, and I came out of it bleeding, in a way that took real effort to stop. 5th transformation. Killer of 4 Supremes and 1 ancient emperor. And I brushed the edge of the actual upper world, and it did not notice me enough to be annoyed. I want that on the record too, because it is the honest measurement of where I stood, and everything I did for the next 50,000 years was a response to it. I went and asked the ruthless Grand Sovereign for help building the thing. She heard me out. Then she gave me her price, which was not a price, it was a warning, delivered flat. To do this, she said, you must eat every living thing in this world, because that is what a virtual god realm is, if you build it correctly. Everyone enters it, everyone learns in it, everyone's insight, every argument, every breakthrough anybody has inside my spiritual world runs through the substrate, and the substrate is me. I did not pretend otherwise. I told her exactly what the arrangement was, because she, of all people, would have smelled a lie. They use my world to reach heights they could never reach alone. That's the cause. Their wisdom becomes my nourishment. That's the effect. Both halves are true, and neither one cancels the other. And anyone who tells you they've found a version of this with only the first half is selling something. She agreed to help. While I was doing that, Chen Wu finished his world. I use that phrase precisely. He did not conquer it, he finished it. He had reached martial Dao primordial spirit, which in his world had not existed before he did it. He had unified the martial world, mostly by turning up. He had put Zhu Yuanzhang on a throne and made a dynasty happen, because somebody had to, and he was the only person present who was not going to enjoy it. And then he was done, and his world was too small for him, and he had two options. Option 1 is what everyone does. You leave, you ascend, or you seclude, or you sit on a mountain for 900 years being a legend, and the world you came from stays exactly as small as it was and eventually forgets your name. He picked option 2. He decided to lift the world. They held the Feng Shan ceremony at Mount Tai, which is the oldest ritual his civilization has for saying, "Heaven, we are down here, please look." And this time somebody meant it. I came in for that one personally, because when you knock on the ceiling of a world, things on the other side of the ceiling wake up, and they are never pleased. The heaven demons came. I held them off. That is the entire description of my contribution, and I would like it noted that it was not a small job and nobody thanked me. And Chen Wu, 100 and something years old, in a plain robe, on a mountain, bowed 3 times, and the world woke up. The consciousness of a whole world, the thing that had been asleep underneath his civilization since before his civilization, opened its eyes because an old man asked it politely and had the strength to make the question audible. His entire world went up a tier, every living thing in it. The ceiling he had spent 1400 years pressed against moved, and it moved for everybody, not just for him. And then, in the middle of the most sacred moment in the recorded history of that world, my divine sense, the strand of me that I keep parked out in the world doing errands, the one I refer to internally as the water cooler, drilled straight into the newborn world consciousness and vanished into it. I want to stress that I did not plan that. I want to stress equally that I did not stop it. Chen Wu, your grace. Chen Wu, your grace, what did you just do to my world's soul? Li Wei, nothing. Chen Wu, your grace. Li Wei, it's fine, it's a small piece. Anyway, that is how the Mount Tai mountain god came to have my face, and how Chen Wu acquired a permanent neighbor who invites him for tea, and I will be coming back to that. Then I went to First Life, which is Zhou Liang's world, which is the most dangerous room I have ever voluntarily entered. I did not announce myself. I found him at Shaolin, and I stood directly behind him and breathed on his neck. He did not turn around. He went completely rigid and stayed rigid for a length of time I found genuinely impressive in a boy at that cultivation level. Then I faked a 6 paths of reincarnation space around him. The whole apparatus. The summons, the pressure, the voice, the mission text. Everything except the part where it is real. He accepted the mission. He accepted the mission with a set jaw and a straight back, because that is what he does. Every time, and it is the least funny thing about him. Then I dropped it and let him see me, and he screamed at me for 11 minutes, and I have never regretted it. I met his team after that. Fang Lin, who is the best swordsman of that generation, and the reason he keeps his hair cut. Han Qing, the cousin. Zhou Cheng. Sun Mei, who eats. Liang Shu, who is a prince and pretends not to be. Good group. Ordinary group by that world's standards. Every one of them slated to die in service of a plan they cannot see. Then I walked into Tushita Palace, uninvited. The heavenly sage of mystic Tao is the last surviving being of the other shore in that world, not the strongest of an era, the last one left of a category. Everything else on that list is dead or elsewhere, or asleep, and he is sitting in a palace with a furnace, and the furnace is older than the concept of furnaces. I went in on a bet. The bet was that there is no place for me in that furnace, that I am not from his world, not in his ledger, not part of the causality he manages, and therefore not a thing he has any reason to process. I watched the 8 trigrams furnace work, and that is where I finally understood my own Tao fire furnace, because his has been running since before my universe had stars, and standing in front of it was like watching a master do the thing you have been guessing at. He let me watch. Then he said one word to me, Wu Wei, non-action. Do as you like. I will not interfere. That is the entire conversation. And on the strength of that one word, I walked out of Tushita Palace alive, which, in that world, is a form of diplomatic immunity, because everything in it that might have wanted to eat me now knew that the last other shore being had looked at me and declined to object. I used that immunity immediately and disgracefully. There is a Bodhi tree in the sea of fish holding the general outline of the Buddha's palm, not a technique, a fragment of the destination, and I took it, and 10,000 Buddhas answered, and the sky filled with chanting from every direction at once. And in the middle of that, grand demigod Jian turned up to kill me, 7th on the heavenly ranking, genuinely formidable. A monster with a reputation. I caught him one-handed, then I kept him. Not killed, kept. He was an excellent specimen of a system I was still learning, and I was not going to waste him on a grudge. Zhou Liang, your grace, that's the 7th ranked expert in the world. Li Wei, yes. Zhou Liang, you're keeping him as homework. Li Wei, yes. Then Zhou Liang nearly died, and I stopped playing. His team was on a mission, and the mission had teeth. A Yuan demon, empowered well beyond the specification of the mission they had been given, tore through them. Fang Lin burned her primordial spirit for Sword 23, which is her ceiling, the thing you use once and pay for afterward, and it was not enough. And Zhou Liang, out of options, with his friends on the ground, screamed for the Grand Sovereign. I came. And here's the part where I want to be very clear about the shape of the thing I did, because from the outside it looks like a rescue, and it was not a rescue. I did not kill the Yuan demon. I broke it. I positioned it. I I took a monster that was above his entire team and I arranged it, carefully, so that the killing blow was inside Zhou Liang's reach, so that the thing on the ground at the end of it had been put there by him, in front of his people, with his own hands. Because a boy who gets saved learns that he gets saved. Then I handed him the Buddha's palm. Zhou Liang. Your Grace. Li Wei. Don't. Zhou Liang. You could have just killed it. Li Wei. Yes. Afterward, I sat down and thought about the mission that had been too hard, and the answer arrived with a click. The Lords of the Six Paths were testing me, not him. Me. They had noticed that their asset kept surviving things, and they had turned up the pressure to see what came out of the woodwork. So I went and found the water ancestor. There is a statue, an old one of the fixed points of that world, and I went and I hit it, and it broke. The whole world felt that. A thing that had been standing since before recorded history came apart because a stranger from another universe walked up and hit it, and every power in that world spent the following months trying to work out what had happened. I found out later from the heavenly sage in about 9 words. He summoned the water ancestor. After the fall of heaven, it was his, which means the fixed point I smashed to send a message had been placed there by the one being in that world who had already told me to do as I liked. I have thought about that a great deal, and I am still not certain whether I was making a move or being moved. I have decided for my own peace of mind that the answer is both, and that this is what it feels like to operate in a world with an other shore being in it. I took Zhou Liang and Yun He into the Cao family vault after that, and came out with the Tree of the Great Tao and the 5th form of the 7 swords of heaven severing. Yun He deserves a note here. Quiet man. Taoist. Not the strongest in the room and never has been. He is the sort who ends up dead in the second half of stories, and if you are the sort of person who notices that in advance, keep an eye on him. While I was in that vault, I noticed something that bothered me more than anything I took out of it. Zhenwu's backup seals were gone. There are supposed to be contingencies in that world, left by a previous age, sitting untouched, and they were not there. And nothing in the recorded history of that world explains where they went, and the recording I have in my head from a previous life does not mention it either. Which means history had already changed more than I could see. I had been walking around that world for years, assuming I knew the script. I did not know the script. I knew a script. Then the time blade misfired and dropped me in the Middle Ages, and I met the single most annoying person I have ever loved. Let me set the scene. This is first life, several centuries before Zhou Liang is born. The age when the celestial immortals still walked around openly, and the strongest of them, by a distance that made the ranking a formality, was a man they called the Tyrant. I turned up in his sky uninvited. He looked at me. He took in the robes, the bearing, the deliberate imperial calm I had spent 400 years cultivating, and he said, "Stout beast." I asked him to repeat that. He repeated it. He explained that I had the face of a bully from a children's story, and that he had decided, and that it was done. He then called me Stout Beast for 3 years without one lapse. We fought first, obviously, and that duel did something neither of us intended. He was at the top of his era, and had been for a long time, in the way that erodes a person, no one to push against, nothing left to want. I pushed, and in the middle of that fight, on the spot, with no preparation and no ceremony, the Tyrant proved himself legend. Not a breakthrough he had been building toward for a century, a breakthrough that happened because someone finally hit him hard enough to remind him there was somewhere further to go. Then he laughed and dusted himself off and offered to teach me. I stayed 3 years. 3 years of the first life method from the man who was best at it in the age when it was strongest. We fought dozens of times. I lost a great many of them, which I would like recorded because it is the last period of my life in which losing was a normal weekly occurrence, and I have been slightly nostalgic for it ever since. He taught me because he felt like it. He never asked what I was or where I came from. He was, structurally, the most relaxed being I have ever met. And I knew how he dies. I knew the whole thing. I knew the demonic Buddha. I knew roughly when. I knew that this man laughing at me across a training field in the Middle Ages is going to be taken apart by something he does not see coming, and that in the version of history I read, nobody even remembers his name properly by Zhou Liang's era. You cannot say it. There is no mechanism by which saying it helps. If I tell a legend of the Middle Ages the date and manner of his death, he does not avoid it. He simply spends the rest of his life inside it. So on the last day, I said goodbye like a man going home, and he called me Stout Beast one more time, and I left. I stopped at Tushita Palace on the way out and picked up 4 books from just inside the door. Picked up. That is the word I'm using. A being of that tier does not leave 4 extremely valuable texts by an unlocked door on the day a specific person happens to be walking past. Then I posted Zhou Liang his inheritance, the Buddha's palm, the 5th form of the heaven-severing sword. And one more item. The Tyrant, at some point in those 3 years, had written a book and deliberately seeded it through the historical record of his own world so that it would survive the centuries and arrive. It is a biography. It is called The Legend of Leo. It is about me. A work of dedicated fiction concerning the heroic exploits of a man called Stout Beast, planted in the archives of an entire civilization by its strongest cultivator, as a parting gift, so that 400 years later a bald monk in a chat window would find it. Zhou Liang found it in 11 minutes. It has been in circulation ever since. Yegu has a copy and is never admitted to reading it. Then I went home and sealed myself in for 5,000 years, not sulking, digesting. I had a furnace, a stolen fragment of a dead era's spiritual world, 4 books from a doorway, the first life method from its best practitioner, and the corpse of an ancient emperor. It takes a while. But my true body being in seclusion has never meant that I am unavailable because of the water cooler. That strand of divine sense I mentioned, the one that fell into Mount Tai, I keep others. They walk around and live my life for me while the real thing sits in the dark. And one of them spent those 5,000 years wandering the Big Dipper as a nobody. No title, no aura. A pleasant-looking man in unremarkable clothes who turns up at gatherings, stands at the back, and is referred to in every account of the period as the passerby. He debated theory at academies. He turned up at auctions. On one afternoon, he took apart a fraudulent source Shifu who had been fleecing a city for 200 years, in public, using nothing but a series of extremely polite questions. By the end of those 5,000 years, there was a saying in my universe, he who wins the passerby wins the world. There were sects with standing instructions on what to do if an unremarkable man turned up asking mild questions. The instruction was, give him tea. Because the other thing the passerby became known for is that he accepts tea. Every time. Everywhere. I did not do this on purpose. While I was under, Kenji built a factory. He had gone to the land of light and negotiated, not fought, negotiated with Ultraman King and come away with permission and a supply line and started manufacturing spark lenses. Actual, functioning, mass-produced transformation devices. The chat group instantly became a shopping channel. Chen Wu ordered 8, 7 for the Wudong heroes and 1, entirely seriously, for the father of Ultra, on the grounds that it would be rude to accept hospitality from the land of light without reciprocating. Xiao Junjie bought one and then spent a week working up to asking Lin Ziyang, his extremely serious swordsman senior, whether he believed in light. I understand Lin Ziyang did not answer immediately. I came out of seclusion 5,000 years later with the 6th transformation done and something new attached to me. Legendary characteristics. The first life word for it, what it means in practice is that I stopped being entirely in one place and the question of where I am began to have a slightly soft answer. I came out, stretched, and immediately noticed a space-time anomaly forming at my own front door. The third one, and this one was not from outside. It was mine. I had been using the chat group to punch holes between worlds for thousands of years, and the wall between my universe and everything else had begun, gently, to give. I did not close it. I looked at it for a while, and then I did something I still consider one of my better decisions. I seeded it. I put 2 immortal gold holy spirits into the distortion to gestate. Immortal gold is the highest material my universe produces. Nothing born from it had ever attained the Tao in recorded history, and I planted 2 of them in a wound in reality and left them to cook. They came out as teenagers, one with red hair, one with purple. Greetings, Celestial Sovereign, Li Wei. What are your names? My name is Du. My name is Ming Kai. I stopped. Du means roughly Sovereign Heaven. Ming Kai means God Sovereign. I looked at the purple one and said, with enormous patience, that I was the Celestial Sovereign and that we were going to work on his branding. He is called Ming He now. He did not mind. He genuinely did not mind. Holy spirits come out of the ground with a name and no ego attached to it, and both of them looked at me the way you look at the only fixed object in a new world. Then I made them dye their hair black, because 2 attendants in primary colors is not an aesthetic, it is a warning. Around then, the group updated and gave everybody levels. Zhou Liang level 33. Xiao Junjie level 30, Yunsha level 45, Chen Wu level 49, Liu Feng level 51, Gao Xian level 62, Eldrin level 69, Kenji level 79, Hua Jin level 89, Li Wei level 149, which is the cap. Not my cap, the cap. 149 is the number the system assigns to anything that has gone as far as a mortal can go without becoming an immortal, and I would sit on that number, unmoving, for a very long time, while everybody else climbed toward it. The group had opinions. Xiao Junjie, 149. Xiao Junjie, I am 30. Zhou Liang, Your Grace, is that a phone number? Li Wei, it's the ceiling. Zhou Liang, whose? Li Wei, everyone's. Then the group voted in Yegu, and I want to spend a moment on Yegu because he is my favorite and he has never once trusted me. A record of a mortal's journey to immortality. That is his world's title, and it is not being modest. He is a nobody from a village who has climbed for centuries on nothing but caution, and the caution is not a personality trait, it is load-bearing structural engineering. The first clip the group got of him was him exterminating a clan. 2 members voted no on the spot. I vouched for him, partly because I knew the context and they didn't, mostly because I had read enough of him to know that a man who survives that world by being that careful is exactly the sort of person you want in a room where the doors open onto other universes. He joined on probation. He immediately gave us a false name, Ye Fei Yun, straight-faced, to a group containing an emperor who can read the River of Time, an Archmage Prime, and a man who is friends with the Buddhas. Nobody corrected him. We all just let him have it. It was too good. And every single red envelope we sent him, he opened by severing a strand of his own divine sense, having the strand touch it in an isolated space, and then discarding the strand. Every time. Free gifts from people who could kill him with a look, dissected by a suicide drone made of his own soul. He's doing the thing again. He's doing it to a bottle of pills. Leave him alone. He's correct. Yegu's first proper day in the group was also the day Yun Sha found out what her symbol was. The system represents each of us with an object or a creature, she asked, excitedly, in front of everyone. Yun Sha, level 45. Why am I a giant spider? Yun Sha, level 45. I don't want to be a spider. My martial soul is a spider, but I don't even use my martial soul anymore. Chat group is malfunctioning. I want to appeal. The appeal was denied. The appeal was not even acknowledged. She shouted into the group for a long time and then logged off. And He Go and Hua Ling, now the second and third strongest people on their continent incidentally, watched their senior sister eat 3 bowls of rice in silent fury. Gao Shan, meanwhile, had worked out that Yegu's golden finger is a bottle that produces a liquid which grows medicinal herbs at obscene speed, and had gone completely feral about it. If you'd led with that, he'd have run. Because he would have. That is exactly the sentence that confirms every fear that man has ever had. And then Zhou Liang made a comment implying, delicately, that I was throwing my administrative weight around, so I sent him a red envelope. I did not mute him. As the representative of this group, how could I possibly abuse my privileges to silence a member? Little Joe, we're brothers. I know you weren't talking about me. Here, have a big red envelope. He opened it in front of his entire sworn brother dinner table. It was a dress, a genuinely beautiful one, fairy grade, the kind of garment that makes a room stop. Zhou Cheng spat out his tea. Han Qing stared. Liang Shu, the prince, was already backing away, and Zhou Liang, with the fastest reflexes of his life, turned and handed it to the prince. 5th prince, as a prince you must have 300 concubines. I have specially prepared a dress for one of them. Then he stood up and left the table. His friends said afterward that they had never seen the former number 1 on the human ranking look so fragile. Remember to dress your dolls in nice new clothes. We can't let them suffer. Then I logged off very quickly. Then the group gave me a title, not an achievement, a title, awarded automatically to whoever talked the most in a day, Dragon King. A cartoon dragon head appeared in front of my name, blue-green scales, 2 whiskers, little red flames behind the head, brown horns. Chen Wu, Dragon King? What is that? 1400 years of Taoist scholarship, and this was not covered. Zhou Liang recognized it instantly, because of course he did, and started composing something, and I muted him preemptively for the first time in group history, in defense of the dignity of the office. I did not know what the title did. Chat groups said it had a use. I found out about 6 hours later, in the middle of a fight, and it was so stupid that I have never fully recovered. Because that was the day the tunnel finished opening. Ye Gu logged in for the first time as a viewer. He looked at my face and went quiet for a while, and then asked the group, with genuine confusion, why the Grand Sovereign had previously appeared to him as a jade disc and was now a person, and what this universe place was, because his world is continents and ocean, and the idea of a sky with things behind it was new information. The group explained. He listened, and while they were explaining, footsteps started, not loud, just audible, everywhere, across the entire cosmos at once, in a way that landed inside people's chests rather than their ears. In the desolate, ancient, forbidden land, the ruthless Grand Sovereign opened her eyes. Beyond the universe, in a small, strange realm, a certain supreme being among emperors who has still not told me his name, looked up with an expression that was mostly dread and slightly hunger. And I stood at the mouth of my own divine kingdom with 2 teenage holy spirits behind me, and I pushed them back a few steps because I did not want my attendants to be born and die in the same afternoon. 3 of us in 3 different places said the same word at the same moment. Immortal. He came out of the tunnel and read my entire universe in one glance. A strange passage, a universe in its final days. That is what an immortal is, not a strong man, a being for whom the assessment of a cosmos is a thing you do on the way through a door. He was calm, and he was not hiding anything, and there was no suppression on him at all, which should have been impossible. The age of Dharma decline crushes any immortal tier power that isn't native. That is the one mercy of a dying universe. He was standing in my sky at full strength, burning like a furnace, because he had come through a hole in space-time, and the hole did not care about our local rules. Who are you? I asked. Who am I? He smiled. Time cannot erode my body. The years cannot diminish my spirit. I am, as you said, an immortal. Then he looked me up and down, and he did something that I have since learned is standard for that tier, which is that he complimented me sincerely, and it was the worst thing he could have done. The supreme being of an age of Dharma decline. In the mortal realm, you are the strongest thing I have ever seen. When I was in the human realm, I was not as strong as you. Let that sentence sit for a second, because everyone watching caught it. He was not saying I was stronger than him. He was saying that as men, I had been better. And then he had crossed a line that I had not crossed, and now the comparison was retired. My name is Liang, he said. By my reckoning, I have been walking the immortal path for 30,000 years. Then he offered me a job. He told me he had toured many worlds since ascending and had found no fellow immortals anywhere, which told me something enormous that I filed and did not react to. He said my world was profound, my supremes were astonishing, that several people here walked a path like mine, and it was admirable. And then he named his price for taking me somewhere I could become immortal without this dying universe holding me down. As long as you serve me for a while, that's enough. Said exactly the way you offer to buy someone lunch. I laughed and asked whether he had any other requests, and could he please list them all at once. He was surprised. He thought I was being reasonable. And because he thought that, he went ahead and put the actual demand on the table. Your world is magnificent, but it shouldn't be buried here. Why not hand it to me, and we'll build the immortal realm together? The chat went very quiet. Li Wei, fellow Taoist Liang, I accept. Liang, oh? Li Wei, I'll beat you to death and merge you into this universe. Then you'll be one with it, which is functionally the same as serving me. Li Wei, wouldn't that be wonderful? I opened with a punch and put a hole through his palm, an immortal's palm. There was a bleeding wound in the hand of a true immortal, and drops of celestial blood came off it and fell through the vacuum, hissing, corroding the void where they landed. His face did something I do not think it had done in 30,000 years. How is this possible? And I, while he was processing the single most disorienting moment of his immortal life, reached out and collected all the falling blood. Because true immortal blood is one of the great medicines for a human body, and you do not leave that on the floor. That is the moment the tone of the fight got established, and I never gave it back. I did make him move it, though. I shouted at him, mid-exchange, to take it to the frontier chaos, because we were about to start breaking things, and there were people underneath us. He agreed. He was contemptuous about it. A master of your caliber caring about ants? But he agreed, because he still believed he was going to win, and he did not want to damage property he intended to own. And then, on my way to the frontier, I remembered I had a title. Superstar status. I said it out loud to find out what it did, and a true dragon appeared next to me. An actual one. Enormous. Blue-green, with flames along its neck and brown horns, matching the little cartoon head next to my name exactly. Everyone present stopped. The grand perfection's sacred body, watching from a distance, said, "True dragon?" in the voice of a man whose entire education has just been insulted. And I climbed onto its head and rode it to the battlefield. The universe saw that. Every ancient star with people on it saw a dragon out of legend crossing the sky with the celestial sovereign standing on its skull with his hands behind his back, and the cheering was, frankly, deafening. Zhou Liang, what a show-off! Zhou Liang, somebody prove the lemon away from me. The dragon does nothing. That is the part I discovered on arrival. It is presence. It is a cosmetic. It is the single most expensive-looking, functionally useless object in creation, and I have summoned it every chance I have had since. Then we actually fought, and it stopped being funny. He brought out the Zhuanhuang sword and wore it as wings, and turned the world the color of old gold, and came at me with sword light dense enough that there was no direction that was not a blade. So I opened. 5 secret realms lit. The sea of wheels making a sound like an ocean under thunder. The Tao palaces chanting. The 4 extremities standing up like pillars holding a sky apart. The dragon of my own spine roaring. And then the thing he had no framework for, because it is not from my universe either. The nascent multiverse inside my body. Points of light through my imperial frame. Each one a small world. All of them linked. The prototype of a cosmos growing in a man. Because I had been practicing the first life method for tens of thousands of years, and nobody in Covering the Sky had ever seen what that looks like from the outside. The ruthless Grand Sovereign, watching from the far distance, changed expression for a full second. Liang ended that exchange with holes through his chest and his stomach that would not close, because my laws were sitting in the wounds, refusing to leave. That was when the universe started shouting, and something happened that I was not ready for. I roared at him, "I am the celestial sovereign," and the entire cosmos roared it back. And then points of light started coming off people, off everyone, off farmers on ancient stars, off cultivators in sects, off children who had no idea what was happening in the sky, and only knew that everyone around them was crying. Motes rising, gathering, running together into a river, and the river came across the void and wrapped around me and started putting me back together. The thoughts of all living beings. Faith, if you want the technical term. I have built things out of it before, coldly, as material. This was not material. This was 100 billion people, most of whom will never leave their own planet, deciding at the same instant to give a stranger everything they had. I touched it and followed the causality back and saw their faces, red, wet, shouting. And in the forbidden zones, the Supremes were watching. Those are the ones who cut their own lives down to a thread and hid in holes for hundreds of thousands of years, waiting for the road to immortality. They gave up everything for the word immortal. They ate the great medicines of the world. Some of them ate people, and they were watching a mortal beat an immortal. One of them started laughing. It went on for a while. After waiting for eternity, after abandoning kinship and humanity, this is what we get. Immortals? We are the most pathetic worms. I have destroyed a forbidden zone with my hands. That afternoon, I did more damage to them by winning an argument in public. And then the word celestial sovereign did something to Liang. He came apart. smart, not tactically, psychologically. A true immortal, 30,000 years composed, started making a noise like an animal. Anyone who dares to call himself the celestial sovereign must die. I want to flag this because it is the first thread of the thing that runs under this entire story. He was not angry that a mortal was claiming a title. He hated the words, specifically, in a way that had nothing to do with me and everything to do with something buried in him that he did not know was there. Hold on to that. It comes back with teeth. Then 3 more of them ambushed me. A fist out of nowhere. A bell engraved with the names of realms and races and immortals dropping to suppress me. And a colossal foot descending on my skull. 3 more true immortals who had been in my sky the entire time. He Tian, Liang's ancestor, and at the peak of the true immortal realm, meaning he was to Liang roughly what Liang had thought he was to me. Mu Shan, Tuo Yu. They offered terms. Release your primordial spirit, let us put a restriction on it, and we'll spare your life. Li Wei, who lives and who dies is unknown. Li Wei, and when you're beaten, I won't leave you a complete corpse. Then it was 4 on 1, and I lost the first exchange. I want to be precise. 4 immortals moved together, and I came out of it thrown backward with blood at my mouth, and every person in that chat window went silent at the same time. I slapped Mu Shan across the sky with one palm and cracked his entire body open, but He Tian held the center, and He Tian was a different order of thing, and with him anchoring them, the 4 of them were a machine, and I was a man. And He Tian worked out my weak point in about 90 seconds. He turned to Liang and said, "Go into that universe and settle his mortal affairs." She stepped in front of the universe. The ruthless Grand Sovereign came out of her bronze palace, crossed the void, and stood between Liang and everything I had spent 700 years in. Then, the Grand Perfection Sacred Body walked up and stood next to her and took half a step back because he knew what he was. Then my 2 attendants, hours old, came and stood on the other side. And then 3 more people arrived, and I did not expect them, and I still think about it. 3 human emperors walked out of the forbidden zones, ancient ones, emperors of my own species, who had gone into those holes hundreds of thousands of years ago to wait for immortality, who had watched calamity after calamity roll over the universe from inside their seals and done nothing every single time they came out. We are great emperors, and we retreated into the Forbidden Zone. We have no face to show the world, no face to show this future celestial sovereign. Now all living beings are about to suffer, and for some reason, an emperor's heart has become warm again. The younger generation is fighting for the human race. How can we stand and watch? One of the Supremes still inside sneered at them. Why feign concern? You've watched a dozen cataclysms from in there. And they said, we are ashamed. Straight out, no defense. 3 ancient emperors admitted it in front of their peers and then went out to die about it. This time, they said, we repay with blood. They intended to burn their last reserves in ultimate sublimation, reclaim their emperor states for 1 hour, and spend that hour slowing an immortal down enough to matter. They were going to die on that line. All of them knew it. The Grand Perfection Sacred Body knew it, and he came from a forbidden zone too, and he did not say a word to stop them, because you do not take that from someone. And that is when I got there. I stopped them mid-sublimation. 3 Tao gods of mine came out of nothing and pinned 3 ancient emperors and pulled them out of the state. Li Wei, I was going to use you lot to refine my Tao. Why are you in such a hurry to die? Everyone looked at me. Because I had broken free of 3 true immortals, and I had not done it by being faster. Behind me, a clear, pure air spread out, and 3 people walked out of it. A young man, a middle-aged man, an old man. All 3 of them had my face. 1 chi transforming into 3 pure ones. The signature technique of the heavenly sage of mystic Tao. The last other shore being in Zhou Liang's world, which I had watched being performed into Shida Palace on the day he told me to do as I liked. 4 of me. He Tian looked at that and, for the first time, was surprised in a way that had fear underneath it. Then I set the formation. Blue, white, red, and black. 4 swords appearing behind 4 of me at 4 corners of the sky. The color drained out of the universe until there were only those 4. He Tian said the name before I did, and the way he said it told me he had heard it somewhere very old. Immortal slaying sword formation? Have you been planning to slay immortals all along? Is that why you built this? I didn't build it, and the immortals it was built for are not minor immortals like you, because it is sacred treasure celestial sages. It is from the mythological era of a different world. It points at the other shore, and I had perhaps a tenth of it. A tenth was enough. On an ancient star somewhere in my universe, a sword that had been buried since before recorded history started ringing an answer. And on another planet, an ancient corpse that I later confirmed belonged to the heavenly sage of mystic Tao moved. Myriad worlds. The water is deeper than anyone admits. And then I did the thing that I think genuinely broke them. I opened a gate in the formation and started letting my friends in. The ruthless Grand Sovereign first. I asked if she wanted to go in, and she looked at 4 cornered immortals and said, good. Then Huobai, the Grand Perfection Sacred Body, the red-haired one, the loudest idiot in my universe, who I asked whether he wanted to go further in life, and who said, of course, and who I then shoved bodily through the gap. Go, Brother Crimson. Then my 2 attendants, who protested that they were only attendants and who I threw in after him. Then the 3 human emperors, those I actually talked to first because they had come out to die and I wanted them to understand the offer. You've left the forbidden zone. Cut ties with the past properly. Start again. Celestial Sovereign, you joke. Our lifespans are short. We'll fall soon. Then have a magnificent battle at the end of it. Or have you lost the heart of an emperor? They laughed, all 3 of them. The first honest laugh those men had produced in 100,000 years. Please escort us in, Celestial Sovereign. So I did. And 4 true immortals, the terror of an era, spent the following period as sparring equipment for a woman on the immortal path, a man with an extra mouth, 2 teenagers made of metal, and 3 ashamed old emperors having the time of their lives. Tuo Yu screamed about it. He used the word humiliation repeatedly. Mu Shan cursed me and promised I would suffer a great calamity for this, which is a thing immortals say and which, in fairness to Mu Shan, turned out to be correct. At the end, He Tian asked for something. He had stopped fighting. He had done the arithmetic and arrived at the answer, and he was, I will give him this, completely composed about it. Today we have no chance of survival. We are destined to die in a foreign land. But we are true immortals. We should not die a humiliating death. We are willing to die at your hands. We are enemies, but we respect your talent. We cannot die at theirs. For immortals to die to them is an insult to us and an insult to you. Then he roared it. Xuanjun, fight me. I stood there and thought about it. I pulled everybody out of the formation because they had gotten what there was to get. Li Wei, you still want to fight me? Excellent. All 4 of them, at once. Rather than die in humiliation, they would take it from the Celestial Sovereign. Li Wei, fighting me is certain death. Come and fight. Li Wei, then I'll grant your wish. And everyone in 3 universes leaned forward because they thought they were about to watch me go down there and give 4 immortals a warrior's ending. Li Wei, all of you die, and I opened the sword formation to full power. They screamed. He Tian screamed my name in a register I did not know an immortal could produce. Xuanjun! He had said everything he had. He had asked for the one dignity that was available, and I had listened and nodded and turned the machine up. The starry sky was silent. Nobody had expected it. Even my own people had not expected it. Li Wei, you think I'll come down whenever you tell me to? Li Wei, don't I have any dignity? Because they were 4 immortals in a killing formation with nothing left to lose, and the one thing they wanted was for me to step inside the box with them. Maybe it was pride. Maybe one of them had a last card. It does not matter which, because the correct answer is identical either way. Everybody remembers the part where I killed 4 immortals. I would prefer people remembered the part where I did not get in the box. The formation cried out 4 times, and then the blue and white and black and red drained out of the sky, and the universe started cheering, and my friends were smiling, and the crisis was over. And I stood there, looking into the middle of the formation with my face doing something it had not done since the day I became emperor. Because the immortals were gone. And lying where they had been, in the empty air, were 4 drops of black blood. Nobody else knew what they were looking at. Huabai asked whether the immortals weren't dead after all. The ruthless Grand Sovereign, who has never in her life asked a question out of curiosity, asked what was wrong, because she had never seen my face do that. Li Wei, it's nothing. Something strange happened. I shrank the sword formation down around those 4 drops until it was a killing array the size of a fist, sealed them inside a small, annihilating pocket, and closed the space-time tunnel behind me on the way out. Then I told everyone to stop crowding me, summoned the dragon, and went for a lap of the universe. That was for them, not me. 100 billion people had just watched their emperor come within an inch of being eaten in front of them, and the fastest available treatment was a large mythological animal and my face waving off the top of it. It worked. It always works. Every ancient star I passed, people came out and shouted. Meanwhile, in the deep void, the Forbidden Zone Supremes were holding a meeting about it. They were not gracious. One of them proposed making peace with me on the grounds that I might share the immortal spoils, and the others looked at him the way you look at a man who has proposed marrying a hurricane. One of them said, out loud, that watching somebody else obtain the thing you have destroyed yourself pursuing is a very unpleasant sensation. And then, because they are what they are, they started planning to sneak through the space-time tunnel into the immortals' world and see what they could scavenge. I had destroyed the tunnel about 4 minutes earlier. Nobody told them. I have never told them. It is one of the small pleasures of my life. Then I had to deal with the 3 human emperors who were dying. Ultimate sublimation burns what is left of you to buy back your peak for an hour. They had done it to stand in front of a universe that had already written them off. And now the hour was ending. They were calm about it, irritatingly calm. We understood the outcome when we left the Forbidden Zone. The word immortal is what we chased for uncounted ages. We got to fight a true immortal. That settles all of it. We should have been buried in the annals long ago. Looking back, it's all rather funny. One of them said he wanted to go outside and look at the world one last time, and there was a tenderness on his face that suggested he was not talking about scenery. The mood in that room got very heavy, very fast. So the 3 of you have already arranged your own funerals. I was going to save your lives, but you seem committed, so I won't force it. Everybody's head came round at once. You stinking beggar! I used the Celestial Sovereign's methods to hold your state in place. You think you'd have stayed in ultimate sublimation this long on your own. They remembered the pat on the shoulder I had given each of them on the way into the formation. 3 ancient emperors sat there rerunning the last several hours with new information. It won't hold forever, you'll fall soon. But I have a way. And going further than you ever did is not off the table either. They asked the price because they were emperors and they knew there is one. I pointed at my divine kingdom. Become gods of it, be bound into it. And in exchange, I keep you alive, and with my help, you can climb back to emperor tier and past it.
I won't enslave you, I said. When it's time to help me, help me. Otherwise, go where you like. I won't interfere. The silence they gave me was a yes. Then I sent everybody away and sat down alone with the ruthless Grand Sovereign. I opened by giving her a true immortal's corpse. She looked at it. Then she looked at me. Then, after a long pause, you don't need to help me like this. She is completely clear-eyed, discussing the Tao with her, teaching her, standing in front of the universe with her, and now handing over a corpse worth more than most planets. She could not construct a reason, and she was not going to accept a gift she could not audit. So I told her the truth about myself instead, which was harder. Li Wei, does the Grand Sovereign know that too much talent can be its own torment? I told her that among my generation I had started last, not modest, last, and that I had passed all of them, one at a time, and kept passing them, that I was a saint while they were half-step great power, a great saint while they were becoming saints, a quasi-sovereign while they were saint kings. That I made the last leap at 600 years old, and that 100 years after I became an emperor, my own generation began, tentatively, to reach quasi-sovereign. And that all of those numbers are the suppressed version. I held myself back for centuries, deliberately, because a thing that grows that fast usually has a bill attached, and I was frightened of what the bill would be. The suppression didn't work. That's the part that got to me. I sat on the brakes for 500 years and arrived early anyway. She listened to all of it, and then she said, in exactly the same flat voice she says everything in, I have never experienced the torment of being so gifted. I want to describe the sound the chat window made. Zhou Liang. Ha 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 ha. Chen Wu. Your Grace. Xiao Junjie. He got. And I sat there realizing, several seconds too late, precisely who I had chosen to complain about my gifts to. Because she was born in a small mountain village with nothing, her brother died. She had no talent worth the word, no lineage, no teacher, no path. Everything she is, she assembled out of pieces, using a method so brutal that when she was finished, an entire era agreed to pretend she had never existed. I had just told the least gifted person in the history of my universe that being gifted is difficult. Li Wei, would the Grand Sovereign like to tell me her story? No need. Fair. Then I told her the other thing, which is why I'd sent everyone else out. Li Wei, time is running out. I told her about the 4 drops. That there is a substance which has been eating this world since before the records begin. That the Baron Sovereign cut it out of us, personally, a very long time ago, and that we have been living in the quiet afterward without knowing it. And that I had just found it inside 4 immortals from another world. The tentacles are back in our great world. She repeated the name. The Baron Sovereign. There was doubt in it. To her, that name is a legend used to scare quasi-emperors, in the same category as the Sovereign Venerable, another old story. So I corrected her. Li Wei, don't confuse him with the Sovereign Venerable. Li Wei, time is merciless. Everything real becomes a legend and then a phrase. The man who saved this universe is now 4 words in a scripture. In the chaotic ancient era, he was already an emperor among immortals. Divine light went off in her eyes. In her entire life, nobody had told her the ceiling was that high. And having just become one, he killed another one. That is an ancient secret. I said it out loud in a bronze palace to a woman 5 lifetimes into an 8-lifetime road. She did not ask how I knew. She judged that I was not lying, and for her, that closed the matter. Is it very critical? She asked. Judging by what was in those 4, it hasn't reached the level of the last era, yet. How long? Not far. A few million years, maybe tens of millions. To her, that landed as a deadline, and I watched it land. Because she has a brother she is trying to build a door for, and she has just been told the building might be on fire. She took the corpse, and then she said one word. Thanks. 9,000 years, I found out later. That is how long it had been since she last said it to anyone. I was so pleased with myself that I immediately ruined it. No need to thank me, Grand Sovereign. But I'll want the corpse back. Zhou Liang, Your Grace, do you know why you're still single? Chen Wu, what a foolish emperor. Gao Xian, I've suddenly realized I'm doing much better than the sovereign. I enfiefed 6 people that day. Guo Bai, the 3 emperors, and my 2 attendants. 6 streams of purple energy went into 6 bodies. 6 brand new laws appeared in the foundation of my divine kingdom and were absorbed. And the whole structure went from a nice house to something with weight in it. The only person who complained was Huo Bai, who felt the ceremony had been insufficiently dramatic. Huo Bai, Celestial Sovereign, is that it? Li Wei, what else do you want? A phenomenon? I didn't realize you were this vain. Then I went and dealt with the black blood, properly. Layered killing arrays. Then more layers. Then a strand of my own divine sense parked on top of it permanently with one instruction. If that moves, detonate everything. I have carried that jar for 50,000 years. I have never once opened it. And then I read the 4 immortals' remnant spirits and found the thing that has bothered me ever since. Their world has never heard of darkness. Not hasn't seen it recently, has no concept.
No word, no folklore, no invasion in their entire recorded history. He Tian is one of the oldest beings in that realm, and there is nothing in him about it. They had killed a great many people over the ages, and nobody had ever bled black. And every living thing in that world is already corrupted. They look perfectly normal. They fight normally. They cultivate normally. They die normally. In the chaotic ancient era, the corrupted at least knew something had happened to them, or the people around them could tell. Not here. It is in the system, the method itself, the path they cultivate. Practice it and you drift, and the drift has no symptoms. And after enough generations, there is nobody left who remembers what undrifted looks like. Somebody worked out that if you poison the road, you do not have to invade the country. And there was one more thing in those spirits, and it is the loose thread I still have not pulled. None of them had ever met a celestial sovereign. None of them had ever killed one. There is no grudge anywhere in 4 immortal memories to explain it. They hated the title anyway. All 4 of them, down in the blood. Whatever the Baron Sovereign did up in the heavens, he did it so thoroughly that the hatred filtered down through the dark into 4 men who had never heard his name. I stripped the 4 immortal artifacts, a sword, a stone tower, a bell, a whip, and destroyed all 4 artifact spirits with the sword formation, because they were raised by a corrupted system and I was not keeping livestock from an infected herd. What was left were 4 blanks, embryos of immortal artifacts with nothing in them, cleaner than when they were made. The Xuanwang sword I kept for the Divine Kingdom. It is the source of all things, which is a name I found extremely funny given where it had just been. Then I extracted 10 drops of essence blood from a true immortal, scrubbed them with sword energy until there was nothing left but energy and law, and mailed one to every member of the group. Li Wei. Today is a joyous occasion for Shifu Li. Red envelopes for everyone. Hua Jin. What's the occasion? Killing 4 immortals? Zhou Liang. General, you don't understand. We're celebrating the sovereign successfully remaining single. Li Wei. I'll shave your head. Li Wei. And nobody swallow that neat. It'll go off. In the Grey Mist Land, Yegu was holding a drop of true immortal blood and calculating that if all of it released at once, it would remove the southern half of his continent. Then he thanked me politely and dissected it with a severed strand of divine sense. Correct. Still correct. Then I went to Marvel to collect the Infinity Stones, and the group put me in a dead man. That is not a figure of speech, and it had never happened before. I sent a strand of divine sense across, the way I always do, and when I arrived, I was wearing somebody's face. A real one. A native of that world who had died that day in an accident. I looked at my reflection and had a small crisis. Eldrin knew it was me instantly. She has been in more timelines than I have had breakfasts, but she asked, reasonably, what had happened to my face. Then she made tea. I explained that I do not really care for tea. She said that since I had come all this way, surely a cup was in order. Li Wei. Ha! Quite right. It would be disrespectful to refuse. Li Wei. Fill it up. Fill it up. Kenji Hayato, Your Grace, when you came to my place you were extremely reluctant. Zhou Liang. This is called recognizing one's true nature. The man I had replaced was called Carl North, and he was rich. Not comfortable. Rich. Head of the North Group, a corporate behemoth second only to Vance Industries. Inherited from his father, entire family deceased, and by universal agreement of everyone who worked for him, a wastrel. In that chair because rival factions on the board had agreed that a harmless playboy was the outcome everyone could live with. He had died doing something stupid and expensive. Nobody had noticed yet. Chat Group had put me in the single most convenient identity on that planet, which was the point at which I stopped believing that Marvel was simply a film. I called the board meeting. They came in laughing. Several of them were speculating on the way down the corridor that I wanted an increase in my allowance. I put one hand on the table and started tapping a finger, and the sound got louder. Not physically louder, it simply began arriving somewhere other than the ears, and one by one they stopped talking, and by the end, a room of very successful men were finding it difficult to breathe. Li Wei, are you finished? Good, then I'll say a few things. Li Wei, from now on, wear wigs to meetings. Looking at your heads reminds me of somebody, and it does not make me happy. Zhou Liang, thank you so much. Li Wei, also, I'm running the company now. I've finished speaking. Then I acquired a chief scientist by breaking up a street fight between the Colossus and the Abomination with a thrown pebble, slapping the green one back into Gray, and taking him home. His problem was trivially easy, and nobody in that world had thought about it correctly. Gray and the Colossus are not 2 people sharing a body. They are 1 person the world has been insisting is 2. I got them talking and gave them the room, and afterward they merged. Then I picked up a teenager at a bus stop because I saw him and his blood had spiders crawling in it. Li Wei, hey, kid, want to go to the Vance Industries Expo? And how do you know I don't know you, masked Spider-Man? He got in. In the car, he asked whether I had superpowers too. Li Wei, rich. He waited for the rest. Li Wei, why isn't rich a superpower? If Arthur Vance weren't rich, would he be Mech Lord? If I weren't rich, would the Colossus call me boss? Gray had to put a hand over his face. At the expo, I met Walter Croft, who explained at length that the age of the Mech Lord suit was coming. I asked whether that was because human strength had become insufficient, and whether he had ever personally fought a Mech Lord suit with human strength, and whether he had ever worn one. He walked away. Then Vance himself arrived to take back the things he had said about me in public, and I asked whether that was because he had realized he was wrong, and he tried to take back the taking back, which as we all understood was an admission. Then I ignored him and asked Crimson Spider whether Sphere had made a decision about my proposal. Hard-boiled egg? Elena, to her enormous credit, did not react at all. She said the director was considering it. She said considering the way a person says it when a man has asked to borrow the single most dangerous object their organization owns, and they have not yet worked out what happens if they say no. Then Croft's drones turned their guns on him because they had been hijacked, and Vance landed in a superhero pose to enjoy it. Vance spent the following 90 seconds trying to make me admire his suit, and my entire contribution was one sentence, repeated. I don't want to argue with you. You're happy about that, are you? Other people aren't happy. Don't bother. Jarvis has no choice in this. Isn't that right, Jarvis? Yes, sir. I cannot sever the control these Iron Warriors are under. Vance's face at that moment is one of my treasured possessions. This was not his lab. This was not his suit system. Somebody else was talking to his butler. Jarvis, what are you doing? I am speaking with Mr. North, sir. I know you're speaking with North. I'm giving you a full diagnostic when we get home. Mr. North, Mr. Vance says he intends to give me a full diagnostic. I hope we meet again someday. Then the drones armed and Vance told me to evacuate the civilians because the next part was Mech Lord's solo show and patted me on the shoulder. I put one hand on his armor and pinned him to the ground. His thrusters scorched a hole in the floor. He did not move. Alex, what's my superpower? Money? Correct. Watch.
I took one step and stamped, and a wave of gold light went out across the floor, and every single Iron Warrior in that building turned into solid gold. Statues, mid-motion, gleaming. Battle Drone's armor went too, with Owens still inside it, and he had to climb out of a gold suit in front of 1,000 people. So, I'm rich, aren't I? Gray, quietly, to Alex. This is one of the boss's least significant abilities. Then I reached into empty air and pulled out Chain Lash by the hair, mid-plan, holding his electric whips, dressed for a dramatic entrance he was never going to get to make. I turned him into a small gold man as well, and looked at Elena. Tonight was the deadline. I need an answer. I'm sure the director will give it serious consideration. Mr. Gray, is that meant to help the smooth-headed man consider? The smooth-headed man came to my house at midnight. First he tried the second-floor window on a rope, presumably to establish an air of mystery. The window did not open. He tried for a while, then climbed back down and rang the doorbell like a person. I did not answer the first time. The second time I opened the door and roared into an empty black street about how inconsiderate people are, and then noticed there was a man standing directly in front of me, one eye, dressed entirely in the color of night, blending into the environment with real commitment. Director Sphere! It was dark. You matched the background. He held up a case with a tesseract in it. Let me inspect the goods. He started to open it. Done. Then I paid him, cash on delivery. I do not go back on my word. I reached into my pocket and handed the director of the world's largest intelligence organization a magic light stick. Director Sphere, do you believe in light? I believe in power, he said. Power like yours. It is real, incidentally. Kenji made it. Life-size, heavily nerfed, and it functions. He took it because some weeks earlier his organization had come to ask me questions, and I had pulled a nuclear weapon out of empty air, detonated it on the spot, and rolled a mushroom cloud into a ball. I opened the tesseract at home and touched the space stone, and blue light filled the room, and then nothing happened. No backlash, no world reacting. Which was the entire test. If taking the single most load-bearing object in that universe caused no ripple, the other 5 would be easy. Then the group voted in Kenzo, and the tone of the room stuck several floors. Frog Sage, Mythic Triad, Wandering Gambler. He arrived, established within 4 minutes that he was the least dignified being in a chat containing Zhou Liang, and settled in like he'd always been there. And then, sometime later, he did the thing that made me revise my entire opinion of him. In the recording of his world, there is a night, a village, a ceiling, a man and a woman who die holding a monster off their newborn son, and a boy who grows up in that hole for 16 years while the village that his parents saved treats him as the thing they saved it from. Kenzo had read it, so when that night came, the 4th Hokage's family did not die. They ran, and Kenzo was given a direct order by his own teacher, the 3rd Hokage, the man who raised him, to pursue them. He disobeyed it, and then he went and stood in the village gate and physically prevented anyone from going out after them. He had a very bad few months afterward. He describes it in the group as a rough patch, a Sannin standing in his own village's gate against his own village's leadership, with no explanation he is permitted to give, so that a family he has never met gets a head start. Kenzo, it was fine. Kenzo, also, does anyone have any reference material? Yunsha, no. And then I built the Tao realm, and it changed my universe more than anything else I have ever done, including all the killing. I had a divine kingdom. I had a shard of the virtual god realm from a dead era. I had the Xuanhuang sword as a spine and 6 emperor-tier gods bound into the foundations and 1,000 years of faith in the walls. I put them together and I opened the door. Not to visitors, to everybody. Anyone in covering the sky at any cultivation level, from a saint down to a farmer's daughter who has never opened her sea of suffering, can enter the Tao realm with their mind. Inside there is a divine city, and in that city you can argue about cultivation with people from 800 star fields. And if you are wrong, somebody who is right will tell you, and it will not take you 300 years of travel to find them. Understand what that does to a universe in its age of Dharma decline. Before, knowledge moved at the speed of a person. A technique discovered in the eastern wilderness took 1,000 years to reach the northern domain, if it went at all, because knowledge is power, and power is hoarded, and the great sects were built on exactly that hoarding. After, an insight had a room to go to. The golden age did not fade after I built that. It has not faded since. There are more strong people in my universe now than at any point in recorded history, and it is not because of me. It is because for the first time they can talk to each other. There were problems. The largest and most enduring is that the Tao realm has a bug. I have never found it. Neither has anyone else. It manifests exactly one way. You cannot remove your trousers inside the Tao realm. There is no rule against it. There is no code to inspect. It is a spiritual world grown out of faith and a dead era's wreckage, and it has decided at some fundamental level that trousers stay on. A movement formed, then an organization. Then, over tens of thousands of years, a family, passing the grievance down father to son and filing the same report every generation. Then I raised a child, Xiao Tian. Endless. In the version of history I read, he is one of the great names, a figure so far above his era that people use him as the unit of measurement. And he does it all alone, from nothing, with no teacher and no help. In my version, he was born, and I put him in the Tao realm and taught him personally. Innate Saint Body Tao embryo. The best physical foundation my universe has ever produced, in a boy who spent more of his childhood with me than with his own parents. The accusation is that I named him my successor at an unreasonably early age, that I have called him the crown prince in public for tens of thousands of years, that I have made his life materially more difficult on multiple occasions for my own entertainment, and that I once set his own Tao phantom on somebody's tribulation. To which my answer is that in the original recording, that boy is alone, and in mine he has a teacher, a hound, and a group chat that mocks him. He would rather be alone. He has said so, repeatedly, under his breath. He is extremely funny, and he has no idea. Huobai attained the Tao around then, which nobody expected, including Huobai, the grand perfection's sacred body, a lineage that has produced world-shaking talents in every era and has never once produced an emperor. It is their great historical wound. They get to the top of the mountain, and then the mountain does not have a summit for them. He got there, and the instant he did, the universe acquired its single most annoying deity. I have thrown that man out of a meeting room more times than I can count. It has become procedure. He says something, and I remove him from the room, and he floats in the sky outside for the remainder of the session, and I open a private audio channel so he can still hear, because excluding him entirely would be cruel, and also he would find a way in. One time, he interrupted a Tao realm council to inform the assembled emperors of a theory he had developed. His theory was that oxygen is a slow poison. His reasoning was that I had once mentioned mortals need to breathe it, and that mortals die in about 100 years, and that therefore the substance is clearly killing them, and the only question is who administered it. He suspected a conspiracy. I went and checked his childhood in the River of Time to find out whether he had ever attended a school. He had. Extensively. He came from secular nobility, and by modern Earth standards would have been university educated. That is the most disturbing thing I have ever learned about my universe. Then I went and found Sovereign Ren. There is a corpse on Earth. There are several, actually. My Earth is where the emperors of the ancient world ended up, and their bodies are still there, and some of them still have a little spirituality left in them like heat in a stone. Sovereign Ren is one of them. I want to tell you what that man did, because almost nobody in my universe could, and that is the entire problem. In an age when my species were prey, actual prey, food, farmed by other races, he was the one who gave them fire. Not metaphorically. He is where it starts. Everything my people have, all of it, downstream of one man deciding that we were not going to be eaten in the dark. And he was gone. Not defeated, erased. Time had taken the name off him. The histories had a gap where he should be. Even the human race, the specific species he built out of nothing, could not have told you his name. Heroes should not be nameless. I brought him back. Spiritual communication with the imperial corpse. A very long, very careful process that I am not going to detail because it took centuries and most of it was tedious. And then, once he could speak, I did the part that mattered. I told everyone. I put his story into the Tao realm and let it run. Every corner of the divine city, every star field, 100 billion people learned, over the course of about a year, who had made them what they are. And a strange thing started happening. The Xinhuo, the spark, the thing that passes from one human being to the next and does not go out. Xiao Tian told me, much later, that when he examined Ren Huang's cultivation, he could not describe it as one man cultivating. It looked, he said, as though the entire human race was cultivating on his behalf, because they were. Because 100 billion people had learned a name and were saying it, I have done a lot of arithmetic in 50,000 years, and that is the only equation I have never been able to close. That thing is not in my scripture.
It is not in the first life method, and I have come to suspect that it is not only in my world either. It will never go out, not anywhere there are people. Hua Jin, meanwhile, was ruining his own life at speed, sword, and ferry. He started as a gatekeeper, that is the whole job, a general with a spear standing at a door, which he was excellent at and, crucially, enjoyed. I helped him, that is all I did. I helped a competent man become more competent. He is now the celestial sovereign of the 6 realms. He conquered them one at a time and then discovered the thing every conqueror discovers, which is that taking 6 realms is the easy half. He is now administering them, forever, with a skeleton staff and periodic surprise attacks from the leftover contingency plans of primordial gods that a previous celestial sovereign ambushed and dumped in a purification pool and could not be bothered to clean up after. He complains constantly. He has been complaining for tens of thousands of years. Hua Jin level 95. I hope somebody who wants the throne and likes fighting takes over. It's too much trouble. And Liu Feng, who has his own version of the same problem, always answers. Liu Feng level 61. The general is absolutely right. There is a stretch in Hua Jin's world where a wandering passerby interviewed him about the burdens of office. He gave a long, heartfelt, genuinely moving answer about how he should never have agreed to any of it and cannot now extricate himself and has not rested in an age. Then he drew the heaven-suppressing sword and cut the interviewer down. I have watched that clip more times than is healthy, and then I went to a Chinese ghost story, which is where the second half of everything starts. Liu Feng met me at the door with wine. Not tea, wine. I want to be measured about this. I had, by that point, been served tea by a Archmage Prime, an Ultraman, a 1400-year ancient Taoist immortal, the last other shore being in a rival universe, an entire civilization of strangers who did not know who I was, and a mountain god wearing my own face. Liu Feng handed me a jar of wine and looked pleased with himself. I have not forgiven him. It has been tens of thousands of years. I will not be forgiving him. Then I looked at his world properly and stopped thinking about the wine. That place is broken, not declining, not in an age of Dharma decline like mine. Broken in the specific sense that load-bearing structures are missing. The underworld is shut, the heavenly court is gone, the human world is fractured into 100 pieces that spend their strength on each other, and the sky is polluted, the actual sky, the heavenly Tao of that place, filthy with something. Ghosts and demons everywhere, and the reason is not that ghosts and demons got stronger. It is that when you close the underworld, the dead have nowhere to go, and when you delete the heavenly court, nobody is running the machine that used to sort them. So I told him the repair, in order, because there is only one order it can be done in. Reunify the human world, reopen the underworld, rebuild the heavenly court. He asked how long that would take. I said, the rest of your life, and you will not finish it. He said, fine. Then we went up to have a look at the heavenly realm, and I want to tell you what he expected to find, because it says everything about him. He expected a demon den. He expected the enemy, some usurper squatting in the ruins of heaven, something to cut. What we found was Ling Shao Palace, perfect, intact, immaculate, everything in its place, officials at their stations, the heavenly court of legend, functioning exactly as described in every scripture his civilization has, with the incense lit and the halls swept and the celestial sovereign on the throne. Liu Feng stood in the doorway with his sword half drawn and could not work out what he was looking at. I could. I walked into the throne room of heaven and introduced myself, because it seemed like the moment for it. Li Wei, Jin Xiaochuan, and then I explained to my friend what he was standing in. The celestial sovereign on that throne is called Tian Hong, and he is not a usurper. He is heaven, not a god of heaven. The thing itself, walking around in a shape, the way the 5 god kings of Do Luo were the rules of that world given legs. He was born clear. He was, at the beginning, exactly what the scriptures say. Supreme, noble, just, impartial, the embodiment of an unclouded sky. And a heavenly Tao draws its power from all living beings. All of it, including what they think. So for a very long time, every resentment of every person in 3 realms went up into him and settled. Every murder, every grudge, every dying curse of every ordinary man who got the short end. And he took it in, because that is what he is for. And it accumulated. And one day it was more of him than he was. Then he ate his own court. The gods and the ghosts of that world, the entire administration of the 3 realms, were consumed by the thing sitting at the top of it, and they got him. That is the part I did not expect. Before they went, they crippled him and they chained him to his own throne with a seal made out of the last of their lives, which is why the palace is perfect. He cannot leave the chair. He has not left it in an age. So he keeps the halls swept and the incense lit and the stations manned, and every single official standing at attention in that immaculate court is a phantom he conjures, daily, of somebody he ate.
He sits in a spotless heaven, running a full working day, surrounded by ghosts of his own staff that he makes himself every morning. That is what Liu Feng had walked into with his sword half drawn. Tian Hong's opening position was that this was an internal matter and I had no right to interfere. Li Wei, so you've given in to me. He was taken aback. He suspected humiliation. Then he thought about what he had just watched me do to the room and decided that humiliation was acceptable. Yes, I respect every strong person. You cannot expect a normal mind out of a celestial being marinated in the resentment of everything that has ever lived. Li Wei, since you've given in, I'll let you off. Nobody expected that. The chat certainly did not. There was a brief and entirely sincere discussion of whether the sovereign had gone into business with the villain. Tian Hong was delighted. Could this outsider really be so easy to deal with? Then I grabbed Liu Feng by the shoulder and pointed him at the throne. Li Wei, however, I'll spare your life. My companion certainly will not. When we arrived, my friend told me he was determined to bring peace to this world, and that for it he would kill gods, kill Buddhas, and kill heaven itself if it stood in his way. Even at the cost of his 50-year pure yang life, he'd give all of it. He is prepared to die here. He will slay you, demon, in this hall. I delivered that with enormous passion. If Liu Feng had not personally been present for the entire conversation in which he did not say any of it, he would have believed me. Liu Feng had 3 question marks over his head. No, I did not. Don't talk nonsense. He was genuinely bewildered. He had come up here specifically because he was afraid of dying. That is why he invited me. Why else would he have invited me? For the wine? For the wine, apparently. Tian Hong looked at the bearded man for about a second and a half and said nothing, and the nothing was extremely clear. Can that sword get through my divine membrane? Shifu Yan, he despises you. Zhou Liang, level 59. Uncle Yan, he says you can't do it. Xiao Junji, level 43. What? Uncle Yan is impotent? Yunsha, level 58. You people. Then I gave Liu Feng the actual information, because the joke was over and this part mattered. Li Wei, the demon you killed recently, the one that fell out of the sky right when you'd finished frightening every demon in the region. He released it, deliberately, to draw you up here. That was true. I had watched it happen. Reality does not have that many coincidences. When a monster falls out of the sky at the precise moment that a man has run out of monsters, somebody is running a schedule. Tian Hong admitted it immediately. That's right. I brought you here. You are leading the world astray and I cannot sit idle. Li Wei, and if you want to cure this world, there's no route that goes around him. Then I made the offer, properly, to Liu Feng's face in front of the thing we were discussing. Li Wei, I can help you. If you ask, I'll slap him to death right now. Li Wei, then I'll fix the 3 realms for you. Put the sky back the way it was before it got dirty. Li Wei, it is very simple for me. Li Wei, but this is your world. Li Wei, so think about it. Do you want me to solve it in one go, or do you want to do it yourself, which will be extremely difficult at your cultivation level? Just ask. I'll do all of it. I don't want to, but we're friends, so I'll help. Tian Hong got nervous, which was reasonable, because his life was now resting on the humility of a man with a large beard. Liu Feng was quiet for a long time. Then he sighed. Your Grace, having you standing behind me is a real torment sometimes. He is right, and I want to be honest about it. That is the cruelest thing I do to people, and I do it constantly. Because the second option is only a real choice if the first one isn't standing right there being easy. I had just put a door in the wall marked everything you want, immediately, free, and then invited him to walk past it and do 40 years of work instead. I've been a busybody my whole life, he said. When I served the court, I was never idle. When I wandered, I was never idle. Since joining the group and getting strong enough that nothing in the world can threaten me, I still can't be idle. He smiled at me, so I'll go on doing these things myself. I patted him on the shoulder, deeply satisfied. Excellent. Another step closer to my revenge. Then he rubbed his hands together and pointed out a flaw in the plan, which was that he could not possibly beat the being we were discussing. So I gave him a sword. Plain. Unadorned, no aura, no imposing presence, nothing coming off it at all. An imperial weapon. I forged it in my spare time. Killing this demonic sky with it will be quite easy. Tian Hong from the throne, outraged. You broke your promise. You want to teach me how to do things? He did not, and Liu Feng, who has known me a while, took the sword with visible suspicion and asked the correct question. Your Grace, this imperial weapon isn't like the one you gave Junjie, is it? The man has a memory. I gave Xiao Junjie a stick. Junjie needed to be pushed. You're different. I'm not doing that to you. I have sealed this weapon's power. I won't let you simply crush him. That would be no different from me doing it. But it's enough to go toe-to-toe with a demonic sky who is chained to a chair. He took it, and his knees went slightly weak, which is what happens when a man of his level touches an actual imperial weapon. Is this power? So, you believe me now? In this group, you can always trust me, Jin Xiaochuan. For the world, he roared. For the world, I agreed, and I watched him charge across the throne room, and I wondered whether his voice would still be that loud in a few minutes. He hit Tian Hong and went backwards through the air, because Tian Hong had stood up. The seal was gone. The chains that an entire pantheon had spent their last breaths laying down had dissipated, cleanly, in the instant before impact, and every injury that had kept that thing in the chair for an age had closed. What's going on? In the river of time, I saw the celestial gods and the underworld spirits imprison him on that throne with my own eyes. I said it with
total conviction. Disbelief, shock, a man watching his careful plan collapse. Tian Hong, standing up for the first time in an age, glanced at me sideways, and I watched him arrive at the only conclusion available. Of the three beings present, who else could have done it? He got there. He understood that I had freed him and healed him mid-swing, and he understood, correctly, that the only reason to do that is to have my own friend killed.
And he thought, this outsider is disposing of his companion and using me to do it. And if he will do that to a friend, then whatever he promised me is worthless, so I had better be extremely useful. So he covered for me, out loud, to Liu Feng's face. Jin Xiaochuan entered my world and created a gap in it. I used the power of that gap to erase the seal. Liu Feng coughed blood and thought, the sovereign miscalculated. The sword had been calibrated for an opponent who could not move. The opponent was now moving. I miscalculated myself, he thought. I stood to the side with no expression at all and thought, little Hao Qian is quite savvy. They fought for a while and it was not close. Liu Feng is the finest human being in his world, and Tian Hong is the world, and the arithmetic goes the way arithmetic goes. He parried with an imperial weapon and coughed blood between parries. Without that sword, he would have been badly hurt in the first exchange and dead in 3. The wind up there started to smell of something, and I sniffed and identified it, and it was the wine he had served me when I arrived. Yun Sha level 58. Did the sovereign do this on purpose, or is it as Mo Tian says? Hua Jin level 84. Most likely on purpose, but Uncle Liu might be in danger. Li Wei, I'm standing right here. What danger? Even if he dies, I can bring him back. That is not a boast. Resurrection is native to that world. For me, it is trivial. Gao Shen, level 64. Your Grace, why haven't you moved? Li Wei, a little longer. Shifu Yan needs this fight. Since he joined the group, he has never once had a bloody battle. That isn't good for him. Zhou Liang, far away in first life, heard that and quietly prayed for Liu Feng. He knows me best. He is my mind reader. I let it run until Liu Feng's true energy was nearly gone. His primordial spirit was dimming, and his enormous beard had actually shattered. Then I sighed, and time stopped. Space went hard. Tian Hong's raised hand stayed where it was. Only his eyes still worked, and they went back and forth in a way I would describe as panicked. Why the hell didn't you tell me to do it? He could not move, could not speak, could only think, and I had left him the thinking on purpose, so that he could use it. Li Wei, Shifu Yan, do you understand? Liu Feng laughed with a face full of blood, in a way that made me briefly wonder whether I had overdone it. Your Grace, I understand. On the road ahead, there will be hardship and danger, even death. Your Grace is everyone's support, but in the end, we have to become strong ourselves. We must never slacken. Perfect. Word for word what I had built the entire afternoon to produce. I was drawing breath to say something gracious when he continued. Thank you for the lesson, Your Grace. After I kill this demon lord, I'll buy you a drink. I looked at him for a long moment. Do I need you to buy me a drink? Do I need the alcohol? I briefly considered handing Tian Hong a sports drink and letting him break through 40 realms to remove this bearded man from my life. Li Wei, Shifu Yan, let's set the drinking aside. What do you want to do about him? Your Grace, leave me the final strike. Li Wei, no problem. Then I reached out and took hold of heaven. He found he could move again and immediately wished he could not because a hand was coming toward him. He tried to run and discovered that time and space were locked. Not deliberately, that was just the draft from my arm. He thought about retaliating, and every cell in his body informed him simultaneously that retaliation would result in detonation. So he watched the hand arrive, and it destroyed his connection to the world and unmade his divine will. And here's the thing I have never been able to explain properly. He was grateful. As it came apart, all of it, the resentment, the 10,000 years of accumulated human bile that had made him what he was, came off him, and for a moment before the end, he was what he had been on the first day. Clear sky. The jade sovereign of the golden palace of the vast heaven, supreme, noble, just, and true. He felt light. He enjoyed it. He thanked Jin Xiaochuan. Then his vision went black, and he went to sleep and did not wake up. It rained blood on 3 realms. Fine at first, then heavier, then like a river bursting. Mortals and Taoists and demons all stood in it with their faces coming apart, because grief was falling on them from the sky, and none of them knew why yet. Then the secrets of heaven opened, and everybody knew one thing at once. Heaven is dead. In a courtyard somewhere, the sect Shifu of Kunlun, the second finest cultivator in that human world, caught the blood in his hands and howled at the sky. Because those who cultivate immortality seek the Tao in accordance with heaven, and heaven had just stopped existing. So what exactly were they all seeking? He said out loud that he had to find fellow Taoist Yan, that Liu Feng would know what to do, that the first true immortal in 1,000 years would surely have an answer. And then a voice came across all 3 realms at once. Heaven is dead. The Kunlun sect Shifu's face cleared with relief. It's fellow Taoist Yan. He already knows. He has a plan. I killed him. As expected, he has already found and executed the murderer. Astonishing efficiency. Heaven. It was I who killed heaven. A pause. Something about that sentence, the Kunlun sect Shifu felt, was slightly off. I am Liu Feng, and the most respected man in that world, the light of the cultivators, the pioneer of the Great Way, sat down on the ground like a man whose bones had been removed, and started saying words that did not connect to each other.
Liu Feng asked me, before he broadcast it, whether it was really all right to tell everyone. And this is the part I want to defend, because it looks like cruelty, and it was the single most useful thing I did for him. Li Wei, what you're about to do means peace is impossible in the three realms for a long time. Reunify the human world, and then who owns the true dragon? How do you divide the destiny of a species? Rebuild the underworld, and every position in it, every office with power over the dead and blessings attached, is a prize. Who wouldn't reach for that? Re-establish the heavenly court, a divine seat over all three realms. Everything that exists will go mad for it. There is going to be war and conspiracy and assassination for the rest of his life. That is not a risk. That is the job description of the man who fixes a world. So, since the blood is coming anyway, let's spend it well. Let every ambitious creature in three realms learn, today, before they start, that the man building this is the one who killed heaven. I am Liu Feng. I slew the sky. If you'd like to test the unified will of the three realms, consider first whether you can survive my heaven-slaying sword. He thought about it and nodded slowly, because it made a great deal of sense. Something felt off about it, but it made a great deal of sense. And I nodded back, very satisfied, because what I had actually done was take the most famous good man in that world and make him, permanently and irreversibly, its most feared monster. He was already famous. There were about 9 better ways to get him known. He has never worked it out. He served me wine. In my house, that is a capital matter. I stayed on a while afterward and did the useful things. Set formations to accelerate the purification of that sky. Went up the river of time to look at the heavenly court and the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation as they were at their height, and took notes and handed the whole inheritance to Liu Feng so he would have blueprints. There is a backlash for reading that far back. I can afford it, and I did not change anything. I did not save anyone in that river, and I did not take anything out of it. I looked once and remembered it, which is all I have ever needed to do. One thing bothered me, and still does. Why was that sky so easy to pollute? I searched. I went all the way back to the source of that world's time and found nothing. Everything checks out. The resentment of all living beings accumulated and dirtied the sky. And every step of that is natural and logical and correct. It should not have been that easy. I found no answer. And then Liu Feng tried to persuade me to stay for another drink, and I left that world at speed. Hopeless, beyond redemption, mud that will not stick to a wall. I don't even want the tea. Show some respect. I got home still annoyed about the wine, and something small and black shot out of the dark at my face. Woof! I punched it into paste. Reflex, genuinely. 700 years of things trying to eat me, and something ambushes me at my own door, and my hand moves. Little shadow! Zhao Tian came round the corner and looked at the smear. Li Wei, whose hound is this? How dare it ambush me? Li Wei, when did you get a hound? And then I looked at it properly and identified it, and had to work quite hard not to laugh. That is the Dark Sovereign. In the recording, that creature is a legend of a much later era. Ancient, foul-mouthed, cowardly, brilliant, a survivor of everything, and eventually one of the great powers of my universe. He is famous. He has a body count. Right now he was 10 days old, and Xiao Tian had picked him up off the street. And your hound tried to bite me. I said it thoughtfully. Xiao Tian's heart rate did something interesting, because if a hound is untrained, that is the owner's fault. And I began wondering aloud whether my crown prince was harboring feelings about certain incidents involving the grand perfection's sacred body. No, I didn't. Don't get the wrong idea, Celestial Sovereign. He explained, at length and slightly too fast, that he had found Little Shadow while out, had felt sorry for it, and had taken it in, and that he often told it stories about me, so that it would grow into a good hound who contributes to the Tao realm and to the universe as a whole. He was building a case. It was a decent case. I decided to have a heart-to-heart with him instead, because internal family strife is unproductive. Xiao Tian, you're young. I'm old. In this world, you are my only successor. If I don't give you the position of Celestial Sovereign, who else is there? I'll pass it to you sooner or later. Don't worry. His face got noticeably worse. Who wants your position? Don't have wild ideas, Celestial Sovereign. And what do you mean you're old and I'm young? I guarantee you'll still be walking around after I'm dead. Out loud, he said, Celestial Sovereign, you're not old. You're still very young. You think I'm young? Do you mean you don't expect me to live long enough to abdicate? He stopped talking. He has learned that the more he says, the more mistakes he makes, and that serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. And then the hound came back. It rematerialized at his ankles. That whole area is the Tao realm, and the animal had been logged in with its mind, which is why I had been able to punch it so freely. No loss. 18 seconds later, it was a good hound again. Were you about to bite me? The hound's answer would determine the scale of the calamities that Xiao Tian experienced over the following 10,000 years. Wah, no. I suddenly saw the Celestial Sovereign and got excited. I wanted to get closer to him. Your master's life is saved. Xiao Tian gave me the state of things while the hound cowered. The ruthless Grand Sovereign was approaching her 7th life. Lin Ruoxing and Wang Haoran were close to attaining the Tao. The 3 ex-Forbidden Zone emperors were still working off the damage the zones had done to them, which is not something I can fix. That is a matter of the mind and the Tao, and you do it yourself or not at all. And Ren Huang was doing something that made Xiao Tian's voice go strange. Li Wei, go on. Since you spread Sovereign Ren's story through the world, fellow Taoist Ren Huang's cultivation, from my observation, does not look like one man cultivating. It looks like the entire human race is cultivating for him. I looked at Ren Huang, and I understood it perfectly, and I could not explain it at all. Li Wei, Xinhuo, that spark is not a technique. It is not in my scripture. I have come to suspect it exists in worlds I have never been to, and that the version in mine is being influenced by versions elsewhere, and that there is a connection running between them that nobody can trace. Wherever there are people, it does not go out. Li Wei, some of this is beyond my level. Let fellow Taoist Ren Huang decide his own affairs. Then the group ran a vote, and the 2 candidates were from the same world, and one of them was the villain, both from Tomb of the Gods. The first clip was a battlefield at the end of everything. Broken world, corpses of the peerless, and a man with black hair and an aura like a war that has been going for 100 years, facing an enormous ball of light. The ball of light was the heavenly Tao of that world. He went in with 14 people, wives, children, disciples, everyone he had. The war song they sang going in is the kind of thing that makes people cry who do not know the language. He came out alone. Then he laughed, a bad laugh, raised his sword, and went back in. 7 times. In and out of the heavenly Tao 7 times, with everyone he loved already dead inside it. On the 7th, he shattered. Mu Chen, the primal taboo deity of the ancient era of that world. The second candidate was the ball of light. The group looked at that arrangement for a while. Everyone, let's vote. Anything to add about these 2 candidates? The nicknames the system generated did not help. Mu Chen's was something about eternal love and yearning, which, when you think about who he spent his life obsessed with destroying, is genuinely funny in a horrible way. The Heavenly Tao's nickname was Cherish His Feast, a once ruthless villain capable of exterminating all life, reduced to a ball of light that only knows how to eat. Kenji Hayato, level 84. What kind of person is this Mu Chen? In that battle, shouldn't heaven be the evil one? Li Wei. That world's Heavenly Tao is like Uncle Lu's, but after it fell, it went further. It destroys all life, repeatedly. Li Wei. The people in the video are the ones who fought it. Mu Chen is, by his world standards, probably a good man, and he is fighting to save it. The vote was unanimous, and it took 11 seconds. Ding! Unfortunately, 11 official members believe you are not qualified to join and have refused your request. You have lost your status as a candidate, and there will be no further opportunity. The fallen heavenly Tao of the Divine Tomb received that notification while lurking, plotting the destruction of its own world. It had exactly the reaction you would expect from a being that has never been refused anything. You ants! Why can't you just wait patiently for me to come and harvest you? Then it ordered every minion it had to find the ants who had mocked it. Some of those minions knew perfectly well who the ants were, and had no intention whatsoever of locating them, and spent the next while doing an extremely thorough and completely fruitless search. Mu Chen woke up in a hidden space inside the cemetery of gods and demons with a chat panel in front of him. He is a remnant. That is worth stating plainly. The great battle killed him instantly. He is only present at all because the Divine Tomb method produces a vitality so obstinate that instant death is a temporary condition, and he has spent the time since crawling back and staying quiet about it. He looked at 12 avatars and worked through them one at a time, checking for anyone he might know, because appearances change but souls do not. Then he stopped at mine and looked at it for a while. No matter how a face changes, it stays connected to the soul. This is definitely not someone I know. Among the people I have known, there were domineering ones, arrogant ones, wicked, kind, even sleazy. But regardless of temperament, this face alone, in my entire life, including my previous lives, I have never seen anyone like him. Interesting, he thought. Li Wei, fellow Taoist Mu, you're online. Why aren't you saying anything? Li Wei, do you also want to be a lurker? His own first life. Then his son Mu Xiaobai, dying and reincarnating as a boy called Lin Yuan. Then Lin Yuan, crawling out of a grave 10,000 years later with nothing, and starting again, and climbing, and going all the way to the final war against heaven, and winning a new heavenly Tao. The thing he died for, arriving 100 centuries after his death, carried by his own son wearing a different face. We did it! He said that to an empty room. Everything he had spent, every one of the 14 people he took into the light, all of it paid, in a future he was never going to see. He came out of the dungeon and asked the group whether the thing was accurate. Li Wei, no, not at all. It's complete nonsense. His eyes narrowed. So his side loses. Eldrin level 140. Fellow Taoist Mu, since you have joined the group, your fate has already changed. That dungeon is your previous fate. Your fate is now different. That is why the Grand Sovereign says it is void. Zhou Liang, level 59. Exactly. When the great god crushes the heavenly Tao with one hand in the future, we'll find out how accurate it was. He sat with that. When I can crush the heavenly Tao with one hand, he uploaded his techniques and I bought all of them within about 90 seconds. 8 styles of reversal, 9 revolutions against heaven, the undying demon art, 9 divine techniques, any one of which would be a sect's greatest treasure in most worlds. Mu Chen noticed his points jumping, checked the transaction log, and concluded, correctly, that I had been standing in the shop waiting. And then I disappeared for 20,000 years. That is how long I spent on those methods. 20,000 years, in seclusion, taking apart the martial arts of a dead man from a world of madmen. Her road is an aged body transforming from one life into the next until 9 lifetimes become one and a mortal becomes an immortal. And the demonic quality in Mu Chen's work, which is not murder or cruelty, it is fanaticism, an extreme cast of mind, is the exact quality she has had since the day her brother died. I sat in the dark and worked out that the most valuable thing I had bought in 20,000 years was not for me. So I'm the old man of the group, and also the human golden finger of everyone in my own universe. Beautiful. I came out of it 38,500 years old, with a new edge on me. The ruthless Grand Sovereign spotted it across a room in under a second. You've changed. Where? Charm. I touched my own face, which everybody present turned away from, and Lin Ruoxing actually spat. I sense, she said, considering, a kind of demonic quality. Celestial Sovereign, have you gone mad from seclusion? I threw him out of the room. Then I told them what I had brought back and what it was going to cost me. I have a cultivation system that has never existed in this world. Who wants it? Brother Crimson, don't say anything. The air went solid. The Ruthless One asked whether I had created it. No, I have a friend. Everyone in the room made the same face. How do you have so many friends? He gave me his method, mortal to the peak of humanity, complete. I did some deduction and analysis. Then, while they were lighting up, but if you want to learn it, I have to undergo a method creation tribulation. Because a genuinely unprecedented system appearing in a world is not a gift, it is a violation, and the world sends the bill to whoever opened the box. Survive and your creation is permitted to exist. Fail and you die, and the method dies with you. Xiao Tian asked the sharp question. Then why didn't the 4 extraterritorial supremes trigger one when they brought a foreign lineage in? Because we're all part of one great world. Everyone's expression got very careful. Other worlds' laws show up here without consequence, Your Grace, but yours triggers a tribulation aimed specifically at the Creator, Your Grace. Tell us honestly, is that friend of yours you? I really do have a friend. The Ruthless One asked how hard it would be. Difficult in some ways, not difficult in others. For me, naturally, not difficult. Du and Ming He shouted, "Long live the great Shifu." I told them, through my teeth, that I was 38,500 years old and had not passed away at 10,000, and thanked them sincerely for their loyalty. I taught the Divine Tomb method at the edge of the universe, in full, to a row of emperors, and when I finished, the sky came apart. Black lightning, crimson slaughter light staining the chaos beyond the realm, myriad Daos wailing, the world's judgment on a man who has added something to it. Li Wei, they're here. Li Wei, wait for me. I'll be right back. I went up into it and out of the universe entirely, into the unexplored depths of the outer chaos, and I fought there. For 100 years, not an hour, not a week. That thing struck a single man continuously for a century, and the entire cosmos spent that century underneath a permanent oppressive weight. And there were mortals born and dead in that period who had never known a sky without it. They thought it was normal weather. It was on the maps. Out in the universe, an alternative Tao attainer looked toward it and said in a small voice that if that calamity so much as brushed them, they would be annihilated in one pass. Xiao Tian opened his divine eyes and reported that my blood energy was high enough to recreate a world. Tian Rui reported in shock that the Celestial Sovereign was coughing blood. And the Ruthless One, who had understood the mechanism before anyone, explained it to them. The size of the tribulation is set by what you created, and what he created contains a trace of the tenacity of a celestial king, and an immeasurably small hint of the deathlessness of an immortal sovereign. A tiny hint, a sign. That is all it takes. At the end of 100 years, the clouds thinned and the chaos went back to its ordinary color, and the weather that had always existed simply stopped, which astonished a great many mortals. And I came up out of the dark charred black from head to foot, like a piece of charcoal. Huobai, what kind of monster is this? How could it be so dark? Huobai, through a century of tireless effort, he has returned from levitation. Li Wei, your grandfather. I stood there absorbing the essence of heaven and earth with my skin glowing and countless gates opening inside my body, and felt the 8th transformation arrive. Li Wei, what a stroke of luck. The emperors did the maths. 8 transformations is 1 step from immortality. Then I went and found the 9 dragons pulling coffin, and there was somebody sitting in it. The coffin is a wonder of my universe. 9 enormous black true dragons dragging a bronze sarcophagus across the cosmos on no fixed route for uncounted ages. I had opened it once before, shortly after becoming emperor, and found what everyone finds. A small coffin inside a large one containing a world and a few hundred ancient characters, half of which are about repairing the immortal realm. This time, there was a man inside the world, sitting cross-legged with his back to me. And looking at his back, I saw things that were not in the room. A boy walking out of the great wilderness. An ocean of worlds being born and destroyed with every wave. Above that ocean, a second and larger one, with broken, dead worlds lying on it like driftwood. A world of blood where a man rides a barrel coffin into the depths carrying an imperial sword. All the heavens converging into one silhouette. Li Wei, the barren, celestial sovereign. The world inside the coffin shook when I said the name, because names of that grade have weight, and if it were not for 3 layers of bronze and his own sword sealing my universe from the outside, simply saying it out loud would have attracted attention I do not want. He turned around. You are indeed extraordinary. He looked at me and saw the whole river of time in one glance, and understood most of my circumstances immediately. He could not see the chat group. Nothing has ever seen the chat group. You are not a person of the 9 heavens, 10 earths, he said, nor of the boundary sea, nor of the heavens. Correct. I came from beyond the boundary. I did not hide it. There was no point, and there was also no shame. Transmigrators are not rare in the myriad worlds. He said, quietly, mostly to himself, there are boundaries beyond boundaries. Our world has never been unique, never lonely. And deep in his eyes, where he did not intend me to see it, something that looked a great deal like disappointment. He had been hoping I would panic when he named it. Which tells you that the immortal emperors of my universe have been trying to find out whether anything exists outside for a very long time and have gotten nowhere. Which is absurd. A being at that tier could walk out and look. Something is stopping them. Have you ever explored outside? I went to check, found nothing, came back. This is my hometown. I won't leave until certain things are resolved. Perhaps when everything is cleared, I'll go into the boundless chaos and look for a way forward. Then he told me how the war is going, and it is not going well. How many of them? On our side, in the boundless sea, since records began, exactly 2 immortal emperors have ever been born, myself and the corpse. On the strange side, there are several times that, possibly 10 times. I suspect at least 20. I stood there and recalculated my entire understanding of the shape of existence. And they resurrect, he said. An ordinary immortal sovereign who dies in battle needs an era to come back, possibly more. For the immortal emperors of the strange realm, 1 era is enough to come back countless times. I have killed several. It was useless. Some of them I have killed a second and a third time. And some of ours who died have not come back at all. So you're playing against a fountain. I don't know that word. It means you win every fight and lose the war anyway. His voice, when he answered, was tired in a way I have not heard from anything else at that level. I suspect the secret is in their ancestral land. I want to go and see it, find a way to break the resurrection, or destroy the thing doing it. You're going to kill them at their fountain. Yes. And you're not confident. How could I be confident? He smiled, and it was not a good smile. Although I don't want to admit it, this trip feels like when I was sent to the foreign land. And I knew what he meant, because I have read about that. When he was young, before all of this, the powers of his own side handed him over to a foreign realm as a gesture, a world that had been the enemy of his home for uncounted ages, full of supreme beings and immortals falling like rain and dozens of immortal kings, any one of whom could have removed him with a breath. They sent him there to grovel. And he went. And what he said at the time was, a man can travel anywhere, for home is everywhere, and where he dies and is buried, all the green mountains under heaven are the same. Which is a very beautiful way for a young man to say he does not expect to come back. He is saying it again now. He is walking into the ancestral land of the thing that is eating everything, alone, and he has already decided he probably will not return. He also mentioned, in passing, that the corpse immortal sovereign, the one who once killed him, is alive, because he resurrected him, personally. He went and brought back the man who murdered him, because the corpse had been framed and dragged into the dark by at least 2 enemy immortal emperors, and because he needs the bodies. Then the corpse went off to ambush the 2 who did it, alone, against both. Li Wei, is he that brave? He is that angry. Then, having established that reality is on fire, we spent about 20 minutes needling each other like old men in a park. He told me I was very strong, that in the mortal realm he had never seen a cultivator stronger than me among those who had not become immortal, and that most true immortals are not as good. Li Wei, I know. Your path is extraordinary, unprecedented, an exceptionally brilliant road to immortality. Li Wei, of course. The law you created is special, immortality and indestructibility achieved in the mortal realm, strange and powerful. Li Wei, definitely. Your face is also unparalleled throughout history. There has never been anyone comparable. I slapped my thigh. You have excellent taste. Then I looked at him very seriously. Why do I feel like you're flattering me? Which is an absurd thing to say. He is an immortal sovereign. He has no reason to flatter anyone, ever, about anything. But the feeling was extremely strong. He narrowed his eyes and got taller, in the way beings of that grade do when they want to make a point, and the light came on behind his face. Since you know who I am, how dare you speak to me like that? I am the barren celestial sovereign. Right, so you were flattering me just now. He was silent for a moment. Is there something wrong with your thinking? Didn't we meet in the chaotic ancient era? His expression changed, just slightly, and he did not answer fast enough. Or, my future self traveled back to the chaotic ancient era, and we met there, because there is no other explanation. This is an immortal sovereign who came home across an unimaginable distance because he felt a tribulation, in order to have a chat with a man who has not yet become immortal. Nobody does that for a stranger, and it is certainly not because I am handsome. That would be absurd. He laughed at me for a while and gave me 3 different reasons why it was impossible, none of which addressed the question. Suit yourself. Then he gave me the 2 things that made the next 50,000 years possible. The first is a back door through his sword. There is a sword strike sealing my universe off from the boundary sea. It is why nothing has found us. It is why we have been quietly rotting in peace while the war happens somewhere above our heads. He put it there, and he opened a door in it. For me. He did not ask what for. When I asked whether he knew what I intended to do with it, he said, with a completely straight face, I don't know at all. Which is how an immortal sovereign says he knows exactly. The second was coordinates, every world in the boundary sea, the full map. He extracted it and put it in my head like a man handing over a business card. Thank you. Some of those worlds have been corrupted by the darkness again. Be careful. I know. I've met 4 true immortals. Their world is definitely gone. I showed him the 4 drops of black blood, and he confirmed it in one look. Their system is completely corrupted. Practicing it walks you toward the dark. There are far too many instances of this in the heavens and above. The strange methods are extremely strange. They don't only erode a world by force. They use the cultivators to pollute a system directly. They rot it at the root. And then he shook his head at the black blood, thoughtfully, and said something that has bothered me ever since. But he is still condensing black blood. Has he not arrived yet? Or has he arrived and not found his target? He, not it, not they. He. There is a person doing this. Then he stood up to go, and remembered a detail, and told me a thing that reorganized my ambitions. Some quasi-immortal emperors are also called Tao ancestors. A Tao ancestor is one who creates a system, or expands the boundary of one. Neither is easy. The difficulty is roughly equal. Li Wei. So if body as a seed means cultivating a 6th secret realm, then anyone who does that is a Tao ancestor. Not quite. Half a step. Open a 7th, an 8th, more, then certainly. Besides, it's only a title. Then, with the specific face of a man setting something down and walking away from it, just like what you did in that other world, opening up a worldwide path. I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm not sure. I once vaguely sensed a new world, he said. When I tried to follow it, something blocked me and the connection broke. Do Luo. He felt it. An immortal sovereign in another universe felt me plant a seed in a thatched hut and reached for it, and something in between cut him off. He did not press. He smiled and let it lie, because he was not going to harm me, and I was not going to harm him, and both of us knew it without anyone saying so. I never imagined the tiny 9 heavens 10 earths could grow a talent of your Tao ancestor grade. Compared to you, the Tao ancestors of the unique supreme heaven are all fake. I let that go past me because I had just learned that there is a place called the unique supreme heaven, and that it contains enough Tao ancestors to be dismissive about. What role does my world actually play in the myriad worlds? He did not answer that one either. Before he left, he made tea. A jade table appeared between us with a full set on it, and the Baron Celestial Sovereign poured and said, Xuanjun Celestial Sovereign, have some tea. I want to record how strange that felt. Every powerful being in 4 universes has been handing me tea for tens of thousands of years, and here at the end of the ladder was the man himself doing it in a bronze coffin in the middle of a war he does not expect to survive. I drank it in one go because sipping is unpleasant. Li Wei, good tea. He did not drink his. He looked out at the universe instead, and at the Tao realm hanging in it, and he said the name of it slowly, with something in his voice I could not place at first. Tao realm. You really are a thoughtful person. Because it is very like the virtual God realm, which he used to go into as a child. Li Wei, you used to enter the virtual God realm all the time when you were small. Why not come into mine and have a look? Then, remembering myself, patting my chest, Li Wei, don't worry. My Tao realm doesn't let anyone rename it. It always uses its real name, and it won't inherit the old name from the fragment I picked up either. His face went completely flat. Don't go around telling people, because when he was 4 or 5 years old, he renamed the spiritual world of an entire era after himself, or something equally undignified, and it is the one piece of his history he would like left alone. Who wasn't a menace at 4? Then he pointed a finger and dropped a jade slip on the table and left, and I asked whether he was still there, and got no answer. I noticed his teacup was still full. Strange, he didn't drink his own tea. And then a thought arrived. Could it be that he wants to drink the beast? Someone coughed. I laughed extremely awkwardly, having nearly been caught talking about a man behind his back while he was standing standing behind me, drank my second cup in one go, waved at the void, and left. And after I was gone, in an empty coffin world, he sighed. You didn't drink my spiked tea. You're really quite tolerant. I was planning to knock over your cup while you were drinking it. The table vanished. The tea set vanished. And the only cup that disappeared was his. And what lingered in the air where it had been was the smell of wine. Human nature is treacherous. An emperor must protect himself away from home.
Somebody may be eyeing your teacup. I said that, years earlier, out loud, to somebody, somewhere. He had been listening. I opened the jade slip expecting Immortal King scriptures. I knew Immortal King techniques would only be icing at this point. I have several methods that point at the other shore. Predecessors can inspire me, but they cannot lift me anymore, because I am on my own road now. Still, it would enrich the foundation. The slip said, I knew you'd come in, handsome. I sat there. The words faded and new ones appeared. Want to know what's in here? Then call out to brother Xiao Yi. Li Wei. Xiao Yi. Your name is Xiao Yi. What does that have to do with me, the barren celestial sovereign? All you do is wear imperial robes, eat sunflower seeds, and carry a jade disc. What's the point? You don't even call me Xiao Yi anymore. Time for a drink. I crushed it. It was an ordinary jade slip with no power in it whatsoever, which meant it had been manufactured specifically to be crushed, which meant he had also predicted this. Powder ran out of my hand and blew away. Li Wei, what you do today, you get tomorrow. And far away, past the heavens, in the sinister land, Xiao Yi glanced back over his shoulder and smiled brilliantly. Couldn't resist looking. What you did in the past, you reap today. I still remember what you did during the chaotic ancient era. His voice, when he said it, was exactly as sinister and cunning as mine. Then his expression froze. Cause? Effect? Because he had just realized that the thing he had been getting revenge for, the grudge from the chaotic ancient era, the reason he had been needling me from the moment I sat down, might not be the cause at all. It might be the result of this. This. A shadow immortal sovereign picked exactly that moment to arrive and attack him, and got slapped across the face hard enough to destroy spacetime and create and unmake several realms, largely because he had turned up while a man was having a philosophical crisis about which came first. I got home to find Huobai standing motionless in the depths of the Tao realm, staring at the mortal world, radiating melancholy. He had been traveling from one mortal planet to another, watching people live and work and be born and grow old and get sick and die.
You're thinking about how their lives are short but happy. No, didn't the celestial sovereign once say that every planet is full of something called oxygen? Mortals and low-level cultivators need to absorb it to survive. I did say that, so. I suddenly thought that this oxygen might be a slow-acting poison. It poisons ordinary people. The onset takes a very long time, more than 100 years. He turned to look at me with the face of a man delivering findings. This could be a conspiracy by the heavenly venerate of Tribulation, or by the God Sovereign. I stared at him. You have been standing here, watching birth and aging and sickness and death, watching people live in peace, and this is what you have been contemplating? He got defensive. He said he personally does not require oxygen. He then raised the follow-up point that ordinary people die immediately without it, but with it they live about 100 years, so is it toxic or not? And he appeared to find this genuinely troubling. I went home and opened the River of Time and traveled back to look at his infancy, because I needed to know whether that man had ever attended a school. He had. Secular nobility. By modern Earth standards, he had a university education. I resolved on the spot to rigorously investigate every cultivation academy in the universe for infiltrators poisoning the next generation, and I decided that Hua Long, when he comes, is never being handed to Huobai for training. Xiao Tian can do it. Xiao Tian's father was a holy body. Xiao Tian's own physique is related, and Xiao Tian's realm is high enough. Xiao Tian becomes the crown prince, and Hua Long becomes the grandson of the crown prince, which is a tidy arrangement. Then I stopped. Because if Xiao Tian is still the crown prince in 100,000 years, that implies certain things about whether I have abdicated by then. I decided not to pursue that thought and went into seclusion for the 8th transformation. Then Mu Chen announced that 10,000 years were up and Lin Yuan was coming out of the grave, and I asked whether I could come and watch. He said yes. So I turned up in the cemetery of gods and demons, a burial ground of gods and demons, where the tombs are the size of hills, and found the specific grave I was looking for. It is a small mound, no stone, no flowers, barely raised.
The kind of thing people sit on to rest. A hand came out of it. Lin Yuan climbed out, covered in mud, in rags, and started reading the tombstones around him. Xiao Yun, the Eastern martial immortal. Azazel, the Western demon king. Names his civilization uses to mean the end of the scale. God is dead, demons are destroyed, and I am still alive. Why did you make me crawl out of this grave? Where am I supposed to go? He shouted it at the sky, expecting nothing, because only a ghost would answer in a place like that. Li Wei, do you really want to know? He went very still. He turned around. Nothing there. Only tombs. Suddenly I don't really want to know anymore, he thought. I put a hand on his shoulder from behind. Who are you? Li Wei, didn't you call me out? I didn't call anyone. Li Wei, didn't you call on God? He looked at me for a while. Is your name Ancient Skylord?
Li Wei, I'm not called God. I am God. Then, because he seemed confused, Li Wei, elder deity. Zhou Liang, level 59. Here we go again. Xiao Junjie, level 43. Great God, shut him up. Don't let him talk. Mu Chen, watching from inside his hidden space, was asked by the group to cover my mouth and expressed genuine confusion at the request. Why should the sovereign's mouth be covered when he says a few words? Because, and this is a thing I only understood much later, the top experts of the divine tomb are exactly like me. Their world produces people who say things like, on this vast desolate land, who reigns supreme? Only I, the demon lord. Mu Chen had only recently joined the group and did not yet know the word pretentious. Then I walked Lin Yuan out of the cemetery to the old tomb keeper and did the best work of my life. The old man is ancient. Nobody knows how old. He guards the graves of gods and demons, and he speaks a language that has drifted so far in 10,000 years that Lin Yuan cannot understand a word of it. So I translated. Old man, 3 syllables. Li Wei, the old man says, young man, you have a good eye. He asks whether you'd like to know the secret of his good health at his age. Old man, 2 syllables. He says the secret is 3 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of wine, 6 buckets of instant noodles a day, and staying up all night in an internet cafe. He says traditional craftsmanship must not be lost. Lin Yuan understood every word I was saying. That is the part that made it art. He could hear me. He knew the old man had said 3 syllables and I had produced 15 sentences. He had no ability to verify a single one of them and no ability to stop me, and he had to stand there while a stranger invented an entire conversation on top of a man who was actually speaking. He apologized to the old man for bringing me. The young man asks, how old are you now, and does this skincare regimen work? Old man, 2 syllables. Lin Yuan, the old man says he's only 20 this year. He says don't worry about the method, it's absolutely effective. It'll definitely help you live thousands of years, and nobody who has used it has left a bad review. Zhou Liang ordered a plate of beans and a pot of warm wine and settled in to watch. Zhou Liang, level 59. So you're the one who brought the invaders into the village. Xiao Junjie, level 43. Sir, I'm sorry, I'm not an undercover agent. And the old tomb keeper, who had said perhaps 8 syllables total and had watched them become a comedy routine, asked me who I was. Translator. Then things got serious for about 90 seconds. The old man told me, in a voice that had stopped acting, that whatever I had seen, I should leave. That these are untouchable taboos, that anyone who pursues them causes great calamity, that it involves secrets from ancient times to the present, and that the outcome is never what you wanted. I know, it's a war against heaven. I'm familiar with it. I've had the experience once or twice. He went still, and then black and white light started coming out of his eyes, and he looked at me in a way that suggested he was considering eating me. Your life and death energies are quite interesting. So I reached out and pulled the divine light out of his eyeballs and rolled it into a ball. At which point Mu Chen was forced to reveal himself out loud before the tomb keeper dropped his cover entirely. Your Grace. Long time no see, great God Mu Chen. I handed him the ball. He took it. Reluctantly. Then Mu Chen raised a problem, which was that the fallen heavenly Tao of his world was moving early. It had been refused entry to the group. It had taken that badly, and it was now sending its people out to cause trouble ahead of schedule. He had a plan for the heavenly Tao, and the plan required time he no longer had. Li Wei, are you worried heaven will move too soon? Li Wei, oh, that's easy. I vanished and left them a window so they could watch. I went and stood in front of the great light orb, the fallen heavenly path of that world, and I let it notice me. Who are you? Li Wei, your grandfather. It was furious. Where had this human come from to humiliate it like that? You, Li Wei, you think you have a place to speak? Wait to get beaten. Then I borrowed the strength of my true body and struck once. Buddha's palm, first form, a semi-transcendent technique that outranks the divine skills of most immortal sovereign laws. From a Bodhi tree in a world 4 universes away, the heavenly Tao of the divine tomb looked up and saw one figure occupying its entire field of vision. I am the only one who reigns supreme, above and below the heavens. The sphere of light cracked all over like porcelain about to fail. It coughed heavenly blood and stared at me and started to say something. What are you looking at, you stinking beggar? And I left. Behind me, the old tomb keeper was making a noise. Is it possible for someone to almost kill the heavenly Tao with a single slap? Mu Chen, who had recognized the technique from the group shop and knew exactly how much it cost. He is the celestial sovereign. The celestial sovereign? Sovereign of heaven? The old man muttered it to himself for a while. Is this kind of title and this kind of power something that is beyond human capability? I came back and explained to Mu Chen why his heavenly verd is weak, and I do not think he has recovered from it. He had assumed, the way everyone in that world assumes, that the enemy is at full strength and always has been, so he asked me to rate it. At its peak, quasi-immortal king. That surprised him badly. Then I said the other half. In fact, the heavenly Tao has always been getting weaker. A heavenly Tao is the world plus everything in it gathered up. The bigger and more populated and healthier the world, the stronger the sky. And your world has been shrinking, have you noticed? He thought about it and found that it had. Especially given that in your wars, you people routinely shattered entire realms. He is the primal taboo deity of the ancient era. The records credit him with breaking several worlds, some of them large, and the ones above him did the same, and the smaller realms nobody bothered to write down. Extinguishing all life in a realm and leaving a dead shell is not a victory over heaven. It is an amputation performed on heaven by heaven's own immune system. The heavenly Tao knew. Of course it knew, and every time somebody rebelled, it had to send its people, and its people broke more worlds, and the wound got wider. And then it fell, which weakened it further. A heavenly Tao is supposed to be impartial and ruthless, born of heaven and earth, drawing on all life. Yours developed a preference. Now it wants to destroy the world and feed on the resentment and the malice. But living beings are not only malice, there is good in them too, and light. I don't know whether a fallen heavenly Tao can even digest that. If it can, it's getting a fraction of what it used to. And you peak experts don't believe in it at all, so it can draw almost nothing from you. That's another cut. By my estimate, it's currently at the middle of the true immortal range. By the time you get around to your war, after your methods have gone to work, it'll be an ordinary true immortal. At which point, 4 of you will break into King Realm at the cost of your lives, and Lin Yuan will use all living beings as a sword, and between you, it will barely be enough. The old Tomb Keeper was looking back and forth between us with an expression of total dislocation. Quasi-immortal king? True immortal? Aren't we all heavenly rank here? And Mu Chen stood very still and worked through it. Our recklessness and the endless desires of all living beings polluted the heavenly Tao. That caused calamity after calamity, and it also, incidentally, weakened the heavenly Tao enough that we can kill it. It began with you, and it will end with you. It's all cause and effect, which is, incidentally, exactly what happened in Liu Feng's world. It rises because of people. It falls because of people. He came back to himself fast, and what came back was iron. No matter what, the fallen must die. Then I traded him for the thing I had actually come for. The Chen family's demon summoning scripture. A few thousand words of general outline and a cultivation method built specifically for one bloodline. What it does is this. Members of that family practice it, and it slowly draws together the fragments of soul power scattered in their blood. Then it reaches further, out into heaven and earth, and gathers the scattered spirit of an ancestor. It is a technique for pulling a dead man back out of his descendants. In the original history, 8 peerless geniuses of Lin Yuan's line cultivated it and became the vessel for resurrecting the Chen ancestor, and that was somebody's scheme rather than a gift, but the mechanism is real and it works. I wanted it because there are corpses lying on my earth. Li Wei, would it be convenient to teach me? He went quiet for a moment, eyes flowing with the great Tao, communicating with someone. I assume the Chen family. I did not ask. No problem, Your Grace. Not only the demon summoning scripture. I'll list others in the group store as well. Does the great god need the heaven-severing form or the Tathagata? His eyes came on like lamps. I have to be honest first. What I give you won't be the complete thing. I can't hand over the true essence of an other shore technique. It lives in my mind, and I can't copy it. What you'd get is what I have comprehended, and it carries my personal imprint. I couldn't afford the complete other shore art anyway, he said. I humbly request the 5th form of the heaven slaying technique. And his voice did something on the word 5th that told me exactly how long he had wanted it. Fair trade. Both of us cheated slightly, and both of us knew it, and both of us were satisfied. Then he left, and I was alone with the Tomb Keeper, who wanted to say something and had nothing to say, and Lin Yuan, who came back from washing his face. I gave the boy a gift before I went. It seemed rude not to. Lin Yuan, this is an unparalleled divine weapon. As long as you can awaken it, absolutely no one in the entire world will be able to kill you. That was true, incidentally. He does not get killed. I checked. It was a magic light stick. And the incantation for this peerless divine weapon is, Light, grant me power. Ultraman Tiga. His blood went up. He heard something in it. He could not have told you what. Kenji Hayato, level 84. Your Grace, could you please stop saying that incantation when you hand people glow sticks? Dad, I'm spreading your name. Imagine it. One day the myriad worlds are saying, Ultraman Tiga. You'd take off like a rocket. Kenji Hayato, level 84. It feels kind of awkward. Then I went and looked in on Doluo, which I had not visited in a very long time, and found that Yunsha had a guest. Guo Tian was at her gate asking to see her. For anyone who has not read her file, that is the man. That is the one from her fate dungeon. In the life that no longer happens, he is the specific wound around which the whole rest of it is built. In this life, they are strangers. Nothing happened. He does not know her, and she has no grudge to hold, because the thing he did to her exists only in a recording of a discarded timeline. He was there because he wanted to write theory. He had been a crippled, martial soul academic once, and he had produced a set of theories back then that nobody had used. And now that everyone on the continent was cultivating a completely new path, he had ideas about codifying it, and he wanted her blessing. She received him, politely. She asked him whether his previous theories had ever gained the approval of a titled Doluo. No. Whether they had helped a soul Doluo. A soul saint? No, not at all. And then she recited, from memory, without pausing, the entire structure of the path from the sea of suffering upward, how to sense the bitter sea most efficiently, how to handle the calamity of losing yourself at the divine bridge, what to watch for in the 9 revolutions, the function of each Tao palace and why the order you build them in matters, how to survive the calamities that fall on you in the 4 extremities, how to transform the spinal dragon, how to open your sea of consciousness at half-step great power without damaging your own spirit. Then she said, all of this is in the Taoist scriptures, written down, clearly, in language anyone can hold. Meaning, the theory you want to write already exists. It is free, it is in every village, and you have not finished reading it. Cultivate diligently, she told him. Cultivation is everything. If you become a great being and live for thousands of years, it will not be too late to study these things. And he stood there and got smaller. Then he asked whether he could meet the Tao ancestor. He Go and Hua Ling's faces changed. A man at Lifespring level, asking to be presented to the master. Before Hua Ling could say something unkind, Yun Sha sealed her mouth with a gesture and answered herself. My master spread the Tao throughout the world, comprehended the great Tao, and has already ascended. Then she left, gracefully. Li Wei. What do you mean ascended? You make it sound like I'm dead. I did not go and see him. Everyone in the group expected me to, and I did not. And I want to explain why, because it is the least sentimental thing I believe. There is no cause and effect between us. Guo Tian is, in my eyes, one of the ordinary people of Do Luo. If I met him, I would chat for a while. But making a special trip, spending my attention on him because a version of him hurt a friend of mine in a timeline that no longer exists? I would rather lie on a sofa in my own universe eating sunflower seeds. Now, if Shilong were born, I would make the trip, purely for the expression on his face when he discovers the current art style of his world. Which brings me to what Yun Sha had done while I was away. Shi Ming got married. Shi Ming, Clear Sky Sect, the strongest hammer on the continent, the man who in the original history loses everything and drinks himself into a ditch, met the Azure Vine Monarch, a 100,000-year spirit beast, at one of Yun Sha's sermons. They glared at each other for a while. Then, over a few more sermons, they stopped glaring. In the original story, a human and a spirit beast is not a romance. It is an atrocity in both directions, because the entire economy of that world runs on humans killing spirit beasts for rings. But nobody needs rings anymore. Cultivate the path and your soul rings condense by themselves, tuned to you, better than any corpse could give you. The single load-bearing reason for the war between humans and beasts had quietly stopped being a reason. So the Clear Sky Sect backed it. The spirit beasts backed it, and Yun Sha personally officiated the wedding of a human patriarch and a beast queen in front of the whole continent, which is not a wedding. It is a treaty with cake. And then she offered to name their future child. They nodded so fast they nearly injured themselves. The great way is simple, she said thoughtfully. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Why don't we call him Xielong? The couple were deeply moved. They felt, both of them, that their child had been born to carry that name. They thanked her for the profound insight into the secrets of heaven. Then she turned around and walked away with her back to everyone, and her face doing something she did not want witnessed. When she told us this story, the group came apart, because Xielong is now going to be born the young master of the Clear Sky Sect, son of a spirit beast queen, with a mother who is the entire spirit beast population, and a godmother who was supposed to be his nemesis. Zhou Liang immediately suggested she adopt him outright, and was cursed at length and wished a large number of goddaughters. Li Wei. So who won here? Li Wei. Shilong gets a dynasty. Yun Sha gets a godson. Li Wei. I think Yun Sha won. Then I spent 1,500 years improving a snack. I want to be honest about the sequence because the sequence is the joke. I lie on a sofa in the deepest part of the Tao realm and eat sunflower seeds. I have done this for a long time. The seeds are already holy medicine grade because I grew the tree myself and I do not do things by halves. And one day I got bored of the flavor and also reflected that a holy medicine grade snack is beneath the dignity of my position. I wanted undying divine medicine grade sunflower seeds, so I went to the ruthless Grand Sovereign and studied her 9 wonders elixir of immortality for 500 years, checking on my seeds occasionally and discussing philosophy with her in between. Then I toured the emperors one by one and studied the problem from the angle of faith, of Xinhuo, of beginninglessness, of the void. They asked what I was doing. When I told them, most of them went away. Huobai was thrilled and offered to help. He proposed irrigating the plant with his own blood. I declined, on the grounds that I remembered the oxygen thing. 300 years on the origins of divine medicine. 200 years running the actual experiment, creating suns with the Buddha's palm and the heaven-severing sword, and shining them at a plant. Using time acceleration, applying everything I know about alchemy and weapon crafting and formations and runes. 500 more years. At 40,000 years old, I succeeded. And in the middle of my own satisfaction, I noticed the 2 boys standing next to me had gone very quiet. Because watching a holy medicine become a divine medicine is watching creation happen at a scale small enough to see. Undying divine medicine is untouched by human calamity and endures forever. I had just taken something that was not that and made it that in front of two witnesses who had spent 30,000 years accumulating and were one insight short. Du and Ming He attained the Tao off a sunflower. Li Wei, 30,000 years and you finally take the step. They were overjoyed. They thanked me. Li Wei, don't thank me. Go and transcend your tribulation. It'd be embarrassing if I didn't have two grand sovereign attendants. The sovereign tribulation that went off at the edge of the universe stopped the entire cosmos, two at once, simultaneous. Not even Zhao Tian and Eldrin managed a joint attainment. And when the universe worked out who it went silent. Immortal gold, the highest material my world produces, which has never in recorded history communicated with spirits, let alone attained the Tao. Two of them, together, defying heaven and earth, and both of them known to every living being as the celestial sovereign's attendants. Even the celestial sovereign's attendants have attained. Somebody in that crowd said celestial sovereign out loud in the tone of a man closing an argument. Lin Ruoxing was furious about the whole thing. If we'd known you were fiddling with melon seeds, we'd have followed you around. We might have started our own tribulation by now, she had said some centuries earlier in private to Wang Haoran. Little Zhou Chuan has become arrogant after a few years as celestial sovereign, indulging in pleasure and debauchery. Once I become emperor, I'll make rapid progress, replicate his legend, and suppress him. To which Wang Haoran had replied with his eyebrows up, the celestial sovereign has been single for 40,000 years. What debauchery, ancestor. And now a snack had made two emperors, Li Wei, blind fools. And while a room full of emperors was arguing about a snack, the thing I had actually traded the fifth form of a heaven-severing sword for was sitting unopened in my hand, and there were 5 corpses on my earth that had been waiting a very long time. Then I handed the demon summoning scripture to my gods and told them to rewrite it themselves. Lin Ruoxing wanted to know why, since I had said I would improve it first. Li Wei, you carry an emperor's bloodline. You know your ancestor better than I do. If you do it, it kills 2 birds. Li Wei, fellow Taoist Jaya, same. Brother Crimson, there's a great completion holy body divine thought out there in the universe. You should study it. Fellow Taoist Ren Huang, this may benefit you directly. Tian Rui, Xuan Jing, Ming Kong, this is the most advanced work of the divine tomb system, and if you master it, you might break your shackles. Xiao Tian, I don't need to say anything to you, do I? This is an opportunity. Cherish it. I have things to do. Then I left and lay down on the sofa and watched a room full of ancient emperors get to work on my homework. There's still a lot of untapped value among the gods under my command. Perhaps I could set up a production line for modifying cultivation techniques. Various emperors, exchanging glances. Is the celestial sovereign trying to slack off? Everyone nodded, silently, in unison. Then Xiao Junjie announced he was going to Japan, and the group interrogated him for 11 minutes about a completely unrelated matter, and I want to record it because it is the funniest thing that has ever happened in that chat. Xiao Junjie, level 43. Everyone, I'm going to Japan. Zhou Liang, level 59. What for? To act? Think it over. Xiao Junjie, level 43. Get lost. He was going for Kyoko. Everyone knew. He had bought clothes. He had used divine power to remove the dark circles from his own eyes. He had done something to his hair. Then Kenzo, who is incapable of reading a room, mentioned in passing that Xiao Junjie still owed him material. Yunsha, level 58. Shameless. Xiao Junjie, level 43. Don't get me wrong, it was a chopping between him and me. Li Wei. What? A taxination? In broad daylight? Under a clear sky? In a group chat? Chen Wu, level 61. Your Grace, the way you're phrasing this makes it sound like Junjie has sold himself. Kenji Hayato, level 84. Your Grace, the way you're phrasing this makes it sound like Junjie is already dead. Liu Feng, level 58. Don't force us to use severe torture. The actual answer is desperately sad. Xiao Junjie is the poorest member of the group. When Kenzo joined, Xiao Junjie wanted ninjutsu and could not afford any. And Kenzo, who is underneath everything a genuinely generous man, simply gave him a stack of free red envelopes and refused payment. So Xiao Junjie, who has a code, repaid the favor in the only currency Kenzo values. He logged off and did not come back for a while. I went with him, not for the date, for the thing I had left in his sky 2 years earlier. When Xiao Junjie extracted the space-time origin from that gray fog tunnel, the entity on the other side had sent an avatar through, and I had not fought it. I had put a jade disc seal around it and left it parked near the moon. For 2 years. Do you know how those 2 years went for me? Extremely well. I built things. I killed an emperor. I ate snacks. I went up to the mark and let it go and said, "Aren't you coming out yet?" The starry sky trembled and gray mist appeared out of nothing, and the fog started to make the vacuum look alive, and then eyes opened in it. Cold, ruthless, rational, and underneath the rationality, completely insane, which is a combination I had no shelf for. Then a castle appeared in the fog, and its doors opened, and every door on the planet below opened at the same time. Every door, cupboards, vaults, cell blocks. The cabin door of the aircraft Xiao Junji was sitting in. That is, one of its its authorities. It has several. Meanwhile, the fog was doing what fog does. People all over that world who had looked up at the moon started to change. Eyes going red and weeping blood, and the blood turning into small red snakes and swimming away. Clothing bulging as tentacles came through skin. Extra mouths, extra eyes, mushrooms, flowers. Xiao Chang, the mischievous one, looked at the jagged little mouth that had opened in his own palm and lost his composure entirely and fled into his brother's dreams to hide. I quarantined the pollution and healed all of them. It took a moment. Then I stood in the dark and waited for the actual thing. A figure in a classical black robe stepped out of a castle made of mist. The moment it stepped clear, the castle collapsed and the entire sea of gray fog contracted into its body. Every star in that sky came alive with tentacles. Li Wei, Blessed Father, mysterious yellow heavenly venerate. And when I said the name, the universe said it back. Every mouth in that living sky chanted it over and over, and the sound went down and landed in the mind of every person and every dragon on the planet below. The Lord of the Mysteries. We could have avoided the fight. He wanted to. We can coexist, it said. There's no need to fight. And it meant it, which was the surprising part. It had spent 2 years trapped in my seal watching that world, and it had found the place restful, stable rules, healthy laws, no danger of something resurrecting inside its own body at any moment. Vastly reduced risk of losing control. To that thing, Xiao Junjie's world looked like heaven. We cannot coexist. If it were a shell, I would have allowed it. Honestly, if the real body itself had come to covering the sky, I would have accepted that too, because in my universe, I can suppress it. And if by some accident I could not, then it would try to corrupt the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and a sword would come down from beyond the sky and remove it. But this is Xiao Junjie's world. Letting it stay would have been irresponsible. I have always been a responsible man. Then it attacked me, and I let it, for about 11 minutes, on purpose. I sealed my own essence down to roughly its level, deliberately. Because I have fought supremes and immortals and ancient emperors, and I have never once fought anything that works like this, and I wanted to feel it. So it hit me with everything, and I cataloged. First it tried to make me stupid. Seer path, sequence 0, the fool's authority, fooling. My expression went blank, and my eyes went dead for a fraction of a second, presumably in the hope that a slightly concussed emperor would agree to let it stay. Then tentacles from behind, through doors that had not existed. Then it stole my desire to retaliate, reached in and took the intention. I stood there with tentacles arriving and no wish to do anything about it, and my imperial body counterattacked on its own without consulting me, and the first tentacle to touch my robe made a hissing sound like magma hitting water. Then it made space itself believe it was soil, so I could not open a door, because a lump of dirt cannot have a door in it. Then it pulled strings of spirit through me like a puppeteer. Then it did the one that actually impressed me. It went for the gates. There are countless gates of potential inside a human body. That is the core belief of the shrouding the heavens method, and opening them is what a transformation is. It closed the ones I had opened and conceptually reinforced the ones I had not, so they could not be opened at all. Nothing in my universe attacks the gates. Nobody there has ever thought of it. Then it parasitized me, put a worm inside me, made my own flesh start to dissident, snakes surfacing and vanishing under the skin, my blood energy simply gone because it had stolen the power out of me. Then it opened a door made of time and space, and fate and chaos, with starlight around the frame, and banished me through it, and grafted a sun onto the far side, so I would arrive inside a star. And it had grafted more than one, in places nobody has explored, just in case. That is the old day. Everything it does outranks anything below it in the order. I walked back out unmarked, not even a tear in the robe. Did you do your best? Little god from another world, have you done your best? This is an unprecedented power, it said. It's terrifying. You must have more. You're the Lord of the Mysteries. There can't only be sequence-level techniques. And it looked at that world one more time, the stable one, the restful one, and said, I really don't want to leave this world. Then it stopped holding back. Every star in the universe flickered at once. The cosmos tilted. Up became down, left became right, and space simply malfunctioned. Time went wrong in patches, planets appearing next to themselves, the second copy being the planet from a moment ago. It became a beacon of destiny, anchoring its own fate and the world's and everyone's, and riding the tide of it. Sephira Castle reassembled behind it, and the gray fog started to solidify, and the universe began to look like something inside the castle rather than outside it. Then a spirit world unfolded in my perception, a paradise for spirits, a haven, a place where mutated things move freely. And then all of it, and it, entered a state called mystery, where nothing can be predicted or investigated, where a fire attack may arrive as ice. Lord of the Mysteries, chronospatial monarch, beacon of destiny, incarnation of Sephira Castle, ruler of the spirit world, all of its old titles reflected at once. Li Wei, right. I've seen what I needed to see. Li Wei, you've been doing all the hitting, and I've been doing all the getting hit. It's embarrassing. The last clear thing in its eyes was doubt. Are you getting beaten? Are you injured? You are still getting beaten. Then I beat it by its own rules. Because you do not answer a mystery with a fist. I stepped out of my own limitation. And then I turned myself into a creature of its world. My blood started pounding. My veins went black. My hair went wild and began, at the ends, to become snakes.
Mushrooms and stars appeared on my face, patterns that do not belong on a human face. Something moved under my robe, and the clarity went out of my eyes, and madness crawled up out of the bottom of them and filled them completely. Granulation started forming on my cheek, and I suppressed it because there are limits, and my public image is one of them. I only went as far as the surface, a superficial transformation into a mysterious form, because of what happens next. Under the rules of that system, looking directly at a being in a higher position brings you benefits, and it brings you madness. I made myself the higher position. The last shred of reason went out of the heavenly venerate's eyes, because in its perception I had stopped having a human shape. What it saw was countless illusory tentacles thundering across the starry sky, each one carrying an eye, each eye looking at it, and at the center of every tentacle a jade disc. It lost control. The Lord of the Mysteries went mad in the Dragon Raja world, defeated by the rules of the Lord of the Mysteries world. Its cloak came apart into worms. Beneath it, there was no body at all, only a mask in the shape of a door, with worms crawling on it, temporal and spiritual and astral, and one polished eye set into the door that on closer inspection was full of tiny insects producing light. I reached out and took hold of it, and the moment I touched it, the group chimed. Mediator detected, currently searching. The avatar disappeared, consumed. It was a single-use medium, and chat group had just spent it. I waited to see what searching meant, got nothing, and decided to go and see Zhao Junjie, because it would be rude to come to a man's world and leave without saying hello. I turned up on the aircraft, removed his brother from the seat by the neck, and sat down in it. Zhao Cheng glared at the hand, recognized me, and instantly became delightful. Ah, it's you, Shifu, the behind-the-scenes final boss of that world, with no dignity whatsoever. Zhao Junjie, don't call him that, because if his brother calls me Grand Sovereign, what is he supposed to call me? Li Wei, your little brother is much better at talking than you are. Then I told him it was handled, and that the thing that had turned him inside out 2 years ago had only been an avatar, and watched him go quiet. And then I said the part I had actually come to say. I estimate we'll be adding a new group member soon. His expression collapsed. Your Grace, could it be the true body of the one you just destroyed? Because if it is that, he cannot accept it, not under any circumstances. Hard to say, adding people isn't up to me. You'd better start bribing the group. I think physical bribery would be perfectly acceptable. Chat group wouldn't even consider 100 kilos of me. Then I asked whether he intended to get engaged, and he told me what he wanted, and I have thought about it since. He said, a girl like that should be eating ice cream under a cherry tree while she watches me run toward her. He said, she might not smile, but when she looks at me, there should be joy in her eyes. He said, then we hold hands and go on roller coasters and go skiing and do the things she has never done. Because in the recording, that girl's world is one locked room, and the largest thing in it is a set of toys with her name and his fake name written on them. And he thought she was a princess who owned the world, and what she actually owned was him and the toys. She'll say that phrase again this time, he said, but not under that pseudonym. Sheet 07 are scary, but with Zhao Junjie there, they're not scary. Zhao Junjie is the best. She has to be a princess. Then I slapped him. Zhao Junjie, why did you hit me? I was expressing my feelings. Li Wei, stop fantasizing here. Go and tell her that. Li Wei, and if you fail this time, I'm going back in time and crashing this plane right now. He believed me completely, which was correct. He landed. He was met by the Snake Clan, the largest mixed blood power in that country, who had heard an elite ranker was visiting and rolled out everything. Food, drink, and offered to show him the capital. He declined. He said he wanted to sleep. Everyone found this deeply strange. Nobody argues with an elite ranker. He waited until his door closed, then turned around and walked straight into the Snake Clan's forbidden area. She was kneeling in front of a television in a shrine maiden's outfit, with her dark red hair over her shoulders, pressing buttons on a controller with no expression at all, and there was a yellow rubber duck on her head. Kyoko Sakura, he said her name. She looked round with some doubt. Who is this? How did he get in? I didn't notice him. Want to go out and have some fun? He was smiling, and his eyes were doing something. I'll take you to skip out on home. Her eyes lit up, and she grabbed a pen and started writing in her notebook, fast. He caught the pen. You don't need to write. You can talk to me. She stopped and looked at him, and then wrote 2 characters anyway. Talk? Because her bloodline is so high that she speaks the language of dragons, the language that judges everything, and when she uses her voice, people die. That is the whole architecture of her life. That is why the room is locked, and why the notebook exists. Yes, you can talk. Don't worry. She was conflicted. She knew exactly what happens, and she did not want to fill the person who was offering to help her run away from home. Don't worry, he said. We're the same kind of thing. We're both little monsters. The difference is that Ultraman protects us. Really? She said, out loud, in a slightly hoarse voice, because it had not been used. And it was a pleasant voice. See? I heard you, and I'm fine. He turned around to demonstrate that he was still in one piece. Want to go out and have some fun? Wait for me, she said. Second sentence. Already used to it. She changed clothes. Another shrine maiden outfit. She brought her notebook. She kept the duck on her head, and she brought a knife. Not to hurt anybody. She simply felt that when a person goes out, they should bring something. And apart from the duck, the knife was the only thing she owned. Zhao Junjie's eyes curved into crescents, and he did not ask her to leave it. What? A girl brings a knife on a date, and that's not allowed? Then he tore open a spatial passage in the middle of the Snake Clan's most secure room, because in his own world, his authority over the elements is now absurd. That's amazing, she said.
They walked out into a street in the capital and vanished into a crowd. And in 12 other universes, the entire group watched two teenagers eat ice cream, and every single one of them was grinning. There were a great many single people in that chat. It made no difference. It is the same everywhere. You watch a friend finally get the girl, and your face does what it does. Zhou Liang, level 59. Your Grace, want to go out and play? I'll take you to skip out on home. Li Wei, get lost. Then I muted Xiao Junjie out of pure jealousy while he was eating ice cream, and he sprayed it across a table in central Tokyo. Where am I? Who am I? I haven't been online. I haven't said anything. Why have I been banned? What's wrong? Kyoko asked. Hot. But it's ice cream? She tilted her head. The duck tilted with her. My heart is burning hot, said Xiao Junjie. Yun Sha, level 58. What happened? Li Wei. Xiao Junjie privately messaged me and insulted me. A giant pot fell out of the sky and landed on his head. And then, in front of me, a pile of things clattered onto the ground out of nowhere. Search successful. Media conversion. Blood of living beings. Goat horns. Tree roots. A collection of extremely specific materials. I recognized them because I had read the recording of that world. Extraordinary materials. Sequence advancement ingredients for 3 separate paths. Seer, apprentice, thief. Up to sequence 4 on every one. Chat group had taken the will avatar of one of the 3 pillars of a foreign universe and processed it into components. Li Wei. Holy crap. Basic operations. Do not repeat. Everyone sit down. Then the recipes arrived in my head. The complete formulas for all 3 pathways. Materials are finite. Knowledge is not. And I stood there holding enough of a foreign world's power structure to make somebody a demigod, and had a realization. Li Wei. So who am I supposed to give this to? Li Wei. Damn it. They want me to be an old man again. A human-shaped cheat code. The vote came in a few days later, and both candidates were from that world, which is the pattern by now. One good, one bad, pick. The first video was a montage. A young man in a linen shirt looking around and then sneaking into a room that is unmistakably a lavatory. Then walking counterclockwise in a square while muttering 4 titles. Then the same thing again in different clothes in a different place. Then again. Older each time, better dressed each time, always the same small room. The group watched a man break into perhaps 30 lavatories over the course of years. Chen Wu, level 61. Who is this? Why does he keep running to the toilet? Eldrin, level 140. It's called a washroom, though it is similar. Yun Sha, level 58. He looks like a healthy young man. Why does he have frequent urination, urgency, and incomplete emptying of the bladder? Gao Xian, level 65. I know. He goes to the restroom to perform that ceremony. He's a cult infiltrator. Nobody in that chat could see that it was obviously a ritual. Gao Xian said it out loud, and I had to sit down. And little Arthur's reputation was, at that moment, unfairly established across 12 universes as a man with prostate trouble. Yegu. Perhaps he has an unspeakable secret. Yegu spoke. Yegu, the ultimate lurker, was moved to comment by lavatories. The second video was one continuous shot. A man in a black classical robe and a matching soft-pointed hat, black curls, a crystal monocle in his right eye, which he adjusts by pinching the frame. He is listening to a half-giant describe a deity. Our Lord calls himself the Fool. He is omnipresent, in the past, in the present, and in the future. He is the great ruler of the spiritual realm and the king of yellow and black who holds good fortune. And it goes on. 6 angels serve at his throne. The Mercury angel, embodiment of destiny. The angel of death, who has followed him longest. The angel of redemption, his trumpet. And then, opposite the angel of punishment is the angel of ages, who is the king of ancient times, but who ultimately admired the power and authority of our Lord, submitted to him, and rang the bell of the kingdom of heaven for him, willingly becoming his bell-ringing angel. The man with the monocle listened to all of it with the most beautiful expression I have ever seen on a face. Your Lord is truly amazing, he said sincerely. To have so many titled angels serving him. Powerful, truly powerful. That is Samael, angel of ages, deity of caprice, deity of delusion, ancient monarch, one of the most dangerous entities in that world, and he had just learned from a stranger that he is apparently the fool's bellboy. Chen Wu, level 61. I feel both of these videos are somewhat strange. Chen Wu, level 61. But the second man with the glasses, why does his nickname sound so tragic? Hua Jin, level 95. This one with the monocle. Perhaps he is a dissident of some kind. The nickname probably expresses his indomitable spirit. Xiao Junji, level 43. Maybe he's rebelling against the Fool. The Fool might be an evil god. Mu Chen, level 140. A dissident? I sat there and looked at that. A general of the 6 realms, an elite ranker, and the primal taboo deity of an ancient era had collectively concluded that the god of deception was a freedom fighter, and that the young man who keeps going to the toilet was a cultist. Li Wei, your reading comprehension is perfect. Then I explained it properly. That the lavatory man is Arthur Finch, that he is a transmigrator like me and Zhou Liang and Lin Mu, that the room is where he holds meetings because it is the only place he can be alone, and that he is a fundamentally decent person having an extremely bad time. and that Samael is a naturally born mythical creature whose way of thinking does not overlap with human thinking at any point, who considers himself above humanity as a category and therefore not bound by any of its morality, and who does everything he does because he finds it entertaining. Strictly, from a mythical creature's perspective, he is not a villain. He is simply eccentric, likes opposing the vast majority, and occasionally takes allies because that is funnier. From my perspective, and from the group's, a being that toys with people for pleasure is a villain, and he is also against the protagonist, so the paperwork is complete. The group went quiet. The wary devotee is the hero. The dissident is the thing that plays with lives. Hua Jin, level 95. I was careless. The vote was unanimous both ways. Arthur in, Samael out. Arthur got the notification while sitting alone in a dark room. He had just come out of the transfer ritual, which had not sent him home, and had instead made him the pretend god of a place above the fog. He had run a meeting. He had failed to return. He had 5 pence in his pocket. His sister had given them to him to buy meat before a job interview. The system spoke in his head, and he jumped up and looked around and confirmed that nobody had said it out loud. Then he tried to make wishes to test it. I want to go home? Nothing. I want gold coins. Nothing. He sat down in his chair with his eyes going vacant and said, I'm so miserable. A person arrives here. There are guns and suicides and mysterious gray fog and rituals, and now a mysterious chat group. And they didn't even have their own bathroom. He joined at level 1. The panel came up and he saw the interface, and something in his face moved because it had a penguin on it. Then he read the member list. Chen Wu, Eldrin, Kenji Hayato, Xiao Junjie, Lu Feng, Hua Jin, Yun Sha, Kenzo, Mu Chen, Ye Gu, Gao Xian. Every one of those names to him is a book, or a film, or a thing he watched on a screen in a country that no longer contains him. Xiao Junjie, level 43. Newbie, stop lurking. Post a photo. Not from the bathroom. Gao Xian, level 65. Newcomer, don't be afraid. This is a respectable place, and the people here are respectable. We are all one loving family. Gao Xian, level 65. Also, newcomer, if you have any problems of a male nature, message me privately and I'll make you something. And Arthur started to believe that this might be his cheat code, on the specific evidence that nobody in his world talks like that. Nobody says, post a photo. One loving family is a phrase from a certain kind of group chat, and it is not a phrase from the kingdom of Rune. Also, my body is fine, he thought. I can last an hour. Li Wei, this is not a trap. It's real. Li Wei, Shifu of the bathroom, you're right. This is your cheat. Li Wei, let's use a secret code. Odd changes, even remains the same. The sign indicates the quadrant, Arthur replied before he had decided to. Then he looked at the number after my name. That's terrifying. A level 149 being. They must be extremely rare in this group. Then, wait, why would I say that? Then he touched his own face and found it wet. Here is what happened to Arthur Finch in that moment, and it is the reason I put up with all of them. When a person comes into a world like that, he is alone, and everything is unfamiliar, and he is frightened every single day and keeps it somewhere deep where it does not show. He had read about transmigration many times in his old life. It looked wonderful. It is not wonderful. He wanted to go home. He wanted a hot bath. He wanted egg-fried rice. He wanted his own bed. Things that were so ordinary they had no value at all right up until the moment they became unobtainable. He is going to be strong. He is going to become the Lord of the Mysteries, one of the 3 pillars, and fight the outer gods, and protect the people of that planet, and hold the line at any cost, including going insane, including becoming somebody else, including accepting the resurrection of the Blessed Father, mysterious yellow heavenly venerate inside his own body. He will do all of it. And he was defenseless against a group chat with a penguin on it, because the interface was from home. Even if it's an illusion, he said, I'd still be willing. Also, and he was honest about this with himself, he had no choice. Privy Lord, level 1. Hello everyone, I am Arthur Finch. The group fell silent for 1 full second. Then it came apart laughing, and even Ye Gu smiled in the gray mist land. Level 1. Xiao Junjie, level 43. Ahem, am I a big shot today? Chen Wu, level 61. Level 1. Arthur, are you still immortal? I took a screenshot immediately. I intend to post it the day he becomes the Lord of the Mysteries, at whatever 3-digit level that turns out to be. Captioned, Hi everyone, I'm Arthur Finch, level 1. Then I uploaded his fate dungeon and gave him the chance to earn points first, and pointedly did not give it to Xiao Junjie. Li Wei, don't say I never gave you an opportunity, at Xiao Junjie. Xiao Junjie, if I had known Klein's story, I would have moved already. Xiao Junjie, hypocritical emperor. Li Wei, is that all? And you shout every day? All show, no substance. A silver spear with a candle for a tip. Gao Xian, level 65. Your Grace, I suspect you are alluding to something else. Li Wei, Arthur went into his own life and walked through it, joining the Night Watchers, choosing Seer, growing up under Captain Reed and Elder Thomas and Simon. The line that stayed with him, We are guardians, but also pitiful creatures constantly fighting against danger and madness. He stayed quiet all the way to the final battle in Tinjin, when Reed smiles and says, "We saved Tinjin." Then the whole climb, sequence 9 to sequence 0, all the way up to going to fight a thing that is about to wake. And along the way, he found Sovereign Alaric's diary and smiled at it because Alaric was a transmigrator too and left notes, and one of them is about a witch tasting good. At the end, he sat with the result. Will I end up becoming that kind of person? No resentment in it. It was his own choice, and he was willing. So I never left my hometown at all. He had thought he had crossed into another world. He had been on Earth the entire time. A different Earth. The same one, later, wrecked. But it's no longer the planet I knew. The ancient, the outer gods. Then, with a small, wry smile, lucky and unlucky, he came out and opened it to everyone, and went through everyone else's, starting with mine. Because a level 1 newcomer always starts with the biggest number. Yunsha, level 58. Ah! I wronged Arthur. Xiao Junjie, level 43. She said you had frequent urination, urgency, incomplete emptying of the bladder, and prostatitis. Arthur was taken aback. Had his prostate problem been exposed? Then, wait, I have never had a prostate problem. Then I gave him the materials, free, and made a point of the reason. Li Wei. Arthur Finch, brother. Want to buy a cheat? Arthur Finch, level 1. I want to buy, but I have no points. Li Wei. It's free. I killed an avatar of the Blessed Father, Mysterious Yellow Heavenly Venerate, a few days ago, so I have some grudge against him. The casualness of that sentence went through the group like a dropped plate. Xiao Junji, level 43. Run, brothers, the Emperor has started again. Then I put up a picture. 3 stick figures, a thief, an apprentice reading a book, a seer holding a crystal ball. Labeled, because otherwise nobody could have told. Li Wei. Young man, will you choose the gold path, the silver path, or the final bronze path? Yun Sha, level 58. Your Grace, but your drawing is really abstract. Whispering. Li Wei. I am saying something very serious. Arthur understood the constraint before I finished explaining it. He is quick. The time between now and the end of his world is not enough for him to raise another system high enough to matter. Only the sequence can protect him and the people around him. And there are a great many things watching him. If he switched paths and stopped advancing, he would be removed immediately. So, Seer, as fated. But now, with the materials for sequences 9 through 4 sitting in a drawer, and every potion recipe he memorized inside his own fate dungeon, he found the joke himself. Earlier, in his own head, he had said, if you could cultivate the Shrouding the Heavens method, who would walk an out-of-control sequence path? Anyone who practices that is a hound. And now here he was. Arthur Finch level 1. Woof. Then everyone piled in with secondary systems, because his real enemies in that world are pollution and loss of control, and what he needs is resistance in both body and mind. Chen Wu, take a second system as a miner. That will help against losing control. Kenji Hayato, I can send a light particle converter. It should turn a certain amount of pollution into light. Arthur's expression on hearing that. So I'd convert the corruption into light particles and become Tentacle Ultraman. Liu Feng, cultivate immortality. Your magical power will be boundless. Xiao Junjie, fix mine. Fix mine. Gao Xian, are you trying to turn Arthur into a pure-blooded ancient dragon? He needs battle chi. Only battle chi has that kind of terrifying power. Mu Chen, level 140. The Divine Tomb method. Through countless calamities, only one's own body remains imperishable. Only the battle spirit endures. I narrowed my eyes at that, as expected of the king of show-offs. One line and he had set himself apart from Xiao Junjie entirely. But I knew what Arthur was going to pick, and I said nothing, because I had already run the numbers. Arthur Finch level 1, Zhou Liang. Are you there? Li Wei. There it is. Zhou Liang level 59. Huh? You called me? Yes, Arthur. What's up? Arthur Finch level 1. Can I learn the first life method from you? And Zhou Liang, who had been oddly quiet since the moment Arthur joined, sent him half his library inside 30 seconds. The mysterious skill series from foundation building through the Dharma body chapter. The indestructible Vajra divine skill. Others. Take whatever you want. Tell me if it's not enough and I'll send more. Then he said, privately, to me, Zhou Liang, I don't know why. I always feel a sense of closeness to him. And Arthur, in a dark room in the Kingdom of Rune, was looking at an unremarkable face on a profile picture and thinking exactly the same sentence. I made a joke about it because that is what I do. What if he was your college roommate in a past life? Zhou Liang laughed. He did have a roommate at university in his previous life, fellow called Han Ming, but his Earth was clearly not Arthur's Earth, obviously. But I wonder how the others are doing. I did not say anything else. Some things you leave where they are. And then I went out into the Boundary Sea to manufacture copies of myself, which requires more explanation than it sounds like. To prove legend in the first life method, you need other selves, not clones, not avatars. Another you, existing in another world, generated by that world. The mechanism is this. You go somewhere, you do things, those things become stories. The stories spread until the world itself holds a shape of you, a legend, an imprint, a thing everybody in that place believes exists. And if the legend is close enough to what you actually are, and you tune it correctly, the world grows a second body around the belief and hands it to you. You are not making a copy, you are convincing a universe to make one. Below legend, the cap is 999 of them, which meant I needed to go to a great many worlds and, in each one, become famous. I had Xiaoyi's coordinates and Xiaoyi's backdoor and a great deal of time. Li Wei, I've chosen you. I picked a world by throwing a celestial artifact at the map. I arrived in the world the 4 immortals of Haitian came from, the only world I know of confirmed to be under the control of the strange side, which is where you start when you intend to infiltrate the strange side, and you happen to have an address. It is a world where nobody dies. The essence of heaven and earth flows like water. The great Tao is clear and bright. There is no shortage of longevity substances. 9 true immortals live there, 2 of them at the peak, and they have lived there for as long as there has been a there. It is the world the 4 immortals of Haitian came from. Wu Chao Immortal City is built inside a captured starry sky, with a genuine cosmos revolving around it, and walls carved with immortal runes, and it is the seat of the strongest being in that world. The guards at the gate were supremes. One of the captains was 30,000 years old and had only just reached quasi-emperor, which in my universe would have earned him advice about funeral arrangements. That is what immortality does to a civilization. The strong never die, so they never let go, so everything concentrates upward forever. It is the same wall as Du Luo, built out of time instead of martial souls. My plan for entry was that the guards would extort me, I would refuse, and there would be a memorable incident. They were extremely polite and waved me straight through, so I sold some rocks instead. I had no local currency, but I had 9 heavens divine jade, which in my world is the material 1 tier below immortal gold, and which I carry the way you carry loose change. In that world, it is the ceiling of what anyone below a true immortal can hope to touch. I sold 1 piece, and within the hour, a pack of 2nd generation supremes had surrounded me, sons of the top 10 of that world's rankings, every one of them accustomed to a place where the question is not whether they get the thing, but which of them gets it. They negotiated with each other, loudly, about my property. Li Wei, gentlemen. Have you forgotten who instigated those divine jades? They had, genuinely. It had not occurred to any of them that the man holding the goods was a participant. Li Wei, I'll sell. I want an invitation to the Wu Chao banquet, which is held once every 100,000 years by the strongest being in that world, and is the most concentrated piece of social proof their civilization has, and was being convened early for the first time ever because several tens of thousands of years ago, 4 of their true immortals had inexplicably ceased to exist. That was me. I did that. I was standing in their capital planning to attend the party thrown in reaction to it. They refused. 1 invitation per person. Li Wei. So you want the jade and you won't pay for it. Then one of them offered to recommend me as a guest elder of his true immortal family. Li Wei. Good heavens. Not only do they want my jade for free, they want me for free. Li Wei. Is this the evil exploiting class? And every one of them lit up with killing intent, which in my perception is as visible as a lamp. They had never intended to buy. They had intended to take and to remove the inconvenience afterward, and they had been calculating from the first sentence. A bunch of frogs in a well, each one boasting harder than the last, and not one of you made supreme before 20,000. My hound is better than all of you. I was thinking of the Dark Sovereign, who will one day be the greatest hound in history, and whom I intend to promote at minimum to quasi-immortal emperor. They informed me that once I left Wu Chao Immortal City, I would die, because nobody fights inside the city. It is not even a rule the Venerable of Wu Chao made. It is a habit that hardened into law over so many ages that everyone treats it as physics. I was hoping you'd beat me to death. Then why haven't you started robbing me yet? Or just kill me outright? They sneered. You dare act within Wu Chao Immortal City. And one of them, the son of the 5th rank supreme, made a remark about how a rogue cultivator is a rogue cultivator and does not respect the rules of the city. I slapped him to death before he finished the sentence. His body went into the ground of the Immortal City and stayed there. I am told it took more than a dozen supremes to get it out. Rogue cultivator on one side, arrogant fool on the other. A poor man chasing a scrap of divine jade calls me a rogue cultivator? Then I slapped the rest of them flat, one at a time, and searched them for invitations while they were still alive enough to watch. I only follow my own rules. Then a law enforcement officer of the Immortal City arrived, top 10 on the supreme ranking, carrying an immortal gold artifact granted by the true immortal himself, and reached for me with a hand the size of the sky. I want to describe exactly what I did, because it is my favorite thing I have ever done. I roared at him. How dare you? You actually dare to make a move inside Wu Chao Immortal City? I see you don't take the Venerable of Wu Chao seriously. And I slapped him across the city, knocking down bystanders along his flight path. How dare you? You even commit violence while fleeing. Then I dragged him back and slammed him into the ground repeatedly, left and right, in a state of extreme moral outrage. The crowd stood there in total silence, because the atmosphere had gone from murderous to something they had no category for. He tried to activate his artifact. I pulled the artifact out and destroyed the deity living inside it. Do you know your mistake? Indiscriminate killing, slaughtering geniuses in the Immortal City in broad daylight, and then preparing to attack me, an innocent passerby. He was, at that point, entirely unable to reconstruct the last 2 minutes. Still not aware of your mistake? Then you intend to commit further violence. How dare you disregard a true immortal? You must be severely punished. And then I looked up into the void, at the person who had been watching the entire time and put on a bright and friendly face. "Venerable of Wu Chao, what do you think?" he answered. He was surrounded by stars and cosmic bubbles and the chanting of the great Tao, like the king of gods, and his voice was cold and flat, and not intentionally so. It is simply what he is now. "You have violated the rules of Wu Chao City. I didn't break your rules, because he did not make that rule. Frightened visitors made it over ages out of caution, and then everyone forgot it was optional. Besides, whether these people live or die has no impact on you. And I spared your subordinate. He looked at me with those cold eyes for a while. He is trying to replace heaven with himself. That is his private project, to subvert the will of heaven with his own mind, and break into the quasi-immortal king realm by becoming the sky rather than living under it. He is very close, and nobody knows, which is why he did nothing. If this city belonged to a human being, what I had just done would have been intolerable. But it does not belong to a human being anymore. It belongs to something that is becoming weather, and weather does not take offense. Take care of yourself, he said, and cut the connection, and then sent me an invitation, personally issued, the kind that in the entire history of that world has only ever been given to beings at the true immortal level. So you don't come when I need you, and you rush over when I don't. I threw the enforcer away. Get out of here. You dare violate the rules of Wu Chao Immortal City. Do it again, and I'll twist your head off. I said it with tremendous integrity. He slunk away, filled with a resentment he could not put anywhere. He had gone to arrest a murderer, and had ended up beaten unconscious in the street while being lectured about respect for his own employer. And he had then watched that man be handed a personal invitation. Today was another day of punishing evil and upholding world peace. I waved at the onlookers. The onlookers are always adorable. Then the story started building itself, which is the actual work. Within days, that city had decided I must be a true immortal, on the grounds that only a true immortal could kill people in Wu Chao and be handed an invitation for it. Then the revenge parties began, which was ideal because each one made the story bigger. The Qin family sent the most. Sons, then fathers, then ancestors, generation after generation. Everyone convinced the last failure was a fluke, and every one of them fighting me in the designated settling grounds where the rules meant they could not kill me even if they won. They came intending to murder me. Not one of them ever grasped that this was not a grudge, it was a service I was purchasing. By the end, I was famous across an entire world. The stabbing monarch. They said I swallowed a supreme with every bite. They said I ate 10 dragons a day. They said I summoned 1,000 immortal maidens to my bedchamber in one night, which I would like it noted was not something I started. Legendary, endless, capable of stopping a child crying and making the elderly walk very quickly. And then, one afternoon in an inn, I felt the world answer me. It is a strange sensation, like a gentle breeze that comes in and goes out and never quite leaves. The world had started to hold a shape of me, and the shape had started to press back. So I began tuning. When the savage monarch got too cold-blooded, I adjusted. Cruelty is not actually me, and a projection has to match or it will never lock. I found that gossip about his unknown romantic escapades circulated faster and more enthusiastically than accounts of his violence, which tells you something about people that I have declined to examine. I fabricated a background. Local origin, miraculous encounter in childhood, extraordinary talent cultivated in the place of the encounter until he could go no further, then came down from the mountain and immediately killed a true immortal. All of which made him a native of that world, practicing that world's system, which is the entire point of the exercise, because the other self that eventually forms is going to be, on paper and in the world's own understanding, a homegrown monster of the dark side's own realm. I was building a mole. Does Arthur's traitor aura carry across universes? The Wu Chao banquet came, and I was seated in the cave of the Venerable of Wu Chao with the 9 immortals of that world eating fruit. I had spat several pits by the time Qin Yu decided to say something. He is a true immortal. His blood runs in Wen Liang, whose corpse I had left in a street some years earlier, and he had been called by his own line to do something about it. What a wicked man. Do you know who you're talking to? The Qin family's true immortal. Of course I know. Your people have been the most numerous of my visitors and the most insidious about it. Don't think you can act recklessly because Wu Chao invited you. Even if I kill you, Wu Chao won't say a word. Ants are just ants, no matter how big they get among humans. Li Wei. So the Qin family beat up the young ones, brought out the older ones, and now brings out the oldest ones. He waited a while. Then he made a remark about how humans are ants and hardly worthy of eating a divine fruit, and yet act so arrogantly. I spat a pit onto the table next to him. Li Wei. What? You feel bad about one fruit? Li Wei. Are true immortals that poor? Li Wei. Shall I give you a few medicinal herbs so you can take them home and worship them? Bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times every morning. You ant, what gives you the audacity? Li Wei. Huobai gave it to me. Somewhere in another universe, the Grand Perfection's sacred body felt a chill and did not know why. Then Qin Yu attacked. The other 3 true immortals of the Wu Chao faction moved to intervene, and the remaining 4 quietly suppressed them, because this was a test. Everyone at that table wanted to know what Wu Chao would do about a guest being killed in his own cave, and nobody was going to pass up the chance to find out at no cost. A hand came down at me with immortal law wrapped around it. I spat a fruit pit at it. The pit went through his palm. clean. A bright, bloody hole in the hand of a true immortal from a piece of fruit, spat by a man who did not stand up. He screamed. Then he unleashed a full-power immortal technique in a rage, which alarmed the entire city below, and I picked up another fruit and threw it into the attack, and the attack popped like a bubble. All the light and heat and Tao and Dharma in it simply ceased. A true immortal slammed a table and stood up. That's impossible! I clapped the juice off my hands and got to my feet. Li Wei, how dare you, an ant of the immortal path, bare your teeth? And every word of that, along with the image, was projected over Wu Chao Immortal City, because I had been broadcasting the entire time. The city had assembled expecting a war between true immortals. What it got was the Qin family's true immortal being humiliated by a human with a piece of fruit, an ant of the immortal path. They repeated that phrase for a long time afterward. Somebody wrote it down. "Who are you?" Qin Yu shouted. "You cannot possibly be a human cultivator." Li Wei, a frog in a well. "I'm not an unreasonable man. You wanted to kill me, so it's perfectly reasonable for me to kill you. No matter what strange things you have, I don't believe you can leave here alive. Meaning, there are 9 of us. You still don't understand. My child, how could you be so foolish? If I want to kill you, who is going to protect you?" And the Tao jade plate appeared in my palm and became 10,000. Then millions. Then a number that stopped being a number, filling the surface layers and the inner layers and the deep layers of emptiness all at once. Because legendary characteristics mean I am not entirely in one place, and every place I am has a jade disc in it. The world went silent. The great Tao stopped. Time went disordered. Space set like concrete. And in the depths of the void, the venerable of Wu Chao watched his own cave and said, with no particular emotion, "The world has lost another true immortal." He had seen it coming. He had let Qin Yu volunteer. Those true immortals are obstacles to what he is becoming. And if the strange man from nowhere wanted to remove one, that was one fewer. Qin Yu tried to struggle. There was nothing to struggle against. When the light cleared, he was not there. Cause of death, killed in one blow by a human cultivator. "He's really dead," one of them murmured, feeling Qin Yu's Tao fade out of the world, watching the traces of him vanish from the secrets of heaven and from the river of time, where he now had no future. How is that possible? One strike killed a true immortal. Li Wei, why not? This doesn't make sense. Li Wei, I don't follow the rules. Then I looked around the table. Li Wei, does anyone here want to avenge Qin Yu? Nobody answered. Nobody dared. Li Wei, good. You're being reasonable, so I'll be reasonable. Because one example is sufficient. Killing one true immortal in front of witnesses shakes a world and leaves a permanent mark on it. Killing all 9 would not have been shocking. It would have been numbing, and it would have made the savage monarch a madman rather than a monster. And madmen are much harder to tune. I sat back down and ate more fruit. Li Wei, what's going on? The banquet's about to start, and the host isn't here? At which point the venerable of Wu Chao appeared and apologized for his lateness, explaining that he had entered a critical juncture in seclusion. It's all right. The fruit is very good. Hardly neglect. Now that the host has arrived, shall we begin? I did not notice at the time that I was running his party. The Wu Chao banquet, held once every 100,000 years, began. Nobody attended it. Everyone was physically present and not one of them was there. They spent the entire event messaging each other and messaging the outside. And by nightfall the whole world knew. And the once-in-an-age gathering of that civilization is now remembered as the day a man ate fruit and killed a god. I stayed on for years afterward, tuning. And then one afternoon, the connection completed. Light and shadow shifted, and the laws of nature trembled, and a man appeared in front of me. Black clothes, cold expression, and eyes with something genuinely bewitching in them. He smiled at me, and it was a very good smile, and I stood there mildly appalled. Are there really that many stories circulating about my romantic history? That was my first true other self. Not the vague, distant thing that Mount Tai gave me, which I can only sense faintly and have to reach through the group to use. This one is real. I can gather his strength at any moment. He is me, in another world, on the far side of the boundless chaos. And I locked him into that world's laws permanently. As long as I do not perish and that world exists in the boundary sea, the savage monarch will never die, and his legend will never end. Then I left, and there was no Li Wei in that world anymore. There was only a seed of the Shadow Immortal Sovereign's own side, a future pillar of the dark. Then I mass-produced. The chat group can split my divine sense, and those strands are not related to me. They are me. So I sent them out through Xiao Yi's back door to world after world in the boundary sea, and each one went off to build a legend. I felt them all working, every version of me out there, diligently striving. Li Wei, it seems I have a lot of surplus value. What I did not notice, because I stopped watching, is that the moment my attention moved off any given strand, that strand's work rate collapsed. They did not stop leaving legends. They just started choosing extremely lazy methods of doing it. The outcome is identical. The process is completely different. We are all salted fish. Who doesn't want to be a couch potato? And then one of them came out of the back door 10 meters in front of a celestial king. I did not know it was one until I looked. I have never seen one. I knew instantly. The entire world was suppressed. Space felt like a bog. Something was sitting above the whole realm with the rules of all heavens wrapped around it. And every movement it made was law. He was less than 10 meters away and looking directly at me. Li Wei, fellow Taoist, have you eaten? Heretical forces from outside the realm? He spoke like a stone stone statue that had been receiving offerings for an age. I studied him at that range and worked something out immediately, which improved my mood considerably. Li Wei. Ah, I see. He is a dark one. Do you know my origins? Li Wei. Do you want to know whether I know your origins? Li Wei. Beg me. If you beg me, maybe I'll tell you. He seemed, briefly, to be genuinely thrown, in the way that things which have not been contradicted for 100,000 years get thrown. I was going to spare you long enough to find out where you came from. Never mind. Dead people can still talk. A hand the size of a continent came at my face from 10 meters, and I waved at him. Goodbye. The palm closed on nothing. Interesting. He stood up, and the sky fell down, and the earth split open, and he looked across an entire world and could not find me anywhere, because I had gone out through a door in a sword that an immortal sovereign had left open for me. I've got my eye on you. You can't escape. Back home, I wiped away non-existent sweat. Li Wei. Hilarious. A celestial king who can't even catch a mere cultivator. On a certain day of a certain month, sunny, I went out to create another self and got dropped in front of a celestial king. I was terrified, weak, pitiful, and helpless. I hate him so much that one day I will personally feed the mastermind behind this with beast milk. Li Wei's top secret notes. As for whether Zhao Yi is the mastermind, I do not care. It is definitely Zhao Yi. Then I went out again because every strand must be used to its maximum value. And not long afterward, every version of me scattered across the boundary sea turned and looked in the same direction at once. Two of my divine senses had been near that world. He had found both. He had come out of his own realm, crossed the boundary sea, and started sweeping outward with his own world as the center. Both of them slipped home. And the celestial king, having missed twice, destroyed two great realms to vent. Both of those realms had fallen to the dark long ago. They were his. He annihilated two of his own worlds because he was annoyed. I sat with that for a while. It told me something about what I would be dealing with for the next 10,000 years. And it also told me something about what darkness actually is, which is not evil exactly. It is indifference with a great deal of power attached. So aggressive. He hunted me for 10,000 years and never once got closer. And I spent those 10,000 years finishing the 8th transformation and 999 other selves, and then I proved legend. Proving legend is supposed to come with heavenly phenomena. It does in the first life world. The sky opens and does things, and everyone knows what has happened. In covering the sky, it does not, because covering the sky has never heard of legend and does not have the software. So I made them by hand. First, an immortal realm appeared over the entire universe. Layered heavens, pavilions, and towers stretching past sight, hazy and remote. Then the gate of the Great Tao, a vast portal engraved with Tao patterns, chaos behind it, specks of golden light spilling down that contained genuine principle, so that anyone who comprehended a fraction of it profited. Accompanied by a purple aura hundreds of millions of miles long descending from the east. Then, stars pouring into a visible ocean. Then, two worlds coexisting, an entire second cosmos overlapping ours, heavens and demon lands, hazy, like a myriad worlds pressed against the glass. The universe went out of its mind. Every emperor in the Tao realm came running. Nobody had ever seen any of it because none of it exists here. And then, in the middle of the crowd in my own divine city, a passerby started explaining. I have only seen this in ancient books. The sudden appearance of the immortal realm is an extraordinary phenomenon. It only has the opportunity to appear when someone achieves unprecedented success in cultivation. Harder than becoming an immortal. Somebody asked how he knew that. Because the celestial sovereign said so. The celestial sovereign can't be wrong, can he? Everyone agreed that the celestial sovereign could not be wrong. And the passerby went on to name each phenomenon as it appeared and explain its significance from several angles, and confirm that the person capable of triggering such a thing must be a great hero, one in a million, and that in fact, two of these appearing together constitutes a double phenomenon of surpassing rarity. Somebody asked, enviously, whether he had a connection to the celestial sovereign, since he had clearly read the celestial sovereign's private writings. Just a little bit, said the passerby, modestly. I got out of that crowd, made it back to the deep Tao realm, and had to sit down and fan myself. Li Wei. I almost exhausted myself, but it worked. The entire universe was arguing about which great hero had witnessed so many portents and converging correctly on the answer, and I was extremely satisfied with the standard of public reasoning. Then I went to the Tao Realm Council meeting and found every emperor in the room staring at me. Kuobai. The explanation of the phenomena was quite good. Lin Ruoxing. Yes, vividly done. They had all watched the stream. They had all seen the passerby. Li Wei. Haha, it's all thanks to the discerning eyes of the audience. And the ruthless Grand Sovereign, sitting opposite me, said one word. Legend? Li Wei. Yes, and I showed them a fraction of it. The enormous, nearly solid phantom of a multiverse inside me. And behind me, in the thousands of worlds hanging in the air, other selves looked up and smiled and waved at the room. Kuobai gasped, then remembered something I had once told him about oxygen and immediately exhaled. One in, one out. Perfectly balanced. He has always been good to the environment. I should describe what actually happened inside my body, because it is the whole reason the next part was possible. I have been running two systems for tens of thousands of years, covering the sky and first life. Most people would keep them side by side. They fused. The sea of wheels roared, and every universe generated from my acupoints sank into it, and my sea of hearts became an ocean of worlds with cosmoses floating on it. The 5 Tao palaces chanted and separated, layer by layer, from the sea upward, sorting those universes into strata. The 4 extremities stood up like pillars and pushed, and the sky inside me went up, and the earth went down, and every universe the Tao palaces had separated was flung further out into the ethereal, past sight and past reach. My spine roared and became a dragon that starts in the 9 netherworlds and ends in the heavens and connects everything between. And then the Sendai, the highest of the 5 secret realms, the platform where the spirit lives, glowed brighter and brighter, and then went black and collapsed. If a person's Sendai collapses, that person is finished. There are supremes in my universe who spent the great medicines of the world on repairing cracks in theirs just to keep breathing. Mine collapsed completely, and in the chaos where it had been, a point of light appeared, the Tao Jade Plate, and then a phantom, which was my god. The jade disc became an axe, and my god swung it and split heaven and earth at the origin, and light came out and grew, and the pure rose, and the turbid sank, and a world began. 3 strokes. Then he laughed and vanished, and the axe became a disc again. And where my Sendai had been, there was now the sole true realm, the only real world among all the ones inside me. Everything else in there is magnificent and boundless, and 1 step short of being true. 1 step. But that step is the distance between heaven and earth, and at my level, that is the best I can do. It is enough. I did not abandon either method. Standing on the shoulders of your predecessors is not shameful as long as you are willing to walk your own road afterward, and their shoulders are the best support you will ever get. Li Wei. My road is inclusive. It welcomes everyone. Zhao Tian asked the question everyone actually cared about. Has the celestial sovereign completed the 8th transformation? Li Wei. Yes. 1 last step and I become immortal. The room went quiet because they had just been present for history. Ren Huang sighed. Invincible. Since the mythological era, nobody has rivaled the celestial sovereign, and I believe there will never be another. His feelings were complicated and mostly relief, because I am the celestial sovereign of the human race, and I am about to become the immortal of the human race, and he has exactly 1 wish, which he has had since before there was writing. May humanity prosper forever. Then Huobai asked how, since I had been stuck on the other self problem for ages, and I explained that I had met the barren celestial sovereign and been given a back door. The room stopped again. Li Wei. I was going to tell you all when I got back from the coffin. Then Brother Crimson asked me whether oxygen was a slow poison, and I forgot. The ruthless one's eyes moved, and I knew what she was about to ask before she formed it, and I shook my head. Even an immortal sovereign cannot pull a person out of the river of time. You can retrieve a dead man. That is all that comes back. And her brother died young, before any of it, with almost nothing of himself left in the world to gather. She showed nothing. She is used to it. Lin Ruoxing, being new to the tier and therefore curious, asked the beginner's question. So, how strong are you now? 8 transformations and legend? How strong? How about I kill a celestial king to show you? The room did not breathe. Everyone there knows what the words mean. Above the emperors are the true immortals. Above them, the immortal kings, eternal, indestructible, looking down on the river of time from outside it, untouched by its passage. A physical body that does not fail, and a primordial spirit that does not scatter, and a vitality so obstinate that to kill one, you either need a special method or you need to be above it. They can feel it when somebody says their true name. If the person saying it means harm, they can strike back through the phenomenon from an unlimited distance. Quobai broke first. Quobai, Du, Ming He, go and touch your great Shifu's forehead and see if he has a fever. Quobai, if he's burning, take him out and burn him properly, and make arrangements for Xiao Tian to succeed to the throne. Nonsense. That was Xiao Tian, loudly. Quobai, I warn you. Do not disrespect the celestial sovereign. The celestial sovereign is the celestial sovereign for a day and the celestial sovereign for a lifetime. The celestial sovereign will be eternal in this world. How could anything happen to the celestial sovereign? If you keep talking nonsense, I will take you down. Nobody had ever heard Xiao Tian raise his voice. Nobody had ever heard Xiao Tian say 4 sentences in a row. Lin Ruoxing muttered something under her breath that sounded like 3 syllables and hit it very badly. And Xiao Tian, glaring at Huobai, was thinking with tremendous force, I have always treated you well. I even eased the suppression of the great Tao to help you attain. And you repay me by telling him, out loud, in front of him, that I should be prepared to inherit his position. That is not a promotion. That is a death sentence. I can still endure. I can still wait, although I have been waiting tens of thousands of years. Li Wei, all right, Li Wei, don't shout in here. The ruthless Grand Sovereign asked the practical question because she does not believe I bluff. Where did you find a celestial king? When I was making other selves, I walked out of a door directly into the lair of a dark immortal king. He's been chasing me for 10,000 years. Being hunted for 10,000 years? Celestial Sovereign, you're still alive? I threw him out of the room. Are you confident? 98%. Do you want to come and watch? We can come? There's a clash of immortal kings happening. Do you really think anybody will have attention left over for you? I have a friend with a world inside his body. You can go in there. Minghe, quietly. Great Shifu, is this friend of yours you? Shut up. So I loaded every emperor in my universe into the sole true realm inside my own chest, which is the safest place in existence because there is exactly one way to breach it. Li Wei dies. Long Wei was out for a walk. That is the actual state of things. A dark immortal king, hundreds of thousands of years in meditation, irritated by an itch he could not scratch, strolling the boundary sea because the dark origin inside him would not let the matter drop. 10,000 years earlier, a human ant had appeared in front of him, said something strange, and swaggered off. And worse, that ant carried a system that made his blood restless. The source of his own power stirred when it got near him, and he did not know why. He had a theory. It reminded him of certain people from the war 1,000,000 years ago, the ones who called themselves the Heavenly Court. He had been a quasi-immortal king in that war. He survived it by luck, received blessings for it, and became a king off the back of it. A pity we didn't kill them all that time. They escaped. Then he glanced over a great realm, found nothing, and moved on. He had grown used to finding nothing. He did not notice that after he passed, somebody on that world looked up at the sky, and his own reflection was in their eyes. Found you, said my other self. Space tore, and my true body stepped out. Legend is everywhere. As long as there is a trace of me somewhere, I can be there instantly. A world is not a barrier. I went to a desolate realm ahead of him, a dead one, cracked, no life left in it, already sliding into the end, and waited because I had picked the graveyard on purpose. He arrived and looked down and smiled. Found you. He opened by telling me to kneel and kowtow my way toward him, one bow per step, and offer up my spirit and my memories, and he might spare me. He was curious. He wanted to know how I traveled so fast that a celestial king could not pin me, because crossing the boundary sea is difficult even for him. He is not a supreme giant. He is an ordinary immortal king, and in his own words, that is not a small thing, but it has limits. Li Wei, a mouse, kept chasing me. I didn't want to pay attention, but it was annoying and wouldn't stop. Sharp-tongued. He examined me and noted that I looked different from 10,000 years ago, then dismissed it, because whatever I had done, I was still immortal. And even a mortal who becomes an immortal is only an immortal. Having attained celestial king, what is there to fear? Now kneel. Li Wei, if you kneel and kowtow now, perhaps I'll spare your life. Sad. And when he said that word, thunder rolled across a dead world, and black mist came down from a sky that had nothing left to give, and the realm groaned under him. Every word an immortal king says arrives with the rules of the heavens attached. Infinite rule pressed down on me to shatter my antiquity, boil my blood, and erase my god. He fully expected to kill me with a word. He would have, if I were anything else. I waved it away like a fly. Li Wei, I've been underestimated. He stopped smiling. So, just a larger ant. Then we fought. And I want to tell it properly, because it is the only fight in 50,000 years where I have not been certain. He came in with a palm containing a universe. I cut it apart, and he reassembled it mid-motion and pressed down again. And the shattered universe in his hand came back more magnificent than before. That is what a celestial king is. Creation and destruction and fortune are simply things they hold. Li Wei, since you despise me so much, leave the claw. I did not move. And sword energy erupted, not from me, from everywhere, from countless worlds at once, every place where a legend of mine exists, all of it converging on one hand. His hand came off. Then the storm turned it to powder. Nobody knows how many swords were in that storm, not even me. It comes from everywhere because I am everywhere, and it arrives anywhere for the same reason. Ah! An immortal king's body, unbroken through countless eons, was wounded. He needed 2 full instants to regrow the arm, which for a being like him is a catastrophe. The king must not be insulted. He answered with a full immortal king technique. And if I had come at him before the 8th transformation and legend, it would have been an open question. The river of time churned. Time and space wrapped him. His royal body lit with the light of creation, as though he were about to make a new world out of the attack. And then his Dharma body stood up, reaching past sight, and the seal came down over my head, and time stopped. I answered with mine, a faint phantom behind me, the beginning of all paths, the source of all laws. And then it merged into me, and the illusory worlds inside my body detonated with everything they had. The collision destroyed cause and effect at the point of contact. Time, space, destiny, and the great Tao were ground into dust in that spot. The fluctuation split the entire dead world in half. And between the two of us, life and death, and light and dark, and yin and yang separated out and began to circulate, as though the 6 paths of reincarnation were trying to form there. If this is all you have, then stay here today. Then he brought out the death universe. A cosmos appeared behind him, ran from creation to its final tribulation in an instant, and froze into a vast, dead underworld. Endless death energy poured out of it, and the realms nearby began polluting and dying just from proximity. His supreme secret technique. I met it with a palm full of Zen and life, the Buddha's palm, from a Bodhi tree in another universe, and around the strike, the ruins we were standing on began, very faintly, to grow. Life against death, at the extremes, and something strange happened where they touched. The great Tao of the heavens itself came down, drawn by the collision, and wrapped both of us and did terrible things. We separated. Half of my body was normal. The other half had withered. Somebody inside my chest cried out. But Long Wei's entire body below the neck had rotted. He had come off worse. A being that had never been meaningfully injured in his existence was standing in a dead sky with his own corpse hanging off his skull. Li Wei, immortal king. Hee hee. Half of my face was as clean as an angel, and the other half looked like something out of a tomb. Li Wei, that's all there is to it. 7 days, then longer. I want to note that the group tracked the whole thing, because when everyone is watching a stream, time synchronizes across the worlds. 7 days here, 7 days there. Zhou Liang, level 59. I've been awake for days. Why are you still yawning? Arthur Finch, level 5. This is going on so long. I've completed an entire mission and opened a tarot club. Xiao Junji, level 45. I've taken Kyoko out so many times. Everyone, get out! And Arthur, watching an immortal king and a mortal grind each other down over a fortnight, quietly reevaluated his entire career. He had been feeling reasonably good about the seer path. Arthur slammed his cane on the floor. Forget the sequence. Tomorrow I'm switching to body as a seed. Then Captain Reed called from outside. Arthur, let's go. We've got a job. And he grabbed the cane and jogged out with a smile. Let's fix it a bit more. I beheaded him on about the 9th day. A sword flashed, blood came off, and an immortal king's head went into the sky. He caught it and put it back on, because that is not fatal for them, but the humiliation is enormous, and the quasi-immortal kings who had gathered at a safe distance to watch made a sound. The immortal king Long Wei has actually had his head cut off. I was not unmarked. He came very close to putting something through my heart, and I moved barely enough. And then we simply kept going, because neither of us could finish it, and I was in no hurry, because I was using him. At one point I stepped back and told him, flatly, that he had already used that move on the first day. His face went dark. You did your best. No sarcasm in it. He had. Let's stop here. Trying to leave? You'll be leaving your life. You've misunderstood. When I say stop here, I don't mean we stop fighting and go home. I mean your life stops here. And 3 people walked out from behind me. An old man, a middle-aged man, a young man, each of them radiating something comparable to me at full strength. 1 chi transforming into 3 pure ones. If you have anything else, use it now. I'll let you live a little longer. You think 3 more clones can reverse this? I am the immortal king, eternally indestructible. He charged, which I respected. 4 Tao swords appeared at 4 corners of a dead sky, and the colors drained out of everything until there was only blue and white and red and black. Fellow Taoist, enter the formation and face your death. Arthur leapt out of his chair in another universe. Arthur Finch, level 5. Immortal slaying sword formation. He knew it. Of course he knew it. In the legends of his own old world, if a primordial saint presides over that array, it cannot be broken unless all 4 saints arrive together. He paced his room, watching a man perform 1 chi transforming into 3 pure ones, and set the immortal slaying sword formation, and felt a very strong urge to try it himself. If I could set that, he thought, I would simply open the gates of Saphira Castle and invite Samael in. Long Wei charged the formation and then spent a while learning what it was. He shouted at me to come down and fight him properly instead of relying on an array. I set the formation. Am I not allowed to use it? What's it to you? But I sent the 3 pure ones in anyway, since he had asked for a fight. 3 of me at once instead of 1. He had no further comments after that. They beat him inside the array until the array contracted into a killing space around him, and sword energy went through him at intervals, and blood bloomed out of him in a dozen places at a time. I lost, he said eventually, but my royal body is broken, and I am still an immortal king. Immortal and indestructible. You cannot kill me. He believed that completely, and he had grounds. Obliterating the primordial spirit and Tao fruit of an immortal king is nearly impossible even for another immortal king, and I was not one. Then he made a remark about being a prisoner while still acting superior. So I manipulated a strand of sword energy and slapped him across the face with it. Li Wei, he's a prisoner and he's still putting on airs. Have these people lived so long they can no longer read a room? And then I nearly lost. Not in the fight. The fight was over. He is a dark, immortal king, and I had been trading blows with him for years, and every wound he put on me had come with his laws inside it. Black blood was running out of my own injuries and eating my flesh, and the substances in it were sinking toward my core, and the principles inside it were preparing to spread from every wound and take the whole thing. He noticed and laughed, and the laugh was wrong. You didn't expect this, did you? Don't struggle. This is the ultimate substance, handed down from the greatest being in all the heavens. Darkness is the final destination of all souls. I'll wait for you. Perhaps we'll be companions on the same road. I slapped him again with the sword energy, which remains my favorite tool. Li Wei, still babbling. The greatest source of darkness in this world was wiped out, and you're still arrogant. He looked genuinely confused. What source? How could the source of darkness be erased? Which told me his tear does not get briefed. Then I took him with me to an empty realm, because I needed to deal with the contamination, and I was not taking it home. Zhao Yi spent enormous efforts sealing my universe off so nothing can find it. Walking back through that door, carrying dark matter in my own veins would have been... Well, so you're the one who let them into the village.
I sat down on a dead plane and looked inside myself, and it was worse than I thought. The parts of me with dark matter in them did not feel like mine anymore. There was a new spirit trying to be born in there, a new primordial spirit which would take the body and become a new life and not remember any of this. That is the chaotic ancient era pattern exactly. That is what used to happen. A person is invaded and a second soul grows inside them and stands up wearing their face and does not know its old friends and turns on everything it used to love. It is how Xiao Yi lost the master who taught him body as a seed. It is how he lost the girl he loved when he was young. I laid miniature immortal slaying sword formations through my own body and fenced the corruption in. And then a thought arrived, perfectly reasonable, entirely in my own voice. Why not refine it? Feed a little into the Tao fire furnace. Learn what it actually is. Then you'll know how to handle it forever. I raised my hand and slapped myself on the back of the head. I've been blinded by the grand perfection's sacred body. How could anyone have such a thought? It's the red-haired monster's fault. Quo Bai, floating in the sky in another universe, was startled. How is my mind oily? I don't have any oil. And why is it always me? Because it was not my thought. I searched properly and found the second layer. Dark matter far denser than anything Longwei carried, hidden under his, which had come along for the ride. More active. And it exuded a quality I can only describe as alluring. It had not overridden me. It had simply been curious in my direction, while I was already curious, and the two curiosities had lined up, and one sentence had come out sounding like mine. That is the whole attack. That is all it takes. I burned every trace of it out with the killing arrays, layer after layer, and the last wisp went, and the pressure came off, and my head cleared. I have fought 4 supremes, 4 true immortals, an ancient emperor, and a celestial king. The only time anything has ever been inside my decisions was a stain in a wound, whispering in my own accent, and it took me a moment. Obliterating Longwei took 10,000 years. I was not stalling. I was studying. The primordial spirit of an immortal king, taken apart slowly, is the finest teaching material that exists, and I compared it against the closest thing I had, the divine tomb method, which is built on dying and returning, and the cross-checking gave me an enormous amount. The ruthless one watched all of it from inside my chest. She could not follow everything, but at her level, even the surface of an immortal king's soul is a fortune, and it cleared obstacles off her road that she would otherwise have spent an era on. Everything they saw, I filtered first. Looking directly at a dark primordial spirit is not a thing I was going to allow. The most important part of an immortal king is the spirit. Anyone can build the body. The tribulation is survivable physically. The primordial spirit is where the geniuses of every era stop. When Xiao Yi faced the king tribulation, his body stood firmly in king realm, and even without 3 kings ambushing him, it would have been extremely difficult to make the rest of it in one attempt. So I sat with a dying god for 10,000 years and read him, and for 10,000 years he cursed me. Every word an immortal king says arrives with the rules of the heavens attached, and he cursed me continuously, day and night, for 100 centuries until the sky around me had turned a permanent blood red. If an ordinary immortal stood in that, they would simply die. At the end, he had one sentence left. Your future is sealed by the slaughter of a celestial king. You are destined to suffer a great calamity. Then he stopped existing. Blood rain fell across that realm, and it went through people and into their spirits, and a wind came up that nobody could stand against. Every immortal king is a peer of heaven and earth. Their deaths come with weather. What a pity! I said it out loud, looking at the dissipating spirit. If this were a normal immortal king's spirit, I'd take it home and suppress it in the Tao realm and let the whole universe temper itself against it day and night. Tao realm, the real cosmos, and all of you would make leapfrog progress. But it was a dark one, and I do not gamble with my own house. Xiao Tian did not mind. Our harvest was already amazing. One shouldn't be greedy. Then he looked at me thoughtfully for a while. Because the man who had spent 10,000 years methodically taking apart a living immortal king's soul, extracting the last value out of Longwei before letting him go, was not the man who jokes with them at meetings. Although the celestial sovereign is easygoing and unconventional, he said afterward, he is particularly ruthless when facing the dark. They were quiet on the way back, so I asked, "What, do you think I went too far? You haven't understood the darkness yet." Xiao Tian, suppose one day you found your parents' bodies walking around, with new primordial spirits inside them, the new spirits controlling their bodies, slaughtering everything, and regarding you as the enemy. What would you do? His expression did not change at all. Those in heaven and on earth, past and future, shall be killed. His parents are his one open wound. The Western Empress has an emperor's corpse to work with. Xiao Tian has refused, for tens of thousands of years, to accept a spirit-communicated corpse of his own parents the way Ren Huang accepted his, because he does not want an echo. He wants them.
That is one insignificant aspect of the darkness. The room went quiet, and some of them got there. You don't have to face it now, but be ready, in strength and in the head. Their faces went grim, and Huobai asked, what happens if we cannot hold? I'm holding the line. What if you really can't hold? Then I'll use your hound life to do it. The spoils were substantial. An immortal king's spear, which is rarer than people think. Plenty of immortal kings never get one and go their whole existence using a true immortal's weapon. Long Wei had one after only 1,000,000 years as a king, which tells you what the dark side is spending on its people. Divine medicines, ancient scriptures, formations, immortal artifacts, quasi-king weapons. Murderers and arsonists wear golden belts, and an immortal king's corpse, which went into the Tao realm to have its principles slowly extracted, though I did not let it merge. The Tao realm is my divine kingdom, and it has never contained a material object. Even the immortal gold I refined down to essence before folding it in. A god's own kingdom should hold only the Tao. Every being in the Tao realm felt the change the moment it happened. The city looked more solid. The sky looked higher. Inspiration started flowing many times faster, and a passerby in the crowd immediately shouted that the celestial sovereign was mighty and had clearly done something again, and it was certainly something of great benefit to all living beings. The whole city took up the chant. I watched my own crowd praise me on the strength of my own plant and was extremely satisfied with them. And in Long Wei's memories, I found the war. 1,000,000 years ago, the dark side fought something they called the Heavenly Court. Long Wei was only a quasi-immortal king then and did not dare go near the front line, but he saw pieces of it from an unimaginable distance and never forgot. He saw a man holding an ancient tree with countless worlds swirling in its branches, who flicked his wrist and made the peerless immortal king of the dark side cough blood. A 10-time king, somebody who has lived 10 lifetimes in reverse. In the recording, that man was already a celestial king when Xiao Yi fought 3 quasi-immortal emperors, and he was brave and invincible then, and 1,000,000 years have passed since. He saw a being whose true body was an ant, and more that I recognized. They were Xiao Yi's people, the heavenly court he founded before he left, the friends and subordinates who stayed in the boundary sea after he went up, and after that war, they all left, went up into the heavens and the myriad realms to join him, which is why the boundary sea is so quiet. I have been living in a house that everyone moved out of. He also, once, met something from the dark side that he could not describe properly, a supreme giant, a peerless being among immortal kings. In the chaotic ancient era, that grade would have been a name known across the world sea. Li Wei, it's not that far. I can fight an ordinary immortal king now. A giant is a distance, but I have a 9th transformation coming, and a 10th that goes past everything. Li Wei, once I finish and take the celestial king position, I don't believe the so-called supreme giant will have anything for me. Then I did the arithmetic on the resources and my face fell. An entire immortal king harvested completely does not cover the 9th transformation. It does not cover half. How much am I going to need for the 10th? You reap what you sow. 10 transformations. If I finish all of it and still can't beat up a giant, that would be unreasonable. I thought about that for a while and concluded that it was, in fact, entirely reasonable to expect, which meant I needed a world. Something vast, with a deep foundation and a great many systems and civilizations in it. There is only one on my list. And then Zhou Liang came to me, and I found out what had been happening to him while I was busy. The demonic Buddha has him in a vice and has been tightening it for a long time. Zhou Liang hit the peak of exterior faster than in the recording and then stopped. Deliberately. He is more than ready for half-step Dharma body. He broke through that barrier internally long ago and has just been accumulating. He will not take the step because he knows what happens on the day he does. The death mission arrives, and the death mission is to kill Chu Yue, his wife. So he stopped and did every reincarnation mission he was given, perfectly, without ever once investigating who was giving them. If the 6 paths told him to chop a chicken, he did not chop a hound. For a while, that satisfied them. Then they worked out what he was doing, and the demonic Buddha started applying pressure, harder than in the original history. The missions got worse, the margins got thinner, and in the last few, the safety of his teammates started to be the thing at risk. That crossed his line, which is exactly what it was designed to do. He can see the whole shape of it now. If he holds out, the people around him get taken apart one at a time in the 6 paths. The way Yun He was supposed to be. The way Zhou Cheng and Sun Mei and Liang Shu and Fang Lin were always supposed to be. If he breaks through, they hand him a knife and point him at his wife. And now there is a new mission on the board. 2, actually, issued together, in the way that only ever means one thing. Zhou Liang is to find and kill the person hiding behind the identity of Sacred Treasure Celestial Sage at half-step Dharma body and expose them publicly. And Yun He is to kill Fierce Blade Su Zhou, which is Zhou Liang. The reward for Yun He is release from the 6 bars incarnation. Freedom, the thing that Tranquil Man has wanted for his entire life. The 2 of them met after receiving those orders, and neither of them said anything, and Zhou Liang read the answer in his face. He is not going to do it, which means Yun He dies. Zhou Liang told me all of this in a flat voice and then asked a question, and I am not going to write down what I said back, because it was not a promise, and I do not make those. What I will write down is the last thing I said to him before he logged off. Li Wei. Little Joe. Li Wei. Do whatever you want. Li Wei. I can't do much, but I can afford to die a few times. Li Wei. I'm standing behind you. Everyone is standing behind you. He looked at my face on the panel for a long moment and nodded and went. And then, on Earth, in the best of the old corpse nurturing grounds, several fingers moved. I felt it from the sofa and got up so fast I dropped the seeds. The demon summoning scripture worked. 5 of them stood up. Jaya, the Kong Ming, the Yan Luo, the Yue Han, Xian Wu. Not spirit-communicated corpses.
Not echoes. Bodies. With memories. With cultivation only slightly below what they had at their peak. And a primordial spirit that is mostly the original with something newly born woven through it. And their weapons came home. In Beidou, the Ji clan's ancient mirror shook itself and made a sound of pure joy and vanished. The Jiang clan's Hengyu furnace. The Jiu Li map. The Vajra pestle in the western desert. A broken stone tablet in a corner of the universe that nobody had looked at in an age. They tore through the void and arrived on Earth and bounced in front of their owners like dogs. The spirits inside those imperial weapons woke up on their own and showed no power at all. Only joy and dependence. Li Wei. Greetings, fellow Taoists. It's a joyous occasion to see you reborn. And there was a silence. Then the ordinary-looking one, the one with a face you would forget while looking at it, who used to be called the Kong Ming, sighed. What's past is past. The Kong Ming has been buried by time. From this day forward, I am Huang Di. Li Wei. I am Shen Nong, said the Yue Han. I am Fu Shi, said Shan Wu, a refined man with clear bright light in his eyes.
I am Qi Feng, said the Yan Lu, who has a rugged face and a voice like a landslide. I am Jaya, said Jaya, who came back most completely of all because he has been living in the hearts of countless believers this entire time. They took new names, every one of them. Not because the old ones were shameful, because time had already taken them, and rather than fight time for a word, they simply walked out from under it and picked up something else, and let the man who put them back in the world stand there holding a bag of sunflower seeds with nothing to say. Heroes should not be nameless. That was the whole idea. That was the sentence I built all of it on. And 5 of them stood up out of the ground and named themselves. I took them up to the Tao realm afterward, and I checked the divine city very carefully before we descended, and only went in once I had confirmed that a certain family were not in that district. Wang Di asked why the master of a place enters it like a man avoiding somebody. Li Wei. It's nothing. They toured the city.
5 ancient emperors, each of whom had personally been the sealing of an era, walking through a spiritual world that any farmer can enter for free, and every one of them understood inside a minute what it does to a civilization. Huang Di closed his eyes for a moment and opened them again. When I was the void, this did not exist. The forbidden zones must be destroyed. That was his whole life. He fought until it killed him. Even with an undying divine medicine sitting beside him, the Kong Ming only ever lived one lifetime, because he spent all of it in the field. Qi Feng hesitated, and then said the thing that only Qi Feng would say. If we'd had a Tao realm back then, the celestial sovereign would probably have shown up before us, and whether any of us would have become emperors at all is an open question. Everyone looked somewhere else. I looked at that rugged, loud, entirely tactless man and saw, superimposed on him, a red-haired monster with an extra mouth, and began seriously considering putting him back in the ground for another 100,000 years. Then somebody started screaming in a public square about the trousers bug and how his great-great-great-grandfather had filed the same report, and whether the Tao realm took user feedback seriously at all. The 5 emperors turned as one. Does the Tao realm have a flaw? Li Wei. I am hiding from this family, and I walked into the cathedral and did not look back. Jaya met himself in there, and the 2 of them looked at each other with the same zen calm, and one said, I am still alive, and the other said, I have never died, and they merged. Every Buddhist land in the universe lit at once, and chanting rose from every corner of the cosmos and converged into one name, and then Jaya reached out and suppressed it. He put his own name back down. It has not been heard across that universe since. Li Wei, there's no need for that. The celestial sovereign's achievements are comparable to creation, he said. He deserves the title. Why does it feel like you're flattering me? You with the thick eyebrows and the big eyes. So, 50,000 years. Here is where I stand at the end of it, and then I will tell you the part that ruins it. 9 heavens and 10 earths is in the middle of a golden age that has not faded in tens of thousands of years, because a farmer's daughter in the eastern wilderness can argue cultivation theory with a saint from the northern domain without leaving her village. 4 Forbidden Zone Supremes are dead, and 1 Forbidden Zone has been struck off the star charts. 4 Supremes from beyond the domain, 4 true immortals, and 1 ancient emperor are dead. 5 human emperors are standing on the earth with new names. On Do Luo, a boy whose martial soul was grass, and a girl whose martial soul was toilet paper, are the 2nd and 3rd strongest people alive, and any child born on that continent can walk a road that does not check what came out of them at 6. Chen Wu lifted his whole world a tier and did not leave it. Kenji builds transformation devices for people in other universes. Liu Feng is the most feared monster in 3 realms and is single-handedly rebuilding heaven. Hua Jin runs 6 realms and complains about it daily. Xiao Junji took a girl who had never spoken out loud for ice cream. Arthur Finch has a home to log into. And an old saint called Dao Ling, who is 6,000 years dead, has a bloodline still walking around in Beidou because I said 2 lifetimes, and I meant it.
That is the ledger. That is what 50,000 years bought. Now, 100 years before all of it started, I stood inside my own tribulation with a 5-colored blade through my shoulder and ate the sky, and the entire universe screamed my name, and I sat down at the edge of creation and thought, all right, that's done. That is the version of me that got the notification. The version of me writing this took 10,000 years to kill one celestial king. And only one because he had a whetstone great opponent, 3 copies of himself, a formation stolen from the mythological era of a different universe, and a back door left open in a sword by a man who is currently walking into the ancestral land of the thing that eats worlds, alone, and does not expect to return. I have not become stronger. I have become correctly measured, and the bill is already written. Somewhere out past the heavens, Xiao Yi is going deeper into the sinister land, toward a place he says gives him the same feeling he had the day they handed him over to a foreign realm to grovel. There are 20 of them and 2 of us, and theirs come back inside an era, and ours do not come back at all. On the dark side, there is a supreme giant, and I am not close. In first life, a tranquil man named Yun He has been ordered to kill my friend, and will not, and therefore is going to die for it, and the trap around Zhou Liang is closing whether or not anybody does anything about it. There is a thing that poisons a cultivation system at the root, so that an entire world drifts into the dark without ever learning the word for it, and Xiao Yi called it He, and it is still condensing black blood, which means it has not arrived where it is going. And there is a jar in my house with 4 drops of black blood in it that I have never opened. But none of that is the part that keeps me up. The part that keeps me up is much smaller. Long Wei cursed me for 10,000 years, continuously, and every word an immortal king says arrives carrying the rules of the heavens. By the end, the sky around us had turned permanently red with it, and right at the finish, when there was nothing left of him but the last of a voice, he stopped cursing and said one sentence, in a completely ordinary tone, the way you tell somebody the time. Your future is sealed by the slaughter of a celestial king. You are destined to suffer a great calamity. I killed him about 4 seconds later. But I have been in this business long enough to know the difference between a threat and a notification. Mushkan told me I would suffer a great calamity, and he was guessing. Long Wei was not guessing. Because when a celestial king dies, the heavens notice, and the heavens keep records, and I have now put my name in that ledger in a way that cannot be scrubbed out. 700 years ago, I was a dead man who woke up in somebody else's body with nothing. 50,000 years later, I gave 5 buried emperors their names back, and something a very long way above me finally learned mine.